Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Let's go! Welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hey explorers, like I just said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. Can't you just imagine that? Look behind me, we got some rain clouds. As I literally hit go live, it started sprinkling just a skosh, if you will. So hopefully we won't be impeded by today's weather, but let's flip the camera, spin on my axis here, and I'll show you what I'm looking at. It's the main gate, the guest entrance here at the Magic Kingdom. You can see there are a minimal amount of guests. That's right, folks. It is not, I repeat, not a good to go day here at the Magic Kingdom. That's of course where a annual pass holder doesn't have to secure a Disney park, or how should I say this? It's not a good to go day. Annual pass holders can essentially gain access by making a Disney park pass reservation today. At any rate, where I'm going with this, folks, is the attendance appears to be lower than average, and today is an annual pass holder blockout date for the lowest pass level, the Pixie Pass, also the second one up, the Pirate Pass as well. So again, today are annual pass holder blockout dates for Pixie and Pirate Pass. So the attendance, I'm guessing, is going to be very minimal at best. But as we approach, of course, happily ever after the fireworks this evening, I think we'll actually start seeing more and more people come in the park. But I'm thinking it's pretty dead inside, folks. So real quick, I wanted to show you overhead, of course, is the Walt Disney World's Railroad's Main Street Station. There's some bunting applied, of course, to the railing, along with the Mickey floral below. There's also a Disney PhotoPass photographer taking photos of the guests here. But let's, of course, jump in to today's video topic. Hold on one moment here. Let me double check the camera levels, the batteries, and I'll be right with you, folks. We'll also check in with the chat in a few moments. But today's video topic is Walt Disney World Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, Disney World Cars, construction update, 4K. So again, today's video topic, Walt Disney World Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, Disney World Cars, construction update, 4K. So tune in and find out all the details in regards to the Cars construction, you know, the major attraction coming to Frontierland here at the Magic Kingdom. And also, I just wanted to quickly mention that, so my experience today, John with Fun to Be Free, this guy, I came through, of course, the transportation and ticket center earlier, and I, of course, took the express monorail over here to the Magic Kingdom. As it turns out, there was nobody, I repeat, nobody at transportation and ticket center at TTC. It was completely dead, folks. I kept looking around going, where is all of the guests? I got on the monorail, there were, you know, a handful, but again, there was just nobody coming over to the Magic Kingdom this afternoon. So we'll flip the camera and I'll show you. We're here in Town Square and we'll check in with the chat in just a moment. But yeah, it looks like we may have some rain clouds, you know, with the raindrops keep falling on my head. So I think, or I assume, the Dapper Dans, they did their set earlier, unless they changed their show times, because consistently they've been out at 2 p.m. So when I hit go live, I could hear them singing off in the distance, but I did not hear them today, right now, and I don't see or hear them here on Main Street USA. But we need to jump into the live chat. So let's get the subscribe banner rolling. If you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. But let's see who is in the chat, who's joining me today. Oh, and we have Chickapin Productions. Welcome in, welcome back. Chickapin Productions says, howdy, John. Well, hello there, Chickapin Productions. And FastPass Radio, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have FastPass Radio here. FastPass Radio says, like and subscribe for Fun to Be Free with John. Join John live from Magic Kingdom as he explores the Disney Cars update. Don't miss the magic and fun in 4K. Thank you, FastPass Radio. Again, FastPass Radio says like and subscribe for Fun to Be Free with John. Join John live from Magic Kingdom as he explores the Disney Cars update. Don't miss the magic and fun in 4K. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio, once again. Oh, and we also have Duh Disney Baker. Oh, welcome in, welcome back, Duh Disney Baker. Shout out to Duh Disney Baker, D-A Disney Baker. Of course, Duh Disney Baker does live streams from YouTube. So like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. But the Disney Baker says, hello, Mary. Hello there, the Disney Baker. And Jaylon, welcome in, welcome back. It's always nice to have Jaylon here. Jaylon says, hi, everyone. Hello there, Jaylon. And PC Gamer, welcome in, welcome back. PC Gamer says, hopefully it doesn't rain there. It's pouring here, okay. All right. And so he's out of state, if you will. But Will's Wild, welcome in, welcome back, says, 5 times 5, John, and good afternoon. So is that a big 25, Will's Wild? Nice to see you, Will's Wild. Thank you for being here. Mary in the Move says, hello, everyone. Welcome in, welcome back, Mary in the Move. And Anthony, welcome in, welcome back. Anthony says, hi, John and everyone. Hello there, Anthony. And Monique, hey. Welcome in, welcome back. Monique says, hello. I'm also glad to see you. Thank you for being here, Monique. And we have Kevin Hawthorne as well. Welcome in, welcome back, Kevin Hawthorne. Nice to see you. Says, good afternoon. Monique says, Mary, hi there. And Anthony, Disney Baker says, looks like rain. Yeah, the rain keeps, yeah, exactly. PC Gamer says, hey, at Disney Cast crew member Monique. Monique says, hello there, Kevin, what's new? Oh, and we have Pile Adventures. Welcome in, welcome back, Pile Adventures. So shout out to Pile Adventures on YouTube, like, comment, subscribe. Pile Adventures is helping out with the Disney Streamer Network. Shout out to Living in Diz, Corey and Lawrence as well, for forming that. Thank you for your help with that, Pile Adventures. But Pile Adventures says, hey there. Well, hello there, Pile Adventures. And Monique says, hi, PC. And Luis Desire, welcome in, welcome back. Luis says, hello, everyone. Hello there, Luis. Monique said, Luis, hi. Monique says, Pile, hi. And Lamont's Gray. We have Lamont's Gray here. Welcome in, welcome back, Lamont's Gray. Well, hello there, Lamont's Gray. Lamont's Gray says, hello, at John of Fun to Be Free. Hello. And Anthony says, it looks like a good to go day, low attendance. Yeah, it's definitely low attendance here at the Magic Kingdom. You nailed it, Anthony. Monique says, I'm so happy everyone is all here today. This is going to be so exciting. Yippee. We're going to have a wonderful, great time today. Oh, yeah. Hello there, nice to see you. Thanks for making the magic again. And we're rapidly approaching the Walt and Mickey partner statue. Oh, and Chris back in the chat says, hi everybody, what a beautiful day at the Magic Kingdom. Welcome in, welcome back, Chris, nice to have you here. Monique says, Christopher, my entertainment partner, there you are. And Monique says, Luis, this is my pal Christopher, he's happy to meet you. Oh, Monique's so nice and welcoming, thank you. PC Gamer says, hi, Chris. Oh, and the 3-time Timmy Timber Toucher, or T6. Welcome in, welcome back, T6. Nice to see you here. Thank you for coming back. Says, according to the app, it looks like very low attendance today. Highest wait is the mine train at 65 minutes. Okay, cool, T6. Thanks for the update. Yeah, I concur. Based on what I'm seeing, the attendance is very low. Thank you for that update, T6. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're back, T6. And Monique says, Anthony, my new best pal, Christopher, he's glad to see you too. Monique says, Timothy, hey there. T6 says, hey, Monique. Chris says something, but the chat is always, as you know, it's rolling, it's jumping. Where are we in the chat, folks? Hold on a sec. We just went to the next zip code here. I'm looking, folks. Hold on. I think I found it, though. And T6 says, hey, Monique, and Chris says, there's going to be a Cars construction update? Wow, I can't wait to see it. Okay, stay tuned for that, Chris. And Monique says, Timmy, we're totally going to have the great time. And Monique says, fun is here. We get to explore the greatest fun adventures. We soar to the heights to find the treasures. Thank you, Monique. And Benny Rodriguez, welcome in. Welcome back. It's nice to have Benny Rodriguez here. Benny Rodriguez says, hey, John and people of the chat. Hello, Benny. Shout out to, of course, Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below. That's Not So Scary Mary TV. Of course, like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Monique says, Benny, hi there. And Anthony says, hello to Disney Baker from The Butcher. So Anthony Butcher says, hello to Disney Baker from The Butcher. Okay. Monique says, I have a nice and relaxing telegram that should be best to explain to you, John. It might be great, and maybe let's just say there's going to be exciting news for everyone. Oh, really, Monique? Please share. Randy says, great afternoon, everyone. Oh, welcome in, welcome back. It's nice to have the one, the only employee of the month here on Fun to Be Free, Randy, the great Randini. Pile Adventures says, special days like this are always great, unexpected, low crowds. Yeah, but real quick, Pile Adventures, I'm thinking it's going to be this way for, of course, today the 2nd, July 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I'm thinking all the way through. Of course, the July 4th weekend, you know, upcoming this weekend, it's going to be on the lower side today. You've heard me say this over and over and over again, and other people in the chat, I think, have a big difference of opinion. They're going to say, no, it's going to be packed, John. And I go, I see it differently, folks. So we'll just have to see what's going to happen here. But again, I think we're going to see low attendance here for, of course, 4th of July weekend. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Monique says, hello, Randy, pal of mine. Randy says, hey, Monique. And Sheldon, welcome in, welcome back, says, hello, Disney people. I like that, Sheldon. Hello, Disney people. And Monique says, hi there, Sheldon. Randy says, welcome back, T6. It's really nice to have T6 back in the chat, huh, Randy? That's cool. At any rate, we have Mary Poppins in the house, as Mama Duck would say. We have Mary Poppins. And Paula Venture says, wow, probably because of the attendance. Or let me try to, yeah. That's probably a better shot of Mary Poppins. We're going to jump into the breaking news, folks. So stay tuned for the breaking news. Once we get through the breaking news, I'm thinking we're going to head over into Frontierland. And I'm not quite certain if it's going to rain. I checked the forecast. It said it wasn't going to rain. And now, right before I went live, it was misting a bit. Does that count as rain? I don't know. But look at. I'm going to point overhead again. Look at the cloud cover, the overcast. It's looking pretty ominous, dark and gloomy here in Central Florida right now. So I'm not certain what's going to happen with the 3 o'clock Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, but I'm hoping worst case scenario, they'll have the rainy day cavalcade. So either way, stay tuned for a parade, because John with Fun to Be Free loves his parades, or possibly we'll see a cavalcade. So stay tuned for that at 3 o'clock, I'm hoping. At any rate, let's head into the Emporium. I'll remove my sunnies, my Ray-Ban Wayfarers. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. And we're gonna head into the Emporium. Let me get all set up here. And let me just double check the chat though. Pile Adventure says, I decided not to come for July 4th due to the heat. Oh, Pile Adventures, you'll be fine. Just be prepared, stay hydrated, bring a cooling towel. There's plenty of air conditioning, you'll be fine. Monique says, the Telegram says, we believe everything looks completely all set to let Disney Destiny have its chance to be the best ship ever. I know they'll have the best energy and well fun. Oh, Monique's talking about the cruise ship. Jaylon says, there's a castle. That's right, Monique. Jaylon. Chris says, hey, Randy, and I could be employee of the month, so John would be a very important job. T6 says, hey, Randy. And Randy says, hey, T6, we saved your seat for you. Yeah, it's been cold for a while, T6, but we saved it for you. Right at the table, the little kids' table during Thanksgiving. Monique says, Chris, it's so exciting, looks fun. And Becky Perez, I do believe Becky Perez is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Becky Perez. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. John with Fun to Be Free here, Becky Perez. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. We're now in the Emporium. But again, Becky Perez says, your picture is crystal clear, looks awesome, watching from home. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Becky Perez. We're broadcasting in glorious, ultra high definition 4K today. Becky Perez, thank you for noticing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. Monique says, Becky, hi. And Randy, oh, okay, Randy. I was gonna say, we were gonna jump into the breaking news, but why not? Why not, Randy? Why not, Randy? Let's take care of Randy's statement here. Randy says, oh, that's great, Chris. There's a lot of mops here, but we have to take inventory of them. Randy, you're trying to persuade or dissuade Chris, if you will, from being the employee of the month. But let's pop up the subscribe banner because Randy just wrote one of his world famous soliloquies. So here we go. Randy says, welcome in everyone from the most magical place on earth, the Magic Kingdom. Let me do that again. Welcome in everyone from the most magical place on earth, the Magic Kingdom. John and Frankie are live and ready to bring you the laughs, the magic, and maybe a surprise churro moment or two. And before you do anything else, press, smack, tap, push, boop, poke, bash, dump, mash, pound, slam, slap, smack, slap, smack. That like button on the way in. Because when you're in the Magic Kingdom, John and Frankie's live every day. Magical Adventure live at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern, streaming in glorious 4K. Thank you, Randy. Lots of chit-chats between your chats, Randy. Let's see here. Becky Perez says, thanks, Randy. Gardener of the Galaxy, welcome in, welcome back. Gardener of the Galaxy says, hiya from the UK. Only 76 days until we touch down in Orlando. I'm so excited for you, Gardener of the Galaxy. And as always, I really enjoy your handle. And then Monique says, I'm ready to answer the call. The magic is calling us. That's right. Answer the call. Reddy says, welcome in, Gardner. Becky Perez says, hi, I watch daily. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you for introducing yourself, Becky Perez. And Fast Radio. Fast Radio says, well, let me pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right, Fast Radio. Practically, the chat rolled, but let me find it. Practically perfect in every stream. Like and subscribe, or Sherry Bobbins might float away again. Join John live in Disney World for Cars Land Magic fun and 4K delight. Thank you, Fast West Radio. We really got to jump into the breaking news, though. Jaylon says hi. Becky Perez, welcome in. Becky Perez says hi, everyone. Randy says, I was up until 3:45 this time, writing. I had writer block last night. Haha, maybe Mongo tired. Oh, no. Mongo's tired, Randy. A little bit of blazing saddles, Mongo. Sam's Life Diary, welcome in, welcome back. Says, I poked the like button. Thank you, Sam's Life Diary, for being here. Thank you for liking. Jasmine Reber, welcome in, welcome back. Jasmine Reber says, good evening. Hello there, Jasmine Reber. And Sam's Life Diary says, hi, fun to be free family. Hi, John and Frank. Hello there, Sam's Life Diary. Jalen says, Becky Perez, hi, Jalen. We got to jump into the breaking news, folks. I'm sorry. I'm having so much fun with the chat. We really got to get back on track here. So let me take out the Bat phone. That's right, folks. I'm traveling with Batman, and I need to enable the wireless feature on the Bat phone or Batman, so I could send my phone screen over to your device at home. If you give me just one moment, hopefully that will be set up. Hold on a second, folks. Give me a second. Slight hiccup here with the tech setup. We're almost there. There was an option that was not enabled correctly. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, let's get on track. So, we're going to jump into the breaking news. We'll come back to the chat once the news concludes. So here we go. The breaking news. So, shout out and website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. So, shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com. Today's headline: massive Magic Kingdom land clearing beyond Big Thunder Mountain for villains and Cars construction. Again, today's headline: massive Magic Kingdom land clearing beyond Big Thunder for villains and Cars construction. So here we go with the article. Walt Disney World is gearing up to begin construction on the Piston Peak Cars area this month, with backstage land clearing already underway. The latest aerial photos reveal a massive expanse that'll be used for site prep, field offices, and eventually future expansion that is truly beyond Big Thunder. This comes against the backdrop of the in-park areas that Piston Peak National Park will replace permanently, closing in less than a week. Walt Disney World announced that the Rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island, and Liberty Square Riverboat will all close on July 7th, 2025. The last day to experience any of these attractions and locations at Magic Kingdom will be July 6th, 2025. Along with that, shuttle mode operations of the Walt Disney World Railroad will begin on July 7th, 2025. That's also when the Frontierland station will close on a temporary basis for Cars and Villain land construction. There's been some confusion about why Frontierland Station needs to close during this project, but the aerial images should make that clear. Interesting, wouldn't you say, Tom Bricker? While we've seen work over the last couple of months already starting backstage, that's only what's publicly visible from Floridian Way, the section of road to the northwest of Magic Kingdom. It's been difficult to discern just how far along progress is in this area closer to onstage areas and the guest-facing side of the Rivers of America. All of this site prep work is a necessary prerequisite to demolishing and filling in the Rivers of America. So we've been curious to know just how much progress has been made. Frankly, we've wondered whether the Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island needed to close this soon, and it seemed like the backstage work would take a lot longer and could potentially allow the guest-facing areas to remain open longer. Well, now we have some answers, right? Wouldn't you say, Tom Bricker? So let's see what he has to say. These come courtesy of Eye in the Sky photos from friend of the site, Bayou Reconstruct, the go-to source for aerial theme park photography, a highly recommended follow who graciously provided the helicopter shots here. Let's start with a high-level establishing shot. Okay, so what it appears to me, folks, is obviously that is north of the property of Magic Kingdom, if you will. or not exactly north, but near Big Thunder, if you will. At any rate, let's start the high-level establishing shot. If you're wondering what you're looking at, it's Magic Kingdom far right, and the area to the northwest of the park. The Magic Kingdom side of the image shows Frontierland and the rivers of America, making the rest of the photo the area that's truly beyond Big Thunder Mountain. There's a lot of land cleared in the photos. The areas nearer the parks will be the laydown yards, supporting the construction of Cars and Villains Land. More on those in a bit. The far left is a new retention pond that's being created for displaced stormwater capacity lost due to the infill of the rivers of America. As a bonus, the middle shows the new routing of Floridian Way. That's a major multi-year project we haven't really covered because roads don't seem to get the people going in a hyped up sense. They do get people going in a literal sense, nice number. And so here's a little map, blueprint, if you will. So let me go back up to the aerial. So you see on the left-hand side of the photo, it appears to be that's where the retention pond is Tom Berkeley's talking about. At any rate, let's continue with the article. If some of this sounds familiar, it's because we've covered it extensively as part of the permitting process for this project over the course of the last, about 11 months. And all this is precisely what the state of Florida was concerned with as they made Imagineering file, clarify, modify, etc. the project plans. It wasn't over the substance of the additions. They weren't hot and bothered by cars in Frontierland. It was all about water management. As a refresher, the permit for all of this was issued by the South Florida Water Management District, or the SFWMD, in winter 2025, giving Imagineering until February 17th, 2030 to redevelop the area. The underlying SFWMD permit is massive in scale and scope, encompassing over 300 acres around Magic Kingdom and beyond. That's despite the actual project site only being about 14 acres. What we see in these aerial photos is the impact to the other about 286 other acres that will not be home to Lightning McQueen, Mater, and their pals. There's another aerial photo there. We'll come back to the chat in just a few moments, folks. Let me try to get through this article. We're going to head into the Emporium, over to the Emporium. Taking a closer look and more overhead aerial view, we can see one full gravel laydown yard and a portion of another that will be adjacent to the project site. They're in low-lying areas to the northwest of the rivers of America, necessitating additional work to establish usable gravel laydown yards in the first place. There will be 3 gravel laydown yards in total around the northwestern perimeter of Magic Kingdom. 2 will be located beyond the berm, meaning outside Magic Kingdom guest areas, with the 3rd laydown yard within the Magic Kingdom along the northwestern banks of what's currently the rivers of America. These gravel laydown yards will be used for construction equipment, heavy machinery, materials, staging, earth moving, etc. Here's another look at the laydown yards from the SFWMD permitting for the sake of comparison. So I'll pause there for a moment, and let me just double check the chat, see where we are. Jasmine Reber says, good evening. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, fun to be free family. Hi, John and Frank. Jalen says, Becky Perez, I'm Jalen. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Fast Pass. Hi, Randy. Hi, Neri. Randy says, hey, Sam's. Welcome in, Jasmine. Hey, Jalen. Fast Pass Pile. Jalen says, hey, Randy. Sam's Life Diary says, farewell, Tom Sawyers. Jalen says, hi, Sam's Life Diary. Sam's Life Diary says, hey, Jalen. Jalen says, hi, Sam's Life Diary. And Scared Sniper. Scared Sniper, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Scared Sniper. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Scared Sniper says, yo, I just saw you IRL or in real life. Well, welcome to the channel. So Scared Sniper is somewhere around the Magic Kingdom. Welcome to the channel, Scared Sniper. And Randy says, welcome in, Scared. Okay, let's get back to the article. These types of staging areas are common for large-scale construction projects. At Walt Disney World, it might be surprising that the gravel laydown yards are like triple the size of the actual expansion area. But that's not uncommon, especially since this isn't a single uninterrupted staging location. There have been similar laydown yards for all sorts of major expansion projects, from New Fantasyland at Magic Kingdom to Pandora, World of Avatar at Animal Kingdom. The one for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story's Land was similarly massive, dwarfing the size of the expansion itself. What's really interesting about these staging areas is that they will result in land that was previously marginally suitable for construction to become suitable for building, meaning that the staging areas themselves could be construction sites in the future. Hello there, nice to see you. Oh wait, are you who I think you are? Do you have a YouTube channel?
I don't have a YouTube channel.
You look very familiar.
Really?
Though. Yeah. Have
my
you been
dad watches your streams.
Okay.
And so I watched this like before I came to do my college program.
Oh, I see.
I just wanted to say hi.
Well, hello there. Nice to see you. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. Would you like to say hi on camera?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, I'm John with Fun to Be Free, and who do I have the pleasure? Oh, nice to see you.
Hi, Dad. If you're watching, you might be.
Nice. Thank you again. Take care. Enjoy your stay. I'm sure you'll see me around.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, let's jump back to the news. Let's see where we are here. I'm looking, folks. Hold on a second. Here, I'll take it from here. There have been similar laydown yards for all sorts of major expansion projects, from New Fantasyland at Magic Kingdom to Pandora, World of Avatar at Animal Kingdom, the one for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land, and similarly massive, dwarfing the size of the expansion itself. What's really interesting about these staging areas is that they will result in land that was previously marginally suitable, we got that, for construction to become suitable. Allow myself to introduce myself. For building, meaning that the staging areas themselves could be construction sites in the future. This is actually something touched upon by the 2045 Comprehensive Plan that was just approved by the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. While the headline is the attention-grabbing approval of a fifth gate at Walt Disney World, the real story is more likely to be a hotel development, but more on this in a bit. Oh, you don't say, Tom Bricker. Back to the aerial photos. We have a view that's essentially behind Tiana's Bayou adventure. Hello there. As you might recall, Walt Disney Imagineering filed construction permits to install trailers with an address corresponding to a backstage area behind Big Thunder Mountain Railroad in Tiana's Bayou adventure in Magic Kingdom. Imagineering field offices and parking will consume a big portion of this particular laydown yard. This is very similar permits for a trailer park and staging area behind Kali River Rapids in support of the Tropical Americas project last spring. They also repurposed the former Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser behind Disney's Hollywood Studios into field offices for the Monstropolis expansion there. Here's another aerial photo. One moment, let me make an adjustment to my technical setup. Enjoy this photo while I check the chat though. I'm looking in the chat here where we are. Fastest Radio says hello, Randy. David K. Oh, I do believe David K is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, David K. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But David K says it's such a shame about Rivers of America's CEO has no sense of Disney history. David K, welcome to the channel. So real quick, let's have an ongoing conversation about the breaking news here. In just a moment, I'll invite everybody in the live chat. We'll have an in-depth conversation, so please jump back into the live chat. We'll talk about it. Betty says, hey, Fast Pass. And Sam's Life Diary says, I know it's early doors, but is there any ETA on completion of the new Magic Kingdom project? Sam's Life Diary, there's no official statement. My speculation is 4 years. That's my guess, Sam's Life Diary, 4 years. David K says, Jay and Poppy. Oh, I do believe that we just met Poppy D, and then Poppy's in the chat. So, welcome to the channel, Poppy. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily at 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But I believe Poppy is Poppy D's father. So we just met Poppy D and Poppy father popped in chat. Welcome to the channel. Randy says, very sad, David, but there has been a good reason for why they moved in that direction. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, hey, Poppy, nice meeting you. David K. Hold on a second, folks. The chat is still jumping, but let me double check the technical setup here. And let's jump back into the article. Beyond the laydown yards that will support actual construction, there's the water management element. As we discussed previously, this is a necessary prerequisite for beginning substantial construction when waterways are going to be rerouted or water is displaced in Florida. The first phase of a project is addressing that lost stormwater capacity. Rivers of America connects to a canal that runs out to Seven Seas Lagoon and Bay Lake. You can see this in the above photo, or when you walk from Magic Kingdom to the Grand Floridian. It's the bridge leading to backstage storage of the electrical water pageant. Runoff would flow into Rivers of America, then those lakes. Basically, Disney needs somewhere for the displaced stormwater capacity lost from infilling the Rivers of America. This involves creating a new retention pond for water management that's roughly 3/4 of a mile to the northwest of Magic Kingdom. It's likely that the ground removed when digging the new pond will be used for filling the Rivers of America. Circle of life and all that. Good point, Tom Bricker. Boy, Tom Bricker really knows what he's talking about, folks. We've actually seen something similar with the TTC over the years. If you've ever wondered why there's a perpetual pile of dirt there, it's because that's been moved there after digging retention ponds. It's then used for the Floridian Way projects. I don't know why it's in the middle of TTC, but they've determined that it's a good staging site for whatever reason. Real quick, folks, John with Fun to Be Free has an opinion about that hill, that mound, that pile of dirt at the Magic Kingdom parking lot near TTC. They are filling in a sinkhole, folks. They are trying to stabilize the surrounding area, the surrounding dirt, the surrounding earth, because the monorail beamway is very close to that sinkhole. And if that sinkhole destabilizes the beamway, bad news on the actual monorail beam. At any rate, let's jump back to the article. One thing aerial photos really underscore is the blessing of size at Walt Disney World. As someone once said, I love it, the Florida project contains enough land here to hold all the ideas and plans we could possibly imagine. Wise words, yes. You can see the man, the myth, the legend himself, Walt Disney, yes, folks, he said that. At any rate, you might look at these images and shake your head that Disney is opting to replace the Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island when they could instead simply build beyond the berm, making the land truly beyond Big Thunder Mountain. And originally promised, instead of the laydown yards in the space, you might wonder why Walt Disney World has opted for this approach. All fair questions and concerns. The best explanation is efficiency. Tom Bricker, you don't say. And comes with efficiency. Wouldn't you call that the monies, Tom Bricker? The monies? One thing Imagineering has stressed when explaining its upcoming slate of project is that they wanted to stretch budgets as far as possible. Generally speaking, this is a good thing. Imagineering has a deserved reputation for spending like a drunken sailor. Tom Bricker. Okay, given land suitability or lack thereof, it's likely that costs would have exploded if they build the new lands in the current laydown yards, and the laydown yards to be beyond those. John with Fun to Be Free concurs with that, very much so. It's also entirely plausible that they did further surveying and realized that wasn't even an option. Yeah, so quickly, folks, land here in Central Florida are riddled with sinkholes, and it's very, extremely cost prohibitive to secure or, make it suitable to build on the sinkholes. There's another photo here. Another aerial photo, that is. Another possibility is that Walt Disney World didn't want to make Magic Kingdom too large. I haven't heard this mentioned by anyone, but I view this as an under-discussed possibility. One thing we mentioned repeatedly with the past generation of hotel projects is how guests do not like sprawling resorts. You don't say, Tom Bricker. Too much walking is the single biggest complaint about many hotels, and it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this extends to the parks. I doubt for a second that Imagineering pitched a version of these plans that retained the Rivers of America and significantly expanded Magic Kingdom into territory beyond Big Thunder. But management pushed for a more consolidated footprint due to guest feedback about foot pain or whatever. I'm just going to say cost, folks. The budget. The monies is what I think. John with Fun to Be Free. To be abundantly clear, this is not to excuse or explain away the final plans, but from the outset, we fully expected Tom Sawyer Island to become Tom Sawyer Peninsula. That's one compromise solution. Another would be building Cars Land at Disney's Hollywood Studios in the parking lot, adjacent to Monstropolis. That's another alternative. John with Fun to Be Free sees it differently, though, Tom Bricker. At any rate, while I appreciate efficiency and Imagineering beyond more cost-conscious for once, I can't help but shake the thought that it feels like Walt Disney World is designing its expansion plans as if they're in space-constrained Anaheim. That's a good point that Tom Bricker is bringing up, folks. Meanwhile, the projects for Disneyland are actual expansions. It's like the Freaky Friday reboot nobody asked for. You don't say, Tom Bricker. Sorry, but I hate the fans' suggestion of cars replacing Tomorrowland Speedway. I would honestly rather have this than that. Tomorrowland Speedway should be from the eventual foundation of a hybrid Fantasyland / Tomorrowland expansion a la the Beauty and the Beast and Baymax area Tokyo Disneyland. But real quick, folks, John with Fun to Be Free sees it differently yet again because that's Oriental Land Company and they are not the Walt Disney Company. Instead, they paid for those expansions over at, of course, those resorts, Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Seas, and retain the rights to their intellectual property. Therefore, most likely, the Beauty and the Beast attraction and the Baymax themed area will not come to the Walt Disney World Resort or Disneyland Resort, if you will, as a result of OLC owning the rights, the IP. At any rate, the above aerial photo shows both of the existing clearings for future laydown yards. Along with that will become the third laydown yard once that land is cleared. The final laydown yard will be nestled between the backstage roads, canal, and railroad tracks. It's the one that would be visible from the rivers of America if that area were staying open beyond July 7th. As should be clear from the aerial photos and site plans, the railroad tracks will be between the gravel laydown yards and the construction site on Tom Sawyer Island and the rivers of America. This is why we expected that the Walt Disney World Railroad would need to be taken out of service to facilitate work and vehicular traffic back and forth across the tracks from the staging area to the site. Instead, we're getting shuttle mode. There have been some skepticism and complaints about this from Walt Disney World fans, but it's absolutely the best case scenario. Let us not forget the article jumped here due to ads about this from Walt Disney World fans, but it's absolutely the best case scenario. Let us not forget that the Walt Disney World Railroad closed for construction of Tron Light Cycle Run in Tomorrowland at Magic Kingdom. It went down on December 3rd, 2018 and did not reopen until December 22nd, 2022 after being closed for 1,481 days. But hey, who's counting, Tom Bricker? At least at the start, that project was less impactful to the Walt Disney World Railroad than this one. There was a lot of work. Oh no, the chat. Oh, hold on, excuse me, the article, the headline. The article jumped due to ads. I gotta find where we are. Hold on, folks. I didn't touch the screen. I'm looking. Where are we? I think I found it. At least at the start, the project was less impactful to the Walt Disney World Railroad than this one. There was a lot of work that could have seemingly been accomplished while the trains continued to run. Taking the Walt Disney World Railroad down under the pretext of construction offered the company operational cost savings, and it also resulted in minimal pushback from the fans since it was visibly obvious that building the roller coaster interfered with the railroad. At minimum, they could have done shuttle mode then. Let's take the win that they chose to do this time instead of closing the Walt Disney World Railroad completely for another 5 years. That is an excellent point by Tom Bricker. Okay, here's another map, if you will, blueprint. It's probably worth pointing out that we're not out of the woods yet with a complete Walt Disney World Railroad closure. Just during phase 1 of the project, while the rivers of America is filled in, Tom Sawyer Island is demolished and Piston Peak Cars Land is built. Longer term, the construction of Villains Land will almost certainly necessitate a closure. Not only is there a same issue with staging to site access, but the Villains Land will actually be built directly alongside the Walt Disney World Railroad, which it's possible this new land manages to stay inside the berm. We wouldn't bank on it. I love how the bank berm, yeah. That could also mean that track rerouting is necessary to accommodate Villains Land. More optimistically, there could be another station added at the far back of Magic Kingdom, about halfway between the existing Frontierland and Storybook Circuit stations. Getting super speculative, having an in-park hotel with a railroad station would be savvy. How cool would that be? Walt Disney World Railroad station inside of a Walt Disney World Resort hotel. That'd be something else, folks. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see because, the railroad is a little on the louder side, folks. Audible decibel levels. This could simply mean this area is an expansion pad for the Villains Land. should it be well received. Walt Disney World might green light another attraction to be built in the space. That would certainly make sense, especially with the Villains Land being more of an open concept land instead of another single intellectual property expansion. From my perspective, the in-park hotel overlooking the Villains Land is probably more likely. To be clear, this is purely speculative. I've heard zero credible rumors about a hotel being part of the Beyond Big Thunder project. I just know how Walt Disney World management salivates at the prospect of more high-dollar hotel inventory, and this would certainly check that box, and in a highly desirable location that comports with a new release CFTOD plan. So that is a good suggestion by Tom Bricker. I'd say that's plausible. Will it happen? We'll have to see. An in-park hotel strikes me as way to sell the project internally, as the room capacity would be incredibly valuable and help recoup the cost of expansion. In fact, there's already pretty much a blueprint for this. Fantasy Springs at Tokyo Disney Sea, which is also the back of that park and has a hotel overlooking the new land. Even though such a Magic Kingdom hotel wouldn't be on the monorail line, it could probably dethrone Grand Floridian as the flagship Walt Disney World Resort. On the upside, if there's a hotel project attached to Villains Land, it won't become one of the infamous Phase 2 projects that's confined only to coffee table books. There's a hotel at TVS, Fantasy Springs, OLC. At any rate, ultimately, it's good to see these Beyond Big Thunder projects kicking into high gear and to know what Walt Disney World did not just opt to close the rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island this summer to save on operating expenses. From the above aerial photos, it's very clear that serious work has already happened, and the next step is starting on-stage demolition and infill. We can certainly debate whether cars should be replacing the rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island in the first place. It's good to see them moving in an expeditious manner regardless. As I've mentioned elsewhere, it would be worse to start all of this only for delays and budget cuts to turn this into Magic Kingdom dirt pile for the next 5 years. We've already endured that at Epcot for one aggressively mediocre, to put it charitably, outcome. We cannot have the same at Magic Kingdom. These Cars and Villains Land projects need to be home runs. They cannot be anything less than incredible. It would be tragic for Disney to sit on its hands for a few years, only have the best part of the project, Villains Land, fall through due to the delays. The second phase of Disney projects is infamous for never happening, and that's usually because work doesn't start until the first phase is open. I'm glad that is not happening here. Again, Tom Bricker is making an excellent point, folks. Absolutely. But again, if you've just joined us, today's headline is Massive Magic Kingdom Land Clearing Beyond Big Thunder for Villains and Cars Construction. Once this video is over, and if you've just joined us, we're not ending the live stream now, but once it does conclude, be kind and rewind. Of course, start the video over, and we'll go over all the details in regards to Massive Magic Kingdom Land Clearing Beyond Big Thunder for Villains and Cars Construction. We're going to take the graphic off the screen. We'll be magically transported back to the Emporium. And let me disable the wireless feature on the bat phone. Hold on one moment. I'll be right with you, folks. And if you've just joined us, again, today's video topic is Walt Disney World Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, Disney World Cars, construction update 4K. That's right, Walt Disney World Florida, Magic Kingdom Park, Walt Disney World Cars, construction update 4K. So I'm going to take the bat phone and I'm going to put it back in my pocket, in my cargo shorts pocket. I'm going to zip up the pocket. And at this point, I would like to say, jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. What do you forecast? What do you see? What do you think is going to happen with, of course, the Beyond Big Thunder project, with the Villains Land and the Cars Land, with them pushing in the river? They're moving dirt around. You know, they're essentially digging retention ponds. What do you think's going to happen? But again, jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. What do you think, folks? How long will it be until, of course, the new expansion area opens? Is it 4 years? Is it 3 years? Is it tomorrow? What's on your mind? Let's talk about it. Let's have an ongoing conversation all about the expansion here at the Magic Kingdom. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. We're gonna jump back to the chat in a few moments. We're walking to Frontierland. I'm looking at the time. We have about 14 or 15 minutes until a Festival of Fantasy parade steps off. It was raining here slightly earlier, so I'm hoping the Disney Festival of Fantasy parade will go out the gate today. We are rapidly approaching the hub here at the Magic Kingdom. Let's take a quick look. We'll check in with Walt and Mickey, the partner statue, and then we'll head towards Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We'll head up the parade route and stay tuned for the 3 o'clock Eastern Festival of Fantasy parade. And of course, if you've just joined us, where have you been? But there's a new way to support the channel, folks. There's a link on, of course, the Fun to Be Free homepage on YouTube. So it's PayPal, so you could support the channel through PayPal. Most likely there's already a link that is pinned to the chat as well. At any rate, there's Walt and Mickey partner statue. We're gonna stay high. We're not gonna stay too long because we gotta head over to, of course, the parade route. Off in the picturesque background is Cinderella Castle. We're gonna double check the chat, see where we are. The last chat, oh, we're good. We're good on the chats. They didn't fall off a cliff. That's good. Hold on a second. I'm going to refresh the audio. Oh no. Was that news article clicking on the audio? Oh no.
Starts here.
Were we experiencing some technical issues during the breaking news there? I hope not. I refreshed the audio and video there just in case. Oh no, I'm feeling all discombobulated now. And we're going to jump back to the chat in just a moment. I'm double checking to ensure that we are functioning correctly from a technical standpoint. It appears we had a glitch in the audio, but I refreshed it, so I hope we're back on track now. But at any rate, we are broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom in glorious ultra high definition. That's 4K, folks. I'm attempting to find where we are in the chat. Hold on a second. The last chat I can see now, because they just fell off a cliff, I think, is from 14:30 to 2:30 Eastern from Reed in the Tower. So I apologize, folks, if the chats got deleted, zapped. They literally got pushed off a cliff. I could only receive 99 chats, folks. I try to keep up with the chats, but as it turns out, we get a lot of chats here on Fun to Be Free. Thank you for your patience. Reed in the Tower, welcome in, welcome back. Thank you for your help today. Part of the mod squad. Reed in the Tower says, hello, John. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you, Reed. Thank you for being here. Benny says, hey, Reed. Florida Mark, welcome in, welcome back. Florida Mark says hello. Well, hello there, Florida Mark. And Randy says, well, the pros are that cars are coming to Magic Kingdom. It'll free up some traffic and crowd distribution towards the new land, and it'll be more restaurants and more stores for merchandise. Randy, you nailed that one. Of course, as John with Fun to Be Free always says, the Magic Kingdom needs more of everything. More capacity, more attractions, more merchandise, more restrooms, or as Spaceballs, merchandising. Yeah, you nailed it, Randy. Again, Randy says, well, the pros are that cars are coming to Magic Kingdom. It'll free up some traffic and crowd distribution towards the new land. It'll be open, more restaurants, and more stores for merchandise. Randy says, hey, Florida Mark. Randy says, nice seeing you yesterday, Mark. And Florida Mark says, thank you, Randy. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Florida Mark. And Sam's Life Diary says, Mr. Beverly. I pictured it's like Mr. Mom. And Neil Desperandum, welcome in, welcome back. Neil Desperandum says, is the audio constant clicking, skip it, or is it just my end? Neil, I'm not certain, but I refreshed it, so we should be up. We should be good to go now. Sorry for that, I apologize, but thank you for the update there, Neil. Thank you for being here. Randy says, give him a few, Neil, to refresh the audio and video. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, thanks, Sam. Randy also says, there's been bad Wi-Fi at Magic Kingdom lately. Yeah, that's an understatement, folks. The cellular data service and the Wi-Fi in the parks, wow. Bad news, folks. Oh, Cheryl W. I do believe Cheryl W. is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Cheryl W. Cheryl W. says, last Tuesday I was standing right behind you in line for Haunted Mansion. You do an amazing job bringing the magic to everyone. Oh, thank you for being here, Cheryl W. Thank you. But again, I guess welcome to the channel officially. But yeah, thank you, Cheryl W. But again, Cheryl W. says, last Tuesday I was standing right behind you in line for the Haunted Mansion. You do an amazing job bringing the magic to everyone. Thank you again, Cheryl W. Thank you for being here. Randy says, welcome in, Cheryl. Thanks for joining us today. Neil Desperandum says, here's a question for everyone. Which hotel at the Walt Disney World Resort are the best? I know they're expensive, but any specific hotels worth the cost in your opinion? So Neil, here, let me answer it this way, I guess. So Neil, one moment, let me double check, just make a technical adjustment. At any rate, Neil, so John with Fun to Be Free here. I would highly recommend, if you can afford to do so, because it costs monies, lots of monies, Disney's Yacht or Beach Club Resort, possibly, of course, Disney's Boardwalk Resort. That's what I would suggest because it's on Crescent Lake. It's walking distance from the International Gateway at Epcot, and it's also walking distance to, of course, Disney's Hollywood Studios. There's also the Skyliner, the Disney Skyliner right there near Disney's Beach Club Resort, along with the Friendship boats that go to, of course, Epcot and Disney's Hollywood Studios as well. If you're concerned about the monies, as I say, monies, then there's always the option of the Walt Disney World Swan, Walt Disney World Dolphin, and Walt Disney World, of course, Swan Reserve. But keep in mind, those are deluxe resorts. They're a little pricier, but you get what you pay for. You get all the perks, the benefits of a Walt Disney World hotel. And it has the best location on property here at Walt Disney World. So I'd highly recommend those. If you want to spend a little bit less, and you're just traveling with you and your family consisting of, say, 2 children, if you will, Disney's Pop Century would be a good option as well because it has the Disney Skyliner. It's a reasonable, and of course the Skyliner offers a very efficient transportation as well. Chickapin Productions.
How did you know?
Because I could see you in the screen. Hold on a second, we have Chickapin Productions here, folks. Oh, we're joined by Chickapin Productions.
I was just eating at the Diamond Horseshoe. I just wanted to come in and say hi real quick.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Yeah, so we're coming here for the 40% off.
Oh, hold on one moment. The gimbal head was following me. Let's do that. Okay. Say it again, please.
We just came for the Diamond Horseshoe because they're having the 40% off for the pass holders. But after this, we're going to go to Hollywood Studios. We originally had the reservation for the after hours at Epcot for last Thursday, but we changed it to today for the after hours at Hollywood Studios.
Yeah.
So after this, we're going to head over there. I think we're in Ratron. We have a line at Ratron. So yeah, I just wanted to come and say hi.
That's so cool. So if you're new to the channel, this is Chickapin Productions in the chat, folks. So like, comment, subscribe on YouTube, Chickapin Productions.
Nice to see you. I'll be in the chat tomorrow.
Sounds good.
I might not be
I understand.
Much,
yeah, I'll see you then.
Bye.
Take care.
See you.
Nice to see you again. Okay, folks, let's get back on track. All right, folks. Let's see where we are, though, in the chat. So I was saying Disney's Pop Century is another good alternative if you're looking to spend less monies. But either way, those resorts on Crescent Lake along with the Value Resort, Pop Century, would be my recommendations, Neil Desperandum. But let's see what the chat says. Randy says, nearly depends on your preference. Are you going to spend a lot of time at the hotel so we could spend a lot of time in the parks? Do you want to be close to the parks, or are you looking for the amenities? See, that's another good one, Randy. Well said. Again, Randy says, nearly depends on your preference. Are you going to spend a lot of time in the hotel so you can spend a lot of time in the parks? Or do you want to be close to the parks, or are you looking for the amenities? Very well stated, Randy. Let's head into Pecos Bill Talltale Inn and Cafe. Hold on a second, folks. Be right with you. The reason for our visit here, for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. Thank you for making the magic. Let's see. We'll head over to the mobile order pickup off in the distance. There's essentially nobody here, folks. This is pretty crazy. There should be at least some guests here. Sorry. Hold on, folks. Be right with you. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you. I'm sure you're super busy. I'm just looking. Oh, were you here first? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Make it 3, please. That's it. 3. Or 1 for me. Just add 1 to the 2. Sorry, excuse me. Thank you for making the magic. I'm sorry. I'm sure you're super busy. One moment, folks. I'll be right with you. Good. Yes, sir. 1-1. Have a great day.
Here we go,
Thank you for making the magic. Yeah. Have a great day. We have success, folks, for the complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. Stay hydrated, folks. Frankie 2-Bit, welcome in, welcome back. Frankie 2-Bit says, hello, everyone. Well, hello there, Frankie 2-Bit. Cheryl W. says, thanks, Randy. Neil Desperandum says, I'd say not much in the hotel and closer to the parks would be best. Thank you. So yeah, if that's the case and you could afford to do so, Neil Desperandum, I would recommend the Disney's Yacht and Beach Club Resort then. They're awesome resorts. The best location, in my opinion, on property. Extremely close walking distance to Epcot International Gateway. So there you go, Neil Desperandum. Excellent question. Randy says the 3 resorts closest to the Magic Kingdom are the monorail resorts, and they're very expensive. So what park you're referring to? Because there's resorts close to Animal Kingdom, Epcot, and Hollywood. Another excellent question, Randy. Randy says if you're not going to spend a lot of time at the hotels, your best bet would be a value resort like Pop Century All-Star Art and Animation because they have free transportation to the parks. Awesome, Randy. Neil Desperandum says, I see, I guess any budget hotel. I've stayed in the Swan Dolphin, but it was business trip and I didn't have to pay for it, luckily. So since I'm paying cheap is good. Okay. So Neil, I'm gonna say Pop Century then. Randy says you could always stay at a value resort and resort hop to other resorts for food and merchandise. Another pro tip from Randy. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Neil Desperandum says, thanks for those tips, Randy. I'll check them out. Thanks again. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Frankie. So Sam's Life Diary is wishing my camera rig, Frankenstein 4K, or Frankie 4K, a good day. I said good day. Oh, and Frankie Big Mouth and Frankie 1080p back in the chat. Welcome in, Frankie 1080p and Frankie Big Mouth. Chris says, I think the answer would be 4 years or 3 years for the expansion of Cars Land for the Rivers of America. Yeah, I think you're onto it, Chris. I say 4 years because generally it takes 3 years just to, have a major attraction or land. Of course, that's how the construction schedules on average take just for one land. But what about the backstage infrastructure that has to be prepared first? Like the retention ponds, so on and so forth that we covered in the article. So I'm saying 4 years. That may be my best guess. Sam's Life Diary says 2 Frankies. Yeah, that's right, Sam's Life Diary. Francesca, 16 Bites, welcome in, welcome back, says, hi at Sam's Life Diary. Oh, and Auntie B, welcome in, welcome back. Auntie B says, hello, chat family. Sam's Life Diary says, how long did Galaxy's Edge expansion take at Hollywood Studios? 3 years. 3 years. That was expedited. And the chat just jumped. I'm looking to see where we are in the chat, folks. Oh, and Mr. Cellophane, I do believe you are a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Mr. Cellophane. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Mr. Cellophane. Mr. Cellophane says, I predict we'll have a summer 2030 grand opening. So yeah, that's 5 years away. That's very possible. It could be 5 years. It could take more than 4. Absolutely. Oh, we got a fanfare. I'll come back to the chat after the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, folks.
Royal guests. Unfortunately, due to inclement weather and for the safety of our performers, this performance of the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade has been cancelled. But stay right where you are as the Magic Kingdom proudly presents our Rainy Day Cavalcade.
Tell me how long will this rain last? The rain keeps dropping, there ain't no stopping. Tell me how long will this rain last? Trickle, trickle, stop, stop. Just got to see my sweet gumdrop. She's there waiting, not hesitating. Tell me just when this rain will stop. I'm singing in the rain, I'm singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy. I love it now. So take a
Y'all have a great day. Too, have a great day. Go back to the hotel. You can wait back to the hotel half an hour ago.
And the carpet?
Oh, hello there. John with Fun to Be Free again. It was a little challenging getting down the parade route, navigating. It's like every obstacle in front of our, forward direction of travel, like the large custodial cart. It was kind of like gonk, gonk, gonk in front of us in the breezeway there. At any rate, thank you for joining me today. We're heading towards the hub right now, near Main Street, USA. We're trying to catch up to the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade, so stay tuned for that. Hopefully we'll catch up near Town Square, because they are traveling, they are hoofing it. They're going light speed to Endor right now. So I'm gonna flip the camera here. Hold on a second, folks. We really need to start getting expedited. We need to get serious here. We need to keep going. I can't see, I can hear it, but it's somewhere in the hub. Hello there. Kevin Hawthorne?
Huh?
Kevin?
No, look.
Oh, you're live. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to see you.
Okay. Hi, good. See at you, the Rainy Day Cavalcade.
Trying to catch up to the Rainy Day Cavalcade, folks. Hold on a second. We'll get there in a moment. I thought that guest said Kevin Hawthorne. So the Rainy Day Cavalcade's in the hub right now, folks. I'm debating on whether I should stay here or start making our way towards Town Square, towards the, of course, firehouse. I'm thinking that's probably the best. So we're gonna turn on our axis and we're gonna walk towards Town Square. We're gonna walk south here, down Main Street, USA. So stay tuned for the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. And if you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. Let me double check. Oh, we got the fanfare.
And for the safety of our performers, this performance of the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade has been cancelled. But stay right where you are as the Magic Kingdom proudly presents our Rainy Day Cavalcade.
Well, let's check him in the chat. The last shot I can see is from 1449 or 249. Rita in the tower says, hello, Aunt B, welcome back. Randy says, audio's good. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Neil Desperandum, for the audio update. Jasmine Reber says, so many people in the park. Is it already summer break? Jasmine Reber, I know it's a little hard to believe or comprehend. This is a slow day. Very low attendance here at the Magic Kingdom, Jasmine Reber. Very low. Auntie B says, hey there, only 47 more likes to go to get to 100 likes. All right, Auntie B, we're gonna do an all call, calling all explorers, calling all explorers. We're gonna start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button, unless you've already done so. So in 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Auntie B says we only need 47 more likes to go to get to 100 likes. Our goal today, 100 likes on Fun to Be Free. Thank you, Auntie B. Randy says today is going to be a great day. Auntie B, already 100 in the chat, so we can get to 200 likes today. Thank you, Randy, for the update. James_Bond007 says, I always look forward to seeing the Festival of Fun to Be Free Parade. Thank you so much, John and Frankie, for everything that you do for making my day an awesome day. Much mahalos as always, John. Thank you for being here. You're welcome, James_Bond007. Randy says, mahalo, JamesBond007. Thanks for joining us. Today was a pleasure seeing you in the chat. Thank you, Randy. Chris says, I got a question for everyone, too. Which hotels or deluxe hotels would be the least expensive here at Walt Disney World, depending on where you stay at? So the least expensive deluxe is the Animal Kingdom Lodge, Chris. It's the least expensive of the deluxe resort hotels. It's very neat. I would highly recommend it. The only thing is, the only source of transportation is, of course, the Walt Disney World bus system, and you're kind of down by Animal Kingdom. It's very close to Animal Kingdom theme park, but that's the only park that it's close to, and it's only transportation by bus. Neil Disparandum says, thank you. I'll look into all those. Very helpful. Much appreciated. You're welcome. Thank you for being here, Neil. Party Mom, welcome in, welcome back. Party Mom says, hello, Randy from Tucson. Party Mom says, thanks so much. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Chickapin. Paul Trippy. I do believe Paul Trippy is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Paul Trippy. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Welcome to the channel, Paul Trippy. And here's the cavalcade. Richard, Disney Magic and Mayhem. Hello, nice to see you, Richard.
How are you doing?
Nice to see you. Shout out to Disney Magic and Mayhem.
Let's catch this parade coming around.
You as well. Wait, oh, okay. I love, a rainy day cavalcade here at the Magic Kingdom. Even though it's not raining, I guess they had to make a judgment call. The entertainment department, parade one, if you will, due to performer safety, so on and so forth. But either way, it's a good opportunity for us to, of course, witness, experience, spot the rainy day cavalcade parade. It's still fun, nevertheless. John with Fun to Be Free, of course, prefers his Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. But stay tuned, maybe the next time we're here at the Magic Kingdom, we can experience the Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade. We're gonna flip the camera here, hold on just a second. We're now on Main Street, USA. We're gonna check in with the chat again. We're heading north. I'm thinking we should, of course, head over back into Frontierland. In Frontierland, there's an amazing attraction that I'd like to experience and invite everybody with me. It's called Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So of course, stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. In the meantime, we're gonna head north into the hub. We'll check in with the Walt and Mickey Partners statue. We'll say hi. And then of course, behind us, if you will, during the cavalcade, we ran into, of course, Richard with, of course, Disney Magic and Mayhem. Shout out to Disney Magic and Mayhem. Richard live streams from YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe. Support your local live streamer. Well, we'll get back to the chat here. Let's see where we are. And are you asking yourself, is there a way that you could support Fun to Be Free? Well, you would be correct. John with Fun to Be Free left a link all around Fun to Be Free on the homepage on YouTube. It's kind of like, an Easter egg hunt. There's the link for the PayPal, of course, a way to support the channel, pinned to the top of the chat. And then there should be one also on the homepage in the More section in the description box below of this live stream as well. But let's get back to the chat here. Joe Miggy Rock, welcome in, welcome back. Joe Miggy Rock says, hello all. And James _ Bond 007 says, I can always hope that someone soon that I can be your 700 like so that I can also be your 007th like too. Thank you, James _ Bond. Thank you for that. Florida Mark says, I love the Polynesian Village Resort and Yacht and Beach Club. I agree with Florida Mark. However, of course, hold on a second. Let me double check. The Polynesian is a little bit more expensive than the Yacht and Beach Club Resort. And of course, the Polynesian is better proximity to the Magic Kingdom. John with Fun to Be Free would prefer, of course, Epcot, if you will. But Neil Desperandus says, copy that, thanks. Frankie64, welcome in, welcome back. Frankie64 says, good afternoon, John, chat family at Sam's Life Diary, as well as Frankie family. Thank you for being here, Frankie64. Randy says, Chris, depends on when you go and when if you're eligible for discounts. The moderate resort for that feels like a deluxe is the Coronado Springs. Another pro tip from Randy. Of course, just keep in mind the Coronado Springs only offers bus service. James _ Bond 007 says, it's always good to see you, Randy, my friend. Randy says, nice meeting you, Chickapin. Randy says, welcome back, Joe Miggy Rock. I feel like I'm going to photobomb here, so let me get out of the way. But we're here at the Walt and Mickey Partners statue. Off in the picturesque background, of course, is Cinderella Castle. Let me pause here for just a moment. Then we'll head over to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Stay tuned for that. Paul Trippy says, I like the Old Key West Resort when my whole family goes, and I like to stay at Pop Century when I go by myself. Yeah, I really like, of course, the Old Key West, but of course, that's Disney Vacation Club. And I know, folks, you could purchase points and you could go through Disney and you could stay at that property, Old Key West, as a DVC as well. It's just that the DVC, I'd recommend only if you have a rental car or a vehicle, because they only offer bus service and it's kind of isolated out there. Not to mention that you should most likely, or my recommendation would be simply staying at Old Key West if you have a large group, a large family, large group of friends, if you will, because they are very large, folks. Randy says, welcome back, Paul. Randy says, welcome in, Party Mom. Sam's Life Diary says, time for a parade soon? You gotta party harder, Marty. Name the movie. Oh, you're talking about Back to the Future Part 1? Is that what you're talking about, Sam's Life Diary? Barbara Collins. I do believe Barbara Collins is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Barbara Collins. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Barbara Collins. But it says, look at my Mickey. Oh, probably during the cavalcade, Barbara Collins? Yeah, I enjoy it. Barbara Collins says, look on your right. Oh, maybe you're joining us here at the Magic Kingdom. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. Barbara Collins says, look on your right. So she was probably joining us earlier on the parade route somewhere, is my guess. And Alessandro Calabresi says, love the stream. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Alessandro Calabresi. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Randy says, welcome in, Barbara. Welcome in, Barbara. Gardener of the Galaxy says, All Stars and Pop Century are great for kids because they make you feel like you're in the Disney Magic. I agree with you, Gardener of the Galaxy. I would say or recommend the Pop Century over the All Stars. Pop Century is just, a skosh, a little bit more expensive in price point, but you have access to the Disney Skyliner, whereas the All Stars have only the bus service. It's because I keep pushing the I keep pushing the Disney's Pop Century Resort because they have the Disney Skyliner and bus service. You get the best of both worlds. Florida Mark says raining in Lakeland. So thanks for the update, Florida Mark. But my guess is the parade captain, parade 1 for, of course, Disney Festival of Fantasy Parade, they looked at the radar map and said, oh, that's not looking good because it's raining literally next door. And then as it turns out, it didn't actually pour here. Welcome to Florida. And A. Joels, welcome in, welcome back, says, boo! Paul Trippy says, no, but I like the rainy day parade. I do like it too, Paul. A. Joel says, should have announced it 10 minutes ago. Yeah, so A. Joel's, they announce it as soon as they can because it takes maximum effort to essentially switch out the Festival of Fantasy Parade and transition into the Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. It takes a long time, and they do it, the announcement as quickly or expeditiously as they can. There's a lot going on backstage, a lot going on in a very short period of time to bring you that Rainy Day Cavalcade Parade. Hey, Jules. Randy says, it's not the Festival of Fun to Be Free. Oh, Randy, I'm going to pop up the subscribe banner because I think I know where you're going with this. Again, Randy says, it's not the Festival of Fun to Be Free. It's a Rainy Day Cavalcade with John and Frankie. The umbrellas are up, the ponchos are on, and the magic is still marching, just with a few more puddles. But don't worry, because when you're with John and Frankie, it's always the festival of fun to be free. I love it, Randy. Thank you. It's the festival of fun to be free. And Paul Trippy says, my favorite parades is during Halloween. Those parades are always so fun to watch. Yeah, they're cool, huh, Paul Trippy? Real quick, Paul, John with Fun to be Free, or this guy right here used to work at the Disneyland Resort where I drove all kinds of parade floats and many, many parades. My favorite, of course, is the Main Street Electrical Parade. Elliot, the big green dragon. We're now on the parade route. We're in Frontierland. We're approaching Tiana's Bayou Adventure. It's right up ahead, folks. That's where we're headed next. Stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Let's jump back to the chat, though. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. Oh, Randy, your soliloquy got cut up. Hold on, let's do it again, Randy. We'll do the soliloquy again.
I didn't hear it.
Let me do it right. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. So we got chit chats, or chats between Randy's chats, if you will. We'll do it again. Randy says it's not the festival of fun to be free. It's a rainy day cavalcade with John and Frankie. The umbrellas are up, the ponchos are on, and the magic is still marching, just with a few more puddles. But don't worry, because when you're with John and Frankie, it's always the festival of fun to be free. Whether it's rain, shine, or surprise Beverly in the forecast, the stream rolls on with laughs, magic, and that 4K sparkle. So tap. Hold on, the chat roll and jump. Where are we? Hold on. Oh, Randy, I went to ludicrous speed here. I don't know where that chat went. Oh, wow. Lots of chit-chats going on right now. And they fell off a cliff. How do you like them apples, folks? Again, I could only receive 99 maximum chats, and the 100 falls off a cliff. It gets zapped, deleted. I have no access to it. I'm sorry. Excuse me, folks. I'm trying my best with the chats. Lots of chats rolling in at the same time. Wow. At any rate, we're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Let's check in with the big drop. Let's see what it looks like. You know, the logs going down the drop here in Frontierland. Going down the bayou. Maybe here at Tiana's Foods. All right, so let's head over to the marquee entrance and let's see about joining the queue here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Randy's the last chat I could see it from 1514. So that's 3:14 Eastern. Randy says, welcome back, Via. It's always great to see you in the chat. Sorry, folks, I apologize. Some of the chats just disappeared. I try to stay on top of them, but man, they rolled in fast and furious right now. Reed in the tower says, Via Alex, rainy day parade. Welcome in, welcome back, Via Alex. Randy says, it's the rainy day parade, Via. Thank you, Randy. Mad Mike, I do believe Mad Mike is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Mad Mike. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Oh, we go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Mad Mike says, a new stream. Love it. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the channel, Mad Mike. We're in Frontierland, approaching Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Stay tuned for that. I'm walking down some steps here. No, I'm not walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA. But here in Frontierland, down some steps. Look at this, folks. Can you believe this? 50 minutes. It's 50 minutes for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So let's join the queue. So you know how I was saying before, the attendance is low? Wow, is it low? 50 minutes for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Usually, it's like 70, 75, 80, 85 minutes. Hello there, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Where are all the people today, folks? Where are all the people? Oh, we got the Walt Disney World Railroad coming into the Frontierland station overhead. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. All right, let's come back down to ground level. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Let's see where we are on the chat, folks. Hold on one moment here. Reed in the Tower says the princesses can't get wet. That's right, Reed in the Tower. You got that right. Reed in the Tower says, hey, at Mad Mike. Good to see you. Mad Mike says, is this you, Reed? Oh, does Mad Mike and Reed go way back on other streams? Are you best buds? Randy says, welcome in, Mad Mike. Mad Mike says, the Reed? Awesome. I love it already, Mad Mike. Thank you for being here. CJL, welcome in, welcome back. CJL says, hi, everyone. Well, hello there, CJL. Thank you for joining us. Mad Mike says, hi, Randy. Florida Mark says, I love a rainy day cavalcade. Thank you for being here, Florida Mark. Oh, Mary on the Move. Mary on the Move says, paging at Florida Mark. Hi, Florida Mark. Sorry I'm popping in late. Reed in the Tower says, at Mad Mike. That'd be me. Randy says, hey, CGL. And Spittleful or Beulah, welcome in and welcome back. Beulah back in the chat. Beulah says, howdy, folks. Bear time today? Stay tuned and find out, Beulah. And you'll say, it's getting late here in the UK. I know, Beulah. We're currently here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So we'll see, Beulah. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what the day holds because it might rain today. I don't know, Beulah. Mad Mike says, love it. Thank you for being here, Mad Mike. Randy says, welcome in, boss. And Reed in the Tower says, hi, CGL. Reed in the Tower says, hi, at Mary on the Move. Randy says, hey, Beulah. Mad Mike says, love the commentary. Mary on the Move says, hey, Randy. And Reed in the Tower, sorry, I popped in out for a minute to conduct 2 interviews this morning, but all good. I'm back. Thank you for being here, Mary on the Move. Randy says, Mad Mike, John, and Frankie are awesome. The bestest YouTube channel. Well, thank you so much, Randy. Let's pop up the subscribe banner and let's do that again. Thank you, Randy. Mad Mike, John, and Frankie are awesome. The bestest YouTube channel. Of course, Randy is referring to my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K or Frank 4K or maybe Frankie 4K for short. That's right, folks. We're broadcasting live in ultra high definition 4K today. Randy says, am I getting replaced, Mary, or are you getting another assistant? All I get is a mop? But you got to remember, Randy, you earned your stars and stripes. You earned your pin. You are the employee of the month. Thank you for being here, Randy. Thank you for your help. Randy is a member of the Mod Squad, along with Reed in the Tower, Fast Pass Radio, and Mary on the Move. Thank you for your help, Mod Squad members. Ryan Wesley, welcome in, welcome back. Ryan Wesley says, Randy, did you say bestest? Yeah, Ryan Wesley. Thank you for being here, Ryan Wesley. Reed in the Tower says, to support John and Fun to Be Free, PayPal.com, link pinned to the top of the chat. Thank you, Reed in the Tower. Thank you for that. We'll pop up the PayPal banner, and bow, there you go. So, if you're asking yourself, folks, how do I support John with Fun to Be Free? Reed in the Tower says, there's the link, folks, in the chat. Paul Trippy says, my favorite ride in Magic Kingdom. I am from New Orleans, Louisiana, and look and feel the ride makes you feel like you're here in Louisiana. Oh, I love it too, Paul Trippy. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Where are you from? Brazil. Welcome. Fun to be free. Fun to be free. YouTube. Fun to be free. Her one moment. Fun to be free. Let's get back to the chat, folks. But yeah, Paul Trippy, he's saying he's from New Orleans, and he thinks that the Tiana's Bayou Adventure makes him feel like you're really in Louisiana. So the Walt Disney Imagineers who do such a great job, huh, Paul Trippy? Thank you for being here. Randy says, the bestest of the bestest, Ryan. Well, thank you, Randy. Appreciate that. Mad Mike says, staying in Boardwalk in 15 days. Oh, cool. I'm so excited for you, Mad Mike. Are you a professional when it comes to the Walt Disney World Resort, Mad Mike? Do you have any pro tips for anybody that's new to the channel, new to the Walt Disney World Resort, coming to the Walt Disney World Resort for the first time, Mad Mike? Reed in the Tower says that, Randy, should we be scared? Mary the Move says, LOL, Randy, could never replace you. Mad Mike says, Boardwalk. Ryan Wesley says, forever? And Reed in the Tower says, welcome in at Paul Trippy. Randy says, nice, Mike. Stick around, you might get some great tips. And Linda Franchilla, I do believe Linda Franchilla, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Linda Franchilla, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you, Linda Franchilla. But Linda says, my daughter and her friends were supposed to be the Grand Marshals today. So thank you, because I'm over here in New Mexico working. So not today, but Monday, they'll get to be the Grand Marshals. Okay, so let's see, what's today? Wednesday, so you're saying this Monday, Linda? Welcome to the channel. Mad Mike says, I can probably give great tips too. Thank you, Mad Mike. Reed in the tower says that, Mad Mike, nice. Bet you can't wait. I think so, Reed. Randy says, oh, Linda, sorry you didn't get to see them, but it must have been great being able to see the parade. Thanks for joining us, Linda. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, are you a Disney Pro, Mike? And Mad Mike says, pretty much just don't have the patch. Huh. Do you get a patch, Mad Mike, for being a professional? I was not aware. But they do give complimentary buttons here at the Walt Disney World Resort, like at the Magic Kingdom, Mad Mike, as you're aware. And you can write whatever you want on it. We'll put a WDW Pro on it, maybe, for you. Florida Mark says, hi, at Mary the Move. Can I provide my email? And Randy says, big thumbs up, Mike. Mad Mike says, we go a lot. My sister is a travel agent and a travel agent. Oh, so you and your sister are travel agents, Mad Mike? So, yeah, you're a professional, I'm guessing. You know what you're talking about. So, yeah, thank you for being here, Mad Mike. Randy says, awesome, Mad Mike. And Mad Mike said something about the chat. Rolling, jumping, folks. Hold on. Where are we in the chat? I'm looking, folks. Hold on. Mad Mike says, so we are up to date, but can I always learn something new? Thank you for being here, Mad Mike. Reed in the tower says that, Mad Mike, that's convenient having family travel agent. It sure is, huh, Reed? Hey, Reed, how is Dorina by any chance? Randy says, we are never too old to learn, like the enthusiasm and positivity, Mike. Thank you, Randy. Mad Mike says, we always travel with them. And Randy says 40 on Tiana's, so it just popped from 40 to 50 as I put the camera on the screen to look like Randy. When I say camera on the screen, the standby wait time sign indicated 40 minutes for Tiana's, and then just as I zoomed in, it went 50. Mad Mike says, what is on your screen host name? I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, Mad Mike. What is on our screen host's name? John with Fun to Be Free? Is that what you're asking? Randy says, Frankie is the camera rig and the host is with the most is John. Oh, I see. I'll come back after the PA announcement.
We ask you please continue keeping up with that party in front of you, filling in any available spaces. This will both help keep your wait time down to its absolute minimum and get you closer to that air conditioning as soon as possible. Once again, we ask you please keep up with that party in front of you, filling in any available space. Once you make it inside, down to the loading area, we ask you please inform that loading cast member of the total number of guests in your party. We'd like to thank you again for joining us today here at Tiana's Foods, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your time here at the Magic Kingdom. Let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll. But, so I think I understand what you're saying now, Mad Mike. Mad Mike says, what is on our screen host name? Randy says, Frankie is the camera rig and the host with the most is John. Got it. So, real quick, Mad Mike. Hello there, Mad Mike. John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. But at any rate, so what Randy's suggesting is my camera rig I call Frankenstein 4K or Frankie 4K for short. So that's probably what it was referring to, is my guess. But welcome to the channel, Mad Mike. And Reed in the tower says that, Mad Mike, John and Frankie is the streaming setup. Thank you, Reed. Randy says, I like granny apples. Yummy. Oh, yeah. How do you like them apples, Randy? And Chris says, my favorite Halloween parade would be Mickey's Costume Party Cavalcade from 2013 in Disneyland. Now, that's a very good parade. That's a blast from the past, Chris. Yeah, it is. Wow. Mad Mike says, John is a fast talker. From New York? Oh, as it turns out, Mad Mike, I'm actually from Southern California. Hold on, I'll pop on the screen here. So Mad Mike, John with Fun to Be Free. I'm from Anaheim, California, and I used to work at the Disneyland Resort for 22 years, driving, of course, floats and working attractions. So I worked in parades and show support. My favorite float I ever drove, you probably heard me say this before, the Elliott float in Main Street Electrical Parade, Mad Mike. Thank you for being here. So I'm not from New York, Mad Mike, but I am a fast talker. Some people call me the auctioneer from Pirates of the Caribbean. and you haven't heard anything yet. Other people call me the Micro Machines guy from the 80s. Reed in the Tower says that Mad Mike John was a cast member at DL for many. Oh, allow myself to introduce myself. Thank you, Reed. Mad Mike says, wow. Mad Mike says, you find someone with a kiddo and rider swap. Mad Mike. Oh boy. This is fun already. Chris says, wow, Reed in the Tower, that's awesome. And John was a cast member at Disneyland Resort for parades and attractions. Thank you, Chris. And Eeyore's Adventure, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Eeyore's Adventures. Well, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Eeyore's Adventures. But Eeyore's Adventures says Hobby Lobby. Oh, do you work at Hobby Lobby? Eeyore's Adventures. Welcome to the channel. Oh, and Sonic. Look at this. We have the one, the only Sonic in the chat. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Where are you guys from? North Carolina? Oh, I know North Carolina.
You were at Epcot yesterday.
Oh, okay. You guys okay to be on camera? Oh, okay. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. And of course, who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
I'm Alexia. That's Jake.
Hello there. Nice to see you. Do you have any pro tips for, go ahead, if you guys, you're more than welcome, go ahead. Do you have any pro tips for anybody that's viewing us live, first time they're coming to Walt Disney World Resort by any chance?
Do not do Magic Kingdom at the beginning of the week.
The Monday?
It's the busiest.
I
Yes,
think you're
everyone
right.
Starts at Magic Kingdom. So
You're
at
right.
Epcot.
Yeah, you're right.
Emptiest at the beginning.
You're right. And the next thing, somebody's in the chat's going to say, cute ears, and where did you get them?
The Emporium here
Got
on
it.
Main Street.
Okay, Emporium here on Main Street. Again, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone with you? We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Hello there. Oh, enjoy. I'm sure I'll see you all three here, yeah. I'll end up riding with you, I'm sure, right? The way it works, yeah. We're going to go continue to our forward direction of travel, folks. Hello there. We're live on YouTube. Hello there. Let's get back to the chat. Let's go find Sonic's chat. So the one, the only Sonic, or goes by, you know, J Sonic Hedgehog in the chat. Sonic says, OMG. I guess it's the buffering in the chat since I was just waiting for my first few chats, and my first chat was back at 15:08. YouTube is causing mischief for you, John. LOL. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on, Sonic. So real quick, yesterday in the chat, they were getting duplicated. Like every chat was like duplicate, 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 duplicate. So I don't know what's going on with the YouTube chat, folks, but good observation, Sonic. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're back. Randy says, welcome in Eeyore's Adventures. Rita in the Tower says, hello at Eeyore's Adventures. Welcome in. And the Sorcerer, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to see you, the Sorcerer. Where you been, the Sorcerer? But the Sorcerer says, hey, everyone. Thank you for being here, the Sorcerer. Randy says, welcome in, the Sorcerer. Rita in the Tower says, hey, at Sorcerer. And Florida Mark says, at Mary the Move, I added it to the description on my channel. Florida Mark, thank you. Sonic says, ugh, I can't follow John today in the chat, LOL. Why? Because it's all over the road and they're either falling off a cliff because I get so many chats, Sonic. Eeyore's Adventure says, when you go down the drop on this ride, yell Hobby Lobby. Okay. Eeyore's Adventures, I just got to remember to say that, I guess. Thank you for being here. Mary the Move says, thanks at Florida Mark. Mary the Move says, sorry, Sonic, chat's on fire again. Oh, and there it goes. We just went into, of course, ludicrous mode with the chat, folks. Not that it's a bad thing, folks. I just have a, you know, challenging time staying on top of it, if you will. Let's see where we are, though, here. Hold on a second. We got lots of chats, folks. I'm trying to find where we are. Mad Mike says, first tip, use a travel agent. Oh, yeah. Good one, Mad Mike. That's a good pro tip. Again, Mad Mike says, first tip, use a travel agent. And Rita Guron, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Rita Guron. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Rita Guron. Rita Guron says hi from Puerto Rico. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here, Rita Guron. We're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Of course, stay tuned for this world-class attraction, Rita. And Sonic says, fun to be free. No, it's fun that I'm free and fun that you're free. Thank you for being here, Sonic. Where's the LOL? I'm waiting for the LOL, Sonic. Rita in the Tower says, hi, at Rita Guron. Sonic says, at Mary the Move, it's okay. Randy says, welcome in, Rita. Buenvenida, Rita. James Davidson, welcome in, welcome back. James Davidson says, hello at Fun to Be Free and everyone from the New Jersey Shore. Nice to see you, James. And Tobias, B-O-I-G-N-E-R, Tobias Boinger, I believe is the way you pronounce it. Tobias, welcome in, welcome back. Or I'm sorry, excuse me, welcome to the channel, Tobias. I do believe Tobias is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello, Tobias. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Tobias. Of course, welcome to the channel. We're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and Tobias says, how long do you wait? Currently, it's 50 minutes for Tiana's Bayou Adventure at the moment. Tobias, it's a little on the low side. The attendance here at Magic Kingdom is, low today, low attendance. Thank you for being here, Tobias. Rita and Tara says, hey, James Davidson. Rita Garan says, thanks, Randy. Randy says, they give complimentary Fun to Be cups of water instead of patches. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, welcome in, James. Rita and Tower says that. Tobias, post a wait time 50 minutes. Thank you, Reed. James Davidson says, hello at Rita and Tower. Florida Mark says, looks like John and Frank are about to go down the bayou. You nailed it, Florida Mark. Randy says, welcome in, Tobias. He's just joined the queue at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. I will pause for the PA announcement.
At all times, filling in all available space. This will keep your wait time down to its absolute minimum. Once in the loading area, please let Catherine Bucks hold number 8, your party. But once again, friends, please keep up with the person or party in front of you at all times, filling in all available space. Like they always say, if there's room on the floor, there is room for more. We hope you enjoy the facility.
Room on the floor, room for more. Got it. Oh, hello there. We're live on YouTube. Mary the Move says 10 likes to 100. Don't forget to drop a like on your way in for more fun with John and Frankie 4K. Well, thank you, Mary the Move. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right. Mary the Move says 10 likes to 100. Don't forget to drop a like on your way for more fun with John and Frankie 4K. Thank you, Mary the Move. All right, so we're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button who's viewing us live right now if you haven't done so already. So here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because we need to get to our new goal of 100 likes today. Because Mary the Move says 10 likes to 100. Don't forget to drop a like on your way in for more fun with John and Frankie 4K. Mad Mike says, happy to have found you. Gotta run. Should see you soon. Thank you for being here, Mad Mike. James Davidson says, thumbs up for the like button too. Thank you, James. Randy says, thanks for joining us, Mike. Join us again tomorrow if you like. Randy says, thanks, James. James says, hello, Randy. Eeyore's Adventure says, I don't work at Hobby Lobby. I just like the store. Got it. So you are a crafter, Eeyore's Adventures. Are you talented? Can you crochet, Eeyore's Adventures? Sonic says, yeah. Does not look good weather-wise, John. Okay, thanks for the update, Sonic. Yeah, it's Florida Mark says it was raining in Lakeland. It's literally right down the road, Sonic. Reed in the Tower says, correct. Monday is always a busy day for MK or Magic Kingdom. Everyone goes there on the first day of their vacation. You nailed it, Reed in the Tower. Listen to Reed in the Tower. He is an expert at the Walt Disney World Resort. He really knows what he's talking about. Dorina knows what she's talking about too. Queen Dorina, that is. Randy says, oh, I think I know where Randy's going to go with this. So let's pop up the subscribe banner and let's do this right. Randy says, John and Frankie are going down the bayou and they didn't even need a magic beignet to get there. The gators are grooving, the fireflies are flashing, and Frankie's wondering if the splash is emotional or just from the drop. One thing's for sure, whether it's frogs, friends, or funky music, when John and Frankie head down the bayou, the good times roll, and the Q Commander, the chat just did this, folks. Gone. Randy, hold on a second. I gotta find where we are. One thing's for sure, whether it's frogs, friends, or funky music, when John and Frankie head down the bayou, the good times roll, and the Q Commander rides in style. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and join the jazzy journey live at 2 p.m. Eastern in glorious 4K. Randy, look at you go. Every time you pop in with your new soliloquy, you outdo yourself. I can picture you laughing now and chuckling to yourself, Randy. Well done. Pat yourself on the back. Here's the sound of one hand clapping, Randy. Randy says, John and Frankie are going down the bayou, and they didn't even need a magic beignet to get there. The gators are grooving, the fireflies are flashing, and Frankie's wondering if the splash is emotional or just from the drop. One thing's for sure, whether it's frogs, friends, or funky music, when John and Frankie head down the bayou, the good times roll, and the Q Commander rides in style. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and join the jazzy journey live at 2 p.m. Eastern in glorious 4K. Thank you, Randy. Reading the tower says, hey, at Can't Complain, welcome in. And there's a chit chat between, so chat got in between Randy's chats. I do believe we have another new subscriber, says, Can't Complain. Can't Complain, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Can't complain. Can't Complain says the weather is great, actually. It's a little humid right now. Can't Complain, are you joining us from the Magic Kingdom here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure in the Queue? Hello there. By any chance, Can't Complain? Welcome to the channel, though. Randy says, welcome in, Can't Complain. Fleur Mark says, hi, I can't complain. The Sorcerer back in the chat. Sorcerer says, I was out of town for work, then I got back and I had to take off to do my best friend's wedding. Been a busy few weeks. No, I understand, Sorcerer, I know. You're probably busy. I'm just saying, thank you for joining us again. We haven't seen you a bit. We enjoy when you're here, the Sorcerer. Thank you for being here. Eeyore's Adventure says, yeah, I always yell Hobby Lobby on ride drops. Oh, I see. Because you're a big fan of the Hobby Lobby. I get it, Eeyore's Adventures. What do you yell on Winnie the Pooh and Friends when you're on that attraction? On Winnie the Pooh, that is, Eeyore's Adventures. Floatermark says 9 more likes to get to 100. Thank you for the update, Floatermark. Let's do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3, end with the number 1. Once you get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button who has not done so. So here we go. And 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Let's go. Floatermark says 9 more likes to get 100. Thank you, Floatermark. Ella the Goth, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hi, Ella the Goth from Scotland. Thank you for being here, Ella the Goth. We're here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure, Ella the Goth. Enjoy. Sonic says, yell Hobby Lobby like Chibro, Chibro, Chibo. LOL. There it is, Sonic. I love it. I missed you. Reddy says, welcome back, Ella. Reed in the tower says, welcome back at Ella the Goth. And 11 Bic 22. That's 11 11 BIC 22. 11 Bic 22. I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, 11 Bic 22. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But 11 Bic 22 says hello. Well, hello there, 11 Bic 22. Welcome. Adaman says going down the bayou. Oh, welcome in, welcome back yourself, Adaman. Thank you for being here. But Adaman again says going down the bayou. Yeah, I can't wait, Adaman. You love this, huh? So fun. Tiana's. Randy says welcome in, 11 Bic 22. Rian Tower says hi, 11 Bic 22. Randy says welcome in, Adam. And Daryl Dixon back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Daryl Dixon says, hi, John, out Randy, Mary the Moon, Rian Tower, and chat. Thank you for being here, Daryl Dixon. And Mike Wazowski, welcome in, welcome back, Mike Wazowski. But the chat just, let me find it, hold on. I think I found it. That was a lucky break. I found it that quick. Mike Wazowski says, hello from Florida. Yeah, Mike Wazowski, a local, an annual pass holder here. Nearby, if you will. Thank you for being here, Mike Wazowski. Is it raining down by you right now, Mike Wazowski? Neil Desperandum says 41 likes. Let's go, people. Thank you, Neil Desperandum. Thank you for that. And 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now because Neil Desperandum says, let's go, people. Randy says, welcome back, Daryl. And Reed in the tower says, hey there at Daryl Dixon. Randy says, welcome back, Mike Wazowski. And Eeyore's Adventure says, I don't crochet, but I do like crafts. I mainly like the decor, though. Oh, like all the wall art, if you will. All the decor that Hobby Lobby sells, Eeyore's Adventures. Thank you for being here. Randy says 100 likes down, 100 more to go. Thank you, Randy. So we have a new goal on Fun to Be Free. We have a new goal of 200 likes, folks. So if you're new to the channel, if you're ghost watching, if you're ninja watching, if you're a hitchhiking ghost, we need to get to our new goal of 200 likes. So we'll do another countdown. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button unless you've already done so. Let's go. Daryl Dixon says, good afternoon to James Davidson. Rita Tower says, hey, at Mike Wazowski. Good to see you. Mike Wazowski says, hey, Randy. And Chris says, hey, everybody. I heard some news. Have you heard of Brad Ross, the international star illusionist? He's my favorite magician. So, Chris, as it turns out, I have not heard of Brad Ross. I'll have to look it up when we're offline. Thank you, Chris, for the update there. Chris says, it's magical. Oh, because he makes magic? Huh, Chris? Eeyore's Adventure says, anyways, who else misses Splash Mountain? Hey, Eeyore's Adventure, hold on a second. Let me hop on the screen here. Eeyore's Adventures, John with Fun to Be Free. This guy used to work Splash Mountain in Anaheim, California at Disneyland, at the Disneyland Resort. At any rate, no, I miss it too, Eeyore's Adventures. But I do enjoy Tiana's Bayou Adventure, very much so. The Walt Disney Imagineers are very talented, and it's very fun to experience Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Thank you for being here at Eeyore's Adventures. Florida Mark says hi at Mike Wazowski and Francisco Frankie. I do believe Francisco Frankie is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Francisco Frankie. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go there live, of course, live every day, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Francisco Frankie says, hola, all. Welcome to the channel, Francisco Frankie. So we're getting a lot of Frankies in the chat, folks. I call my camera rig Frankenstein 4K. I'm not quite certain why we're getting so many Frankies in the chat, though. It seems like every day we get more and more Frankies in the chat. Down the bayou. Going down the bayou. But Mike Wazowski says, hi, Florida Mark. And reading the, oh, we got the Walt Disney World Railroad. The Roger E. Brogy pulling into the station. Mike Wazowski says, hi, Florida Mark. Rita in Tower says, hey, at Francisco Frankie. Can't Complain says, yes, that was me who you just interviewed. Oh, Can't Complain. Nice to see you again. Rita in the Tower said something, but the chat just went to the next zip code, folks. I'm not certain where we are in the chat. Hold on, I'm rewinding, folks. Trying to rewind in the chat. Hold on a second. I'm looking. I think I found it, though. And as I said that, no, I didn't. Hold on a second. And it's raining, folks. Rita in the Tower says, hey, Francisco Frankie. Rita in the Tower says, can't complain with the sparkly ears. You nailed it, Reed. Randy says, Eeyore, if you close your eyes and zippity-doo-dah, it's the same. Randy. Eeyore's Adventure says, I actually have never yelled anything on poo, but I have sang Take Me Out to the Ball Game, entire song of Matterhorn in California. Oh, so you're a big Matterhorn fan at the Disneyland Resort at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Eeyore's Adventures.
Hey y'all, and welcome to Tiana's Bayou Adventure. As you wait, we ask you please keep up with that party in front of you, filling in all available space. This will help keep your wait time down to its absolute minimum. Once you're in the loading area, please inform that loading cast member the total number of guests in your party. Once again, we ask you please continue moving forward, keeping up with that party in front of you. We hope you enjoy your time here at Tiana's Foods and the rest of your day at the Magic Kingdom. Have a good time.
All right, let's get back to the chat, folks. Reddy says, welcome in, San Francisco Frankie. Lisbeth says, hello from Sweden with the pink hand waving. Welcome in, welcome back, Lisbeth. Rita in the Tower says, at Eeyore's Adventures, love Matterhorn. And Rita in the Tower says, hey, Elizabeth. Sonic says, cheeseburger, rolls the R. Oh, God, you make me laugh, John. Sonic, thank you for being here. Reddy says, hey, Elizabeth. Mike Wazowski says, it's raining in Auburndale. Light rain. Thanks for the update, Mike Wazowski. Oh, and Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant. Welcome in, welcome back. Theme Park Giant. Again, folks, John with Fun to Be Free. Theme Park Giant just popped into the live chat. I had left a link in the description box below from this video, this live stream. Once this live stream is over, of course, head over to Theme Park Giant. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer, folks. Theme Park Giant says, hello, everyone. Reading Tower says, hey, TPG. And Eeyore's Adventures says, yeah, I like all of the wall art. I also like the clocks, too. Okay, cool. So, real quick, Eeyore's Adventures. I enjoy Hobby Lobby myself. Randy says, TPG. Sonic says, what do you mean Lakeland is next to your area? Four Corners is near it. You're right, Sonic, it is. I'm just saying that Lakeland's, it's down the highway. But yes, Four Corners is literally touching Animal Kingdom, if you will. Eeyore's Adventure says, OMG, you actually used to work Splash Mountain? I did, Eeyore's Adventures. I did. Floater Mark says, hey, at Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant says, hey, Reed, Randy, and Mark. Randy says, we are surrounded by Frankies. I know. Yeah, Randy, that is an understatement. I think we have so many handles that go by ... Frankie. I'm not certain where they're coming from. Francisco Frankie says, thank you for the warm greetings. Well, thank you for being here, Francisco Frankie. So the reason why I'm talking about this is because I call my camera rig Frankenstein 4K, or Frank 4K for short. Maybe Frankie 4K? Francisco Frankie? Sonic says, all these French fries from McDonald's is making me thirsty. They are, Sonic? You got out? Did you get on the subway or the bus today, Sonic? Randy says it's close to the 4th of July. As always, Frank's on the 4th of July. I guess so, Randy. Eeyore's Adventure says, unpopular opinion, but I actually think Disneyland in California is better than Walt Disney World. Oh, okay, let's talk about this real fast. Eeyore's Adventures. You bring up an interesting topic. So here we go. So Eeyore's Adventures. So I always say it's kind of like In-N-Out versus Five Guys. If you grew up around In-N-Out, if I ask that person, they'll say, or I should go back and say, no, what do you like better, In-N-Out or Five Guys? If the person grew up around In-N-Out, then they'll say In-N-Out. And of course, if they grew up around Five Guys, they'll say Five Guys. So the point of this whole story, this whole diatribe, where this story is going nowhere fast, right, folks? At any rate, Eeyore's Adventures, all I'm saying is if you grew up near Disneyland going there as a small child, you'll say, what's better, Disneyland? If you grew up coming to Walt Disney World, you'll say, what's better, Walt Disney World? I think it's that simple. I think it's just that simple, Eeyore's Adventures. And Senegal Sal, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Senegal Sal. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Senegal Sal. Senegal Sal says this queue loop has been on repeat at work here lately. Where do you work? Hey, well, my next question is, are you listening to FastPassRadio.com, Senegal Sal? So real quick, I wanted to mention there's a link in the description box below, Senegal Sal. So that's FastPassRadio.com. FastPassRadio.com is where you can listen to free Disney Parks background music on FastPassRadio.com. So shout out to FastPassRadio.com. So are you listening online to Disney Parks music by any chance? Disney Parks background music, Senegal Sal? Sonic says, there you'll be a Frankie Munoz in here before you know it, John. Oh yeah, the movie star from Hollywood? Sonic? Possibly, you never know, Sonic. Theme Park Giant says it's cool, Eeyore. Everyone is entitled to their unpopular and incorrect opinions. Oh, Theme Park Giant. Randy says, welcome in, Senegal. Randy says, TPG Disneyland has some good qualities. I concur, Randy. And Senegal South says, thanks. And where are we in the chat? Oh, here we go. Theme Park Giant says, haha, Randy. I love DL, just having fun. Thank you for being here, Theme Park Giant. And Eeyore's Adventures back in the chat. Hold on a moment. Let me double check to see where we are. Okay, I need to change out the battery, folks. Hold on a second. So the battery I need to change out is Orange Bird. That's right, folks. This is my battery. I call it Orange Bird. Hold on a second. So now I have Blue. You're my boy, Blue. I'm going to put Blue on the battery plate. Hold on a second. And let me double check to ensure we have charging going on. Okay, we have success. So let's, carry on with the show here. Eeyore's Adventure says, I sure do love Matterhorn, but it's been having problems lately. I have heard rumors that it could shut down for the next few years. Oh, really, Eeyore's Adventures? I have not been keeping up to the Matterhorn rehab schedule recently, but as you're aware, the Matterhorn debuted way back in 1959, and it's been on a multi-year rehab schedule since 1989, if I remember correctly. So on an annual basis, it gets shut down for an extended period of time. Some years for short periods, other years for a longer period of time, Eeyore's Adventures. But I have not heard that yet. Thanks for the update. Randy says, TPG, it's always fun to be free. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Randy. And Mark Mowberry, I do believe Mark Mowberry is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Mark Mowberry, Mobarry. Mark Mowberry, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily at 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Mark Mowberry says, hello from Dallas, Georgia. Oh, Mark, are you a professional? Do you come to the Walt Disney World Resort often? Do you have any pro tips? Florida Mark says, it's fun to be free, to be on the move and go anywhere with ever a care. You nailed it, Florida Mark. Florida Mark's talking about, of course, the It's Fun to Be Free song from World of Motion. Troy McDonald says, hi from Maine. Go Disney, happy 4th of July. Thank you for being here. Welcome in, welcome back, Troy McDonald. Rita in the Tower says, hello at Mark Mowberry. Theme Park Giant says, all these Frankie screen names are reminding me of the Mr. Me-Sex episode of Rick and Morty. Theme Park Giant. Randy says, woke up in Mark Mob. Woke up in Mark Mowberry. Rita in the Tower says, hi at Troy McDonald. Welcome in. Randy says, welcome in, Mark Mowberry. Hold on, where are we in the chat here? I'm looking where we are in the chat, folks. Hold on. Rita in the Tower says, Troy McDonald, welcome in. Randy says, welcome in, Mark. Sonic says, DoorDash some McDonald's. Oh, I see, Sonic. Thank you for the update. Sonic says, 5 cheeseburgers and 3 giant helpings of fries. You are a big eater, Sonic, but then you'll say, no, that's for the, tonight, tomorrow, John. I'll go, okay, Sonic, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Boy, you're making me hungry now for McDonald's, Sonic. Frankie Big Mouth. Welcome in, welcome back. Frankie Big Mouth. Here we go, another Frankie. Frankie Big Mouth says, good afternoon, Giant. We need to check out that episode. Sounds like Frankie Big Mouth is a big Rick and Morty fan. Rita in Tower says, well, Walt Disney World has 4 parks, but Disneyland is the OG with all the rides in a small area. That's one way to put it, Rita in the Tower. Thank you for sharing. We're at Tiana's Foods in the kitchen. We're rapidly approaching the merge point here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Eeyore's Adventure says, your battery is orange like Hobby Lobby? It is Eeyore's Adventures. We call it Orange Bird. We named it with all the help from the chat family here on Fun to Be Free. I essentially put it on camera screen for the first time and said, it's orange, folks. What do we call orange here at the Walt Disney World? And people go, Orange Bird. And I go, yep, we named it. That's it. We have Orange Bird traveling with us. So Eeyore's Adventures, we also have Batman, Robin, and Iron Frank traveling with us as well. And Valerie, welcome in, welcome back. Valerie says, hello everyone. How is everyone doing? I'm glad to see you on live again. I missed the live. Thank you for being here, Valerie. Stay tuned for Tiana's Bayou Adventure, of course. Rita in the Tower says, welcome back at Valerie. Senegal Sal says, I have a huge Spotify playlist. The chat just jumped. I don't know where we are, but I think I found it. I have a huge Spotify playlist that has hundreds of parks and resort loops on it. My favorites are Trader Sam's. No, one, please. Thank you for making the magic. I have a huge Spotify playlist that has hundreds of parks and resort loops on it. My favorites are Trader Sam's, Nomad Lounge, Coronado Springs, and Expedition Everest loops. So Senegal South, I gotta pop in here. So John would Fun to Be Free, this guy. I think great minds think alike because I'm a big fan of the BGMs as well. So what you're saying, I really enjoy, Senegal South. And also, folks, what Senegal Sal's talking about, of course, you can find these background music loops on fastpassradio.com. There's a link in the description box below. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, head over to fastpassradio.com. That's where you can listen to free Disney Parks music or background music streaming live on the interwebs at fastpassradio.com. Sonic says, okay, I will finish the stream with all you here today. Been quite a while since I did that. Well, thank you, Sonic. Appreciate that. Senegal Sal says, my handle, Senegal Sal, is the name of one of the Jungle Cruise boats. Yeah, I thought I recognized that, Senegal Sal. Move it up, Skip. Michael the Rail Fanner 2025. I do believe Michael the Rail Fanner 2025 is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Michael the Rail Fanner 2025. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Michael the Rail Fanner 2025. The chat is all over the place right now, folks. Michael the Royal Founder 2025 says, hey everyone. Well, hello there, Michael. Reed Tower says, hello, Michael the Royal Founder 2025. Mark Moberry says, yes, we are DVC members. Oh, so that means you are experts. You are professionals here, Mark. Do you have any pro tips for people coming to the Walt Disney World Resort for the first time, Mark? Randy says, welcome in, Valerie. I'm looking to where we are in the chat. The chat's doing this, folks. Chris says, oh yeah, I refer to Sonic's statement that I like chicken nuggets and fries from McDonald's as well, John. They're so good and delicious. And Michael the Royal Fan of 2025 says, will Piston Peak to the Villains Land? Will be there as well, Walt Disney World Station Villains Land. So hold on. Come back to this chat in a moment. Come back to this. Okay, folks, so we experienced a little bit of cellular data interruption, but I think we're back online. I think everything's good to go. Michael the Ralph Fanner 2025 is asking, will Piston Peak connect to the new Villains Land? And will there be a new railroad Walt Disney World Station Villains Land? So Michael the Ralph Fanner 2025, as it turns out, Disney has not officially announced Okay, folks, I actually refreshed the audio and video. You may have seen the screen go black for a moment there. So the audio is back in sync, folks. We had a slight technical hiccup due to cellular data interruption. But let's enjoy this attraction. We'll come back to the chat once we disembark, everybody.
Welcome, y'all. Let's meet up with Louis and find some musicians for our party. Look out, Bayou, here we come. Oh, no.
Any musicians down here who want to jam? The party's about to begin.
airplane.
These tiny musicians you found really bring the heat.
The bigger you are, the bigger the splash you'll make. Remember, this party wouldn't be what it is without you.
All right, folks, we just disembarked from Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Such a fun and thrilling attraction here in Frontierland at the Magic Kingdom. Quickly, Sonic, here is the service animal kennel. We're now proceeding through the exit. We're approaching, of course, the Disney Photo Pass area where we can view our photograph, our picture, if you will. Of course, of John with Fun to Be Free and Frankenstein 4K, or Frankie 4K, my camera rig. You can get a shot of the camera rig itself. Frankie 4K, he's very popular, folks, very handsome. Frank 4K. We're attempting to find our ride photo, folks. Not certain where it is. But I think we're over here. I think we're over here, folks. Let me try to zoom in on it. Maybe there's a glare.
Well, that's actually not me. That's artificial intelligence.
Okay, I'll zoom back out. I'll come closer. There we go. Frankie 4K, Frank 4K, Frankenstein 4K, and John with Fun to Be Free. Oh, hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone with you? Enjoy your stay. We'll jump back to the chat in a few moments, folks. Let me show you how handsome my camera rig is, folks. There is a couple of mirrors up here. I almost need to double check to see if there's water on the camera lens. I think we're good on the water on the camera. In other words, there's no water on the camera lens, it appears, at least. But there's a couple of mirrors here in the exit area. I'll get the reflection of Frankenstein 4K for you. So this mirror is probably not the best, but that gives you an idea what Frankenstein 4K looks like. I can get it a little closer there. So that, of course, is the camera phone that you're viewing on right now, streamer phone, and then the battery down here. There's another mirror here as well, over in this direction, that's being preoccupied at the moment. So again, I have Batman in my pocket, so I'm traveling with Batman and Robin. This is Robin, the camera phone. This is Iron Frank, the streamer phone. And again, Blue, you're my boy Blue, the battery on the battery plate here. Frank 4K also has legs, folks. He can walk away from me. I have to hold his hand. I have to, of course, fasten him into his child restraint harness on Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Again, folks, I have to fasten 4K or Frank 4K into his child restraint harness on Tiana's Bayou Adventure. It appears that the queue has decreased in overall wait time. We'll get an update on the standby wait time here at Tiana's Bayou Adventure in just a few moments. We'll get back to the chat in a few seconds here. I need to rewind. It looks like a lot of the chats fell off. Again, folks, I can only receive 99 chats. And once I get to 100, they get zapped, deleted, they fall off a cliff. So I apologize for that. I was attempting to, of course, answer a question from Michael the Rail Fanner 2025. I think we were having some audio issues there. I apologize for that, folks. As it turns out, sometimes there's just technical issues that we have to work through here. But nevertheless, we are broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom in ultra high definition 4K. That's right, folks. 4K video quality here, live on YouTube. Let's get an update with the actual standby wait time here. So 45 minutes, folks, 45 minutes. We can zoom in on it. So standby entrance wait time of 45 minutes for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. We'll zoom out, we'll come back down to ground level, and let me adjust the gimbal head here in just a moment. And I'll go back to the last chat I could see. Michael the Royal Fanner says 2025, all good now. Oh, probably in regards to the audio. Thank you for the update, Michael the Royal Fanner 2025. Neil Desperandum says, sounds great. Thank you, Neil. And Sonic says, okay, better. Francisco Frankie says, thought I was watching a silent film there for a bite. Francisco Frankie, thank you for being here. Magic Adventures, welcome in, welcome back. We have Magic Adventures in the chat. Well, hello there, Jen. Nice to see you. Let's pop onto the screen here. And let's do this right. John with Fun to Be Free. I left a link in. Once this live stream is over, once it concludes, head over to Magic Adventures. That's spelled M-A-J-I-C. That's M-A-J-I-C. Magic Adventures. Like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to, of course, support your local live streamer. Magic Adventures does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. That's Magical Mike and Jen. But nice to see you, Jen. And Magic Adventure says, Park Bros, are you staying on property? Park Bros says, let's go have an adventure on the Bayou. Welcome in, welcome back, Park Bros. Nice to see you, Lawrence. Hello there, nice to see you again. Magic Adventure says, good afternoon, everyone. And John, thank you for being here, Magic Adventures. Theme Park Giant says, Port Orleans French Quarter was my favorite resort to stay at before I moved. Love it. It's a neat resort, isn't it, Theme Park Giant? Connects through bus and, of course, boat on the Sassagoula River. You can take a boat all the way to Disney Springs. Pretty neat. Good for the ambiance. Good for the vibes, Johnny. The vibes, Johnny, as Scooter Adventures would say. But here we're near the Rivers of America, folks. Hard to believe the Rivers of America and the Liberty Bell will cease operation on July 6th. That's literally just a few days from now. So the last day for the Rivers of America, or ROA, will be, of course, on July 6th. Coming at us full steam ahead. You got that, folks? Get that pun? Full steam ahead. Waka waka is the Liberty Bell. You can see the bunting. It's been applied for the 4th of July celebration. We'll be here on July 6th to bring you live breaking coverage during the last day of operation from the Liberty Bell and the Rivers of America. We're going to pause here for just a moment because we're going to enjoy the ambiance here in Frontierland, because we're not going to be able to see this too much longer, folks. Sonic says disembark, bark, 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 bark. Come on, John. How can I resist saying that? LOL. I do it, Sonic. Park Bros says checking in right now, Magic. We stayed at French Quarter before, trying to stay at all resorts. This is so cool. Park Bros is on property. Thank you for the update, Lawrence. I can't wait to meet you and your family. Magic Adventure says, fun Park Bros. And Theme Park Giant says, every time a log goes down the big drop, I still hear the old water cannon going off. Yeah, totally, Theme Park Giant. Remember that, Theme Park Giant? And then next log. Magic Adventure says, I really love Riverside. We never stayed at French Quarter. And Randy says, any special plans, Park Bros, for this trip? Randy says, hey, Jen. And Magic Adventure says, me too, at Theme Park Giant. And Sonic says, just looking at those puffy clouds on the attraction. Wow. What, those puffy clouds? Or is it a puffy shirt just like Seinfeld? But I don't want to be a pirate. Over here on the opposite side of the walkway, the bridge, you can see the run out from the big drop here on Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Oh, and Eeyore's Adventures back in the chat says, Hobby Lobby. Oh, I forgot to say it going down the big drop. Eeyore's Adventures, we were having an issue with the audio there. I was trying to get the audio back on track. Magic Adventure says, Randy. Randy says, where Randy? He owes me money. Randy's asking, where's Randy? He owes me money. Randy owes Randy money? Is that the Macho Man Randy Savage that owes you money, Randy? Hey, off in the distance is the Cinderella Castle with its, of course, golden spires glistening in the Central Florida sun. You can see over there. Past Liberty Square. Let's head towards Pecos Bill Talltale Inn and Cafe. Maybe for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. I need to wet my whistle. Stay hydrated, folks. So stay tuned for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. Hold on a second. We're gonna head inside now. Where is everybody, folks? Where are all the guests here at the Magic Kingdom? It's a low attendance day, that's for certain. I'm trying to see where we should head. Maybe we'll head over to this direction for the mobile order pickup. Hold on a second, folks. I'll be right with you. Oh, hello there. Nice to see you again. May I get 1 cup for water, please? Thank you so much. You guys, oh, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for making the magic again. Thank you again. Thanks for making the magic. Sorry, you're busy. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Well, let's head back outside, folks, but we have mission accomplished. We have a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. And Terabyte back in the chat. Terabyte says, this ride is fun with the updates. I agree, Terabyte. Again, I love that your handle name, Terabyte. Tarabyte. Terabyte. Randy says, you're on the fun to be free log. They're having tons of fun. We are, Randy. Thank you. Magic Adventure says, hey, Terabyte. And Sonic says, hi, Tara. Terabyte says, hey there at Sonic Adventures and Magic Adventures. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Sonic says, how are you? Eeyore's Adventure says, Hobby Lobby again. Francesca 16 Byte says, it is cute how John covers Frankie 4K's eyes during the drops. Oh, Francesca 16 Bytes. Oh, that's funny. But as you're aware, I hold my hand over the camera lens so it doesn't get wet. So the water doesn't obscure the lens. Sonic says, Toys R Us, LOL. Oh, because now we got Hobby Lobby and Toys R Us in the chat. Park Bros says, Randy, not really. Just a few different things. Typhoon Lagoon during the day. Yeehaw Bob, Whispering Canyon for breakfast. Of course, 4th of July fireworks on the 3rd at Magic Kingdom and 4th at Epcot. Yeah, that's a good itinerary, Park Bros. Thank you for sharing. That's awesome. Eeyore's Adventure says, Hobby Lobby. Terabyte says, I'm good at Sonic. Sonic says, cool. Magic Adventure says, welcome to the family, Eeyore's Adventures. Terabyte says, how are you? Sonic says, I am not too bad, thanks. Sonic says, you're having a lot of problems these days with your stream, John. Yeah, the audio is an issue, as you know, Sonic. So real quick update, folks. John with Fun to Be Free is using AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi. And we are still experiencing challenging reception issues. It changed over the course of about, 11 or 12 days now. It's like a night and day difference in cellular data reception, likewise with the Disney Parks Wi-Fi. It's just not working like it used to, folks. And then when we get weak reception signals, it decouples or desyncs the audio. I don't know what's going on. So I'm looking at other alternative methods, including wired microphones, but that would lead to a wire or a tether, and every time my hand passes between my camera rig and my body, of course, I will knock the microphone off my chest. So I'm looking at all, well, I was gonna say, oh, Pirates! You don't say, Pirates of the Caribbean, a 10-minute wait. Hello there, nice to see you, thank you for making the magic. So let's join the queue here at Pirates of the Caribbean, folks. So hello there, we're live on YouTube right now, nice to see you.
YouTube?
Where are you from?
I'm from Worcester.
Oh, we'll chat in a moment. Thank you for making the magic. Is it okay if I dispose of this once I get up there?
It's only before getting inside the boat.
Yeah,
but
just
you can
water.
Go in the queue.
Thank you for making the magic. Okay, we'll get back to the chat though. So 10 minutes, folks. Can you believe that? Magic Kingdom is such low attendance that Pirates is now 10 minutes. Wow. Terabyte says, I became hungry after hearing your food order. Yeah, because Sonic's ordering all that deliciousness of McDonald's. I'm loving it. Hello there. Go ahead, please. We're live on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Nice to see you. Where are you from?
Colombia.
Colombia, welcome.
Thank you.
Randy says, sounds like a planned park. And Eeyore's Adventure says, Hobby Lobby. Sonic says, sometimes technology is not kind to you. Sometimes, Sonic, but most of the time, it's amazing. Randy says, Francesca Frankie gets scared on the drops. I guess so, Randy. Theme Park Giant says, unfortunately, with in-park streaming, there are things we can't control, Sonic. Yeah, exactly, Theme Park Giant, thank you. Sonic says, Tara, well, it's now 3 times and I have used DoorDash.
What's the YouTube channel?
Oh, right here. I have a QR code on my phone.
Scan it. Oh, you got it? You sent it to me.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Hello there. Absolutely. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from?
New Jersey.
Welcome. We have lots of people from Jersey in the chat. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Check on. Yeah. I don't have the capability right here. Sonic says, Tara, well, it's now 3 times I had used DoorDash. We got that. Floatermark says, no conga. That's right, Floatermark. Well, we definitely have no conga. Sonic says, a few more times with Walmart, but I needed to do it like the method I'm doing with these days. Sonic says, it's good that you're getting in the habit of refreshing a couple times while on attractions. Yes, it's become a necessary evil, Sonic. Absolutely. The chat is rolling, folks. It's fast and furious. I'm trying to keep up, but it's doing this in front of my eyes. Lots of chats. NCB says only 89 more likes to go to get to the 200 likes mark. All right, NCB, thanks for the update. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. We need to get to our new goal of 200 likes. We're going to do a countdown. We'll start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash that like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because ATB says we only need 89 more likes to go to get to our goal of 200 likes today. Thank you, ATB. Michael the Royal Founder 2025 says, is that Grandma's animatronic? Is that okay? I'm not sure or certain what you're referring to, Michael the Royal Founder 2025. Are you talking about Tiana's Bayou Adventure animatronic figure in that attraction? But I'm not certain. Sorry, Michael. Sonic says, I am now listening to the hits. 92.1 FM from Jamaica right now while listening to you, but I can't compete with you talking with the DJ, talking on the mic on 92.1. Oh, Sonic. And the commercials, he says, ugh, so yeah, that wasn't good. I'd rather watch you. Well, okay, Sonic, then discontinue watching 92.1 and hang out with us here. Randy says, looks like the weather moved away from the Magic Kingdom. Thank you for the update, Randy. And I do believe we have a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Key, Litho. So Key Litho, I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Key Litho says, just saw you pass by. Oh, Key Litho, you probably saw us pass by maybe around Pecos Bill or Tiana's maybe? Welcome to the channel, Key Litho. And EOS Adventures says, I don't want Rivers of America to close. Yeah, I agree, EOS Adventures. It's going to be sad on July 6th, the last day of operation. Join us for, of course, the last day on July 6th for the Rivers of America and Liberty Bell, EOS Adventures. Randy says, welcome in, Key Litho. Florida Mark says, I remember the mile-long bar at Frontierland near Country Bear Jamboree closed in 1998. That's right, Florida Mark. I remember talking about that with you on camera, if I remember correctly. And you told me the story about your dad with the camera and the mirror. The mile-long bar. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for making the magic. Now, be prepared to make sail, folks, because we're here at the Pirates of the Caribbean. Sonic says, all right, maybe a trip to Tom Sawyer Island for the one last time. Maybe, we'll see. Stay tuned and find out, Sonic. I don't know if we'll do that today or maybe the 6th. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where today takes us. I'm not quite certain. Magical Mike says, hello, at John and everyone in the chat. Well, hello there, Magical Mike. Welcome in. Welcome back. Nice to have Magical Mike. Shout out to Magic Adventures. That's Magic Adventures on YouTube. I left a link in this video, this live stream's description box. Head over to Magic Adventures after this video, this live stream is concluded. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Dick John, LOL. Oh, the chat just jumped, Sonic. I don't know where we are. Hold on. Again, Sonic says, Sonic Adventures, John? LOL, Sonic Adventures and Magic Adventures. Yeah, so Sonic, are you going to change your name to Sonic Adventures? Because that'd be a good handle name. Down below, you can see the boats. They're loaded with guests, and they're advancing now, folks. Hello there, just one, please. Ro, thank you so much for making the magic.
You're welcome.
Do you remember?
No.
Oh. Have a great day, bye-bye.
Keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the boat. And watch the children. And not this prepare to make sail. Bienvenidos a bordo. Para su seguridad, permanezcan sentados con las manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del barco y cuiden a los niños.
We'll come back to the chat after we disembark, Sonic.
No, por favor,
Send him to Davy Jones. It's the rum they want. Bring the marriages.
Weigh anchor now, you swummies. What be I offered for these hearty hens? Every one an egg layer.
Not less they be laying golden eggs.
So tell you what, Captain Jack Sparrow, you'll never find the treasure without a look at this here map. And Rowdy Barney, the key to the treasure.
Contrary to the earliest stuff we've built, Trent. Understood, Trent.
Welcome back. Be sure to gather up all of your belongings and watch your step as you exit. Once again, be sure to gather up all of your belongings and watch your step.
You can tell ages by on stranger tides. Mark my words, we'll meet again upon some stormy sea. Horsemen, onward to the bitter end. The sea's been kind today.
All right, folks. I think we experienced some weak reception signals as a result of the weak cellular data. So quick update, folks. Let me flip the camera. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free, this guy. So I wanted to give you an update in regards to the technical setup. So I actually have Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Disney Parks Wi-Fi. Long story short, the reception over the course of maybe 11 or 12 days has been not the same as it was maybe 12 or 13 days ago, folks. It's a night and day difference with the cellular data. Like I just said, I have all 3 domestic carriers here in the United States, and I'm still having challenging time getting a good signal out, especially on Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know what's going on, but thank you for your patience, folks. So I think we're all set, ready to go. I think the audio's in sync, so thank you again. Let's flip the camera, let's have more fun. Let's head out towards Cinderella Castle, maybe, you know, the Walt and Mickey partner statue. Let's check the attendance levels here at the Magic Kingdom, and maybe we'll head over to Tomorrowland. You never know. Tune in, or I should say, stay tuned and find out. That's what I should say. We're now in Adventureland. Behind us, if you will, is Caribbean Plaza. Off to the right-hand side is a flotilla of strollers, as Queen Dorina has coined it. That's right, folks, a flotilla. It's not just a sea, S-E-A, or an ocean of strollers. It's a complete flotilla of strollers. Even though the attendance is on the low side here at the Magic Kingdom, there's still a lot of strollers in the area, folks, for Adventureland. Let me double check my camera rig, making sure everything is fully operational, fully functioning. We'll get back to the chat in a few moments as well. I need to ensure everything is charging correctly, all various devices. But let's rewind in the chat. The last chat I could see is from 1647 from Theme Park Giant. Says, hey, at Magical Mike. Magical Mike says, what's going on with that? Magical Mike says, great stream today. Thank you, Magical Mike. Sonic says, well, I mean, I am a real big Sonic fan, but nah. Sonic will be my name from now on. You got it, Sonic. Mark Mulberry says, the only tip I think to give anyone is to definitely become a DVC member. Well worth the money. Thank you, Mark, for sharing that. Floyd Mark says, yeah, me too at Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant says, just working on some things, listening to John. Thanks for watching, Mike. Well, thank you for, of course, viewing us here live from Magic Kingdom, Theme Park Giant. Shout out, of course, to Magic Adventures and Theme Park Giant. Links in the description box below of this live stream video. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Also, don't forget about Scuda Adventures. Scuda Adventures, Not So Scary Mary TV, Cruise and Theme Park Guide also do live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Links are in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Also, don't forget about FastPassRadio.com. On FastPassRadio.com, that's where you can listen to Disney Parks background music for free on FastPassRadio.com. Mary the Move in the chat says, shiver me, timbers. The pirates have already zapped the stream. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back. Thank you, Mary the Move, for that. I think we're all set, good to go now. Magic Mike says, wherever I can, that. Randy says, hey, Mike. Fast Pass Radio says, LOL. Shiver me, timbers at Mary the Move. Magical Mike says, hello at Mary the Move. Debbie F. Cook, welcome in, welcome back. Debbie F. Cook, we're here in Adventureland. But Debbie F. Cook says, hey, Thad. And Randy says, I'm paying the bounty and the brawny at Mary. Randy, I love it. Everything's in character, in show, in theme, of course, for pirates. Sonic says, disemboiled? What? What do you mean disemboiled? No, disembark, Sonic. John said disembark, my bad. Disembark, bark. Yeah, I see where you're going with this, Sonic. You're just joshing me. Magical Mike says, hey, Randy. Debbie F. Cook says, is the lag on John's inner mind storming where I am? Yeah, Debbie F. Cook, I think we already addressed that. It's just the cellular data reception in the Disney Parks Wi-Fi are just completely different from, like I said, 11 or 12 days ago. It's nowhere near the same ballpark. Zippity Doo Dug, welcome in, welcome back. Zippity Doo Dug says, hello at Fast Pass Radio. Welcome in and welcome back, Zippity Doo Dug. Shout out to Zippity Doo Dug. Of course, like, comment, subscribe, support your live streamer over on Zippity Doo Dug on YouTube. Zippity Doo Dug says, hello at Fast Pass Radio. And hello at Theme Park Giant. Debbie F. Cook says, hey, Randy. Zippity Doo Dug says, hello at Magical Mike. Theme Park Giant says, hi, Debbie. Sonic says, thanks. And Theme Park Giant says, hey, Doug. Randy says, at Debbie F, there are issues at certain parts of the ride, and there hasn't been good connection on Disney Wi-Fi this week. Thank you, Randy. And NTB back in the chat says, only 68 more likes to reach the 200 likes mark for today. We can do this. All right, NTB. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. According to NCB, we only need 68 more likes for our new goal of 200 likes for today on Fun to Be Free. We're going to, of course, start a countdown. We'll start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, if you not have already smashed that like button. I need everybody viewing us live to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Thank you, Eddie B. Magic Mike says hello at NTB. Sonic says at Debbie F. Cook. Yeah, as John said, this has been the 12th day for bad data coverage. Thank you, Sonic. David Thomas. David Thomas, have you been here before? Or are you brand new to the channel? I'll pop up the subscribe banner. But David Thomas, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. It's nice to meet you. Well, welcome again, David Thomas. David Thomas says, ahoy, mate. I love it. Thank you for being here, David Thomas. Sonic says he can't figure out why. Thank you, Sonic. Sonic says hi at David Thomas. NTB says hi there at Magical Mike. Randy says welcome in, David. And Not So Scary Mary TV. Welcome in. Oh, welcome back. It's nice to have Not So Scary Mary TV joining us. But Not So Scary Mary TV says that Randy. Hola. Hi, everyone in the chat. Disney hugs for all. Thank you for being here, Neri. Again, shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes. Once it's over, check out Not So Scary Mary TV. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Thank you for being here, Neri. Sonic says, hi, Neri and Benny, how are you? Not So Scary Mary TV says, Sonic, hi. And Mysterious Court Marie, welcome in, welcome back. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello, everyone. Hello there, Mysterious Court Marie. Let me pause here for just a moment, and let's get Cinderella Castle, all situated on camera, if you will. Randy says, oi, Neri, Love Pugs, welcome in and welcome back. It's nice to have Love Pugs joining us again. Haven't seen you in a while, Love Pugs, but I'm sure you've been busy. Love Pugs says, hello, everyone from California, and happy Wednesday. Thank you for joining us, Love Pugs. Not So Scary Mary TV says, Court Marie. Randy says, welcome back, Marie. Randy says, you're good now, senor. Thank you, Randy. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello, Neri and Randy. And Theme Park Judge says, hi, Love Pugs. And Santy, S-A-N-T-Y. Santy, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Santy. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Santy, welcome. Santy says, it was nice meeting you. Oh, Santy probably met us in the queue for Pirates then. Probably in front of us. That is my guess. Magical Mike says, hello at Court Marie. And Randy back in the chat. Hold on, Randy. We'll come back to your chit-chat in a moment. Did I happen to mention that we're broadcasting live in glorious ultra high definition today in 4K, folks? That's right, 4K. We're here at the Magic Kingdom. Directly in front of us is the Walt and Mickey partner statue. Let's head around to the front so we could check in with Walt and Mickey. We'll say hi briefly. We'll catch up on the chat. And then maybe we'll head over to Tomorrowland. Stay tuned maybe for some PeopleMover, anyone? But I do see the omnibus or the jitney out there. That might be a good option too. Along with, you can see the Walt Disney World Transportation Company vehicle down there. But at any rate, here we go. Here we're checking in with Walt and Mickey here. Randy says, John and Frankie just disembarked from Pirates of the Caribbean. The only ride where you leave wetter than you planned and humming yo-ho for the next 3 hours. But where's the next adventure? Could it be a smooth cruise on the PeopleMover? Oh, Randy, the chat just jumped. I don't know where we are. I don't know where we are. Let me keep walking here. A little spin on the OmniMover might be fun, but I'm sure everybody in the chat's really looking forward to the PeopleMover right now. So we'll head over into Tomorrowland. I'll start the subscribe banner rolling in a moment, I think, Randy. I'm trying to find where that chat went. Lots of chats came in just that very moment, folks. Hold on a second. Let's start the subscribe banner rolling again. Randy says, John and Frankie just disembarked from Pirates of the Caribbean. The only ride where you leave wetter than you planned and humming yo-ho for the next 3 hours. But where is the next adventure? Could it be a smooth cruise on the PeopleMover? A spooky stroll into the Haunted Mansion? Or only Frankie knows, and he's not talking. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and stay tuned. The next chapter of this 4K Magic Kingdom mystery drops every day at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Randy. Well done, as always. We should do it again, Randy, because it's so good. I enjoyed that very much. Randy, the employee of the month here on Fun to Be Free, stays up very late nights, folks, to bring you all these soliloquies. But again, Randy says, John and Frankie just disembarked from Pirates of the Caribbean. The only ride where you leave wetter than you planned and humming yo-ho for the next 3 hours. But where's the next adventure? Could it be a smooth cruise on the PeopleMover? A spooky stroll from the Haunted Mansion? Only Frankie knows, and he's not talking. Smash that like, hit subscribe, and stay tuned. The next chapter of this 4K Magic Kingdom mystery drops every day at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Randy. Oh, and Potato Land, welcome in, welcome back. Potato Land, there have been a few people asking about you, Potato Land. Nice to see you back in the chat, Potato Land. Potato Land says, magical greetings from the happiest place on earth. Potato Land. Potato Land, nice to see you. Thank you for joining us here today. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. Zippity Doo says hello, Randy. Marin Move says welcome back at Potato Land. Magical Mike says Jungle Cruise 20 minutes. Well, thanks for the update, Magical Mike. Florida Mark says hey at Potato Land. And Zippity Doo says hello at Love Pugs. Sonic says let's go tomorrow for Sonic Land. Make it a spoof on Tomorrowland. Oh, you want to make it change to Sonic Land, Sonic? Hey Sonic, real quick update. I was at Epcot yesterday, and a guest popped on to the camera, and they were literally wearing a Sonic shirt. Mysterious Court Marie says, hello Mike, at Magical Mike. Randy says, hey Zippity Doo Dug. And Randy says, do my eyes deceive me? Is that really Potato Land? Welcome back, Potato Land. Where have you been? We missed you. And by the way, they found your eye patch on Guardians. Oh, Randy, Paige and Ryan Wesley, they found Potato Land's eye patch on Guardians. Overhead and above, of course, is the Rocket Tower Plaza Station with the Astro Orbiter on top, ready for liftoff. We'll come back down to ground level, though. Let's check in with Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin. So Buzz Lightyear is only a 15-minute wait, folks. That's right, the attendance is so low at the Magic Kingdom that Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin is only 15 minutes. Wow, look at that. Low crowds here today at the Magic Kingdom, 15 minutes. Overhead is the PeopleMover. So let's join the queue for the PeopleMover. So stay tuned for that, folks. Let's come back down to ground level. We'll locate the queue entrance here. It's directly up ahead. And You, Me, and Disney Podcast, welcome in, welcome back. You, Me, and Disney Podcast says, hi, John, and everyone else. Thank you for joining us, You, Me, and Disney Podcast. We're attempting to locate the entrance here to PeopleMover. Look at this, folks. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Look at this, folks. It's essentially a hello there. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's essentially a walk-on, folks. You can see the queue for the Astro Orbiter. We're going to head up the speed ramp. Go, go, Goodyear. Like I said, we're going to go to the upper level of the Rocket Tower Plaza Station to, of course, embark on our journey around Tomorrowland. Potato Land says that, Randy, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Oh, really, Potato Land? Randy says, welcome back, You, Me, and Disney Podcast. And Fast Radio back in the chat. Fast Radio says, like and subscribe as John faces a stroller flotilla at Magic Kingdom. Once a pro stroller wrangler, now a Cars Land Scout. Live in 4K and barely dodging baby wheels. Thank you, Fast Radio. Potato Land says, Randy, that wasn't my eye patch, that was my old loincloth. Oh, Potato Land. Yeah, we missed your chit chats, Potato Land. We missed your humor. We missed you in the chat.
Enjoy your journey.
Randy says, is that half an episode story or a full episode story, Potato Land? Is that like the glass is half empty or half full, Randy? Randy says, well, welcome back to Turtle and meet Frankie 4K. Oh, I get it, Randy. Randy says, welcome back, Potato Land, and meet Frankie 4K. Potato Land says, I'll give you a hint. It's 76 degrees, and Haunted Mansion is 35 minutes. I don't know. I'm drawing a blank, Potato Land. I don't think I'm as witty as you are, Potato Land. Park Rose says, hi, You and Me and Disney Podcast. Randy says, holy moly, Potato Land is a Disney. Oh, one, please. Thank you for making the magic. Now I get it. Hold on, it took me a second, Potato Land. I had no concept of that you're actually at Disneyland in California. Wow. So let's figure this out here. So going back.
Enjoy your journey. Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado y mantenga sus
Where are we in the chat?
pies y piernas dentro del vehículo. Y cuida a sus niños. Gracias.
Potato Land says, I'll give you a hint. It's 76 degrees in Haunted Mansion, 35 minutes. So yeah, he could be in Anaheim. And Randy says, holy moly, Potato Land's at Disneyland. Randy says, isn't she a beaut, Clark? Oh, the castle, yeah. Randy says, Nary, no hugs, I'm scared now. Mary the Move says that Potato Land is right. It's a beautiful SoCal day. Do you miss the weather, Randy? Potato Land says, hey, that castle's huge. That park has a teeny tiny thing I can't quite make out. Could be a castle or it could be a defunct Radio Shack, Potato Land. How dare you, Potato Land? That's the Sleeping Beauty Castle.
This is the TTA Blue Line, non-stop service around Tomorrowland.
Greetings, intergalactic travelers. Welcome aboard the PeopleMover, presented by Enterprise. I'm Borak 5, your guide aboard this highway in the sky, the absolute best way to see Tomorrowland. And my stars, is there ever lots to see? From spacecraft to monster laughs, there's really nothing like today in Tomorrowland.
For your safety, if you have wings, jetpacks, or gravity polarizers, please do not take flight while on board. Thank you.
The next station is Tomorrowland Urban Planning and Star Traders. Transfer to Green and Red Line.
Don't worry, your express train keeps on rolling through the future, right by two of my favorite spots. First up, Progress City. Walt Disney's amazing dream for a community of tomorrow. Did you know Progress City inspired Epcot? And a lot of the visionary ideas throughout Walt Disney World. Look, there's even a tiny PeopleMover. I wonder if that means there's a tiny ORAC. On your right is Star Traders, home to the greatest goods in the galaxy. Except actual stars. Those are no longer sold.
Now approaching Tomorrowland Speedway and Tron Light Cycle Run.
I love a good circuit, and these are two of the best tracks in the cosmos for a bit of light, speedy competition.
Attention all visitors from Galaxy M31. Please keep forward-facing tentacles clear of oncoming vehicles. Thank you.
This is Starport 75.
Or as we locals call it, Space Mountain. Our high-speed rocket port to distant deep space destinations.
You're in luck, folks. Look at this. If Space Mountains appears to be down, you know. We got the work lights on the interior of course, the gravity box, if you will. Inside the mountain.
Let relaxation wash over you at the most refreshing retreat in the galaxy, the Coral Moons of Pisces 7. You H2 owe it to yourself. Book today.
Can you hear the chain lifts, folks? So listen to the clickety clack.
Paging Mr. Morrow, Mr. Tom Morrow. Please contact Mr. Johnson in the control tower to confirm your flight to the moon. Thank you. Attention all visitors from Galaxy M31. Please keep forward-facing tentacles clear of oncoming vehicles. Thank you.
To your right is the Astro Orbiter, our celestial symbol of interplanetary harmony and fellowship. Hop aboard and launch high above Tomorrowland for a spin amongst the planets.
The next station is Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress.
As usual, we'll keep moving ahead, and so does the carousel. Like progress itself, this theater never stops, inspiring new generations to dream of a great, big, beautiful tomorrow.
Report to your Star Cruiser and join me on this daring space mission. A casino and resort.
Affirmative. We're on it, Buzz. You can count on us.
Monsters Incorporated laugh floor.
Mike Wazowski has brought in some real monsters of comedy. Whether you have one eye or 9, take the time to see this show.
Now approaching Tomorrowland Transit Authority Station.
My fellow sentient life forms, our People Mover journey has nearly come full plummet. Thanks for riding with us. It's been a pleasure to have you aboard. And even though we're concluded, this is always my favorite part. Because now is the time, now is the best time to go out and explore tomorrow, today. See you in the future.
Non-stop service around Tomorrowland.
Step onto the moving platform with caution and exit by stepping away from the car. Thank you. Please keep arms, antennae, and other appendages away from the doors and remain seated until they open automatically. Step onto the moving platform with caution and exit by stepping away from the car. Thank you. Please keep arms, antennae, and other appendages away from the doors and remain seated until they open automatically. Step onto the moving platform with caution and exit by stepping away from the car. Thank you. Please keep arms.
Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. So we're on the upper level of the Rocket Tower Plaza station. We're heading down to the lower level here, folks. Back to ground level. We'll return to Tomorrowland in just a few moments. I'll get back to the chat. It appears we've been receiving a lot of chats, folks. So again, John with Fun to Be Free can only receive a maximum of 99 chats, and the 100th falls off a cliff and I can't retrieve them. So I apologize if I wasn't able to get to your chat. The last one I can see is from 1706 from Sonic. Sonic's nice to see you. Welcome back. Also, Potato Land, welcome back. Nice to see you as well, Potato Land. But we got a 10-minute wait time now for Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin. So 10 minutes, what it appears to be. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. Appears to be no lightning lane return, folks, here at Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin. We're in Tomorrowland. We're going to head back towards the hub right now. Maybe we'll check in with the Walt and Mickey partner statue. Maybe we'll see the gorgeous castle, the Cinderella Castle, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I gotta catch up with the chat because we are backed up in the chat. The chat is on fire today, folks. That's a good issue to have. Sonic says, I only know the monorail and the People Mover. Potato Land says, you may have seen me in the park on occasion and not realized it. Where? At Disneyland, Potato Land? Randy says, every time you're Employee of the Month, I just picture the picture of Goofy on Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railroad Employee of the Month photo. Yeah, Randy. You're part of the Goof Troop. You're, of course, piloting the locomotive. Randy says, maybe we walk right by each other. Really? You think so? No way. There's no way Randy and Potato Land walk by each other. No way. Frankie 2-Bit says, welcome back, Potato Land. And Ben Blicklin, B-L-I-K-L-E-N, Blicklin, Ben Blicklin. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Ben Blicklin. Ben Blicklin says, People Mover ride would be fun in 4K. Haha, you nailed it. You got it. I'm like a genie in the bottle. You're a genie in the bottle. Right, Ben Blinklin? Thank you for being here and welcome to the channel. So you got your wish on the People Mover. Randy says it's awesome in 4K, Ben. Sonic says, okay, I will watch yesterday's stream. Yeah, you got to see that, Sonic. It's, I'm trying to recall where it was. I think it was in World Showcase, but, you know, maybe I'm getting that incorrect. World Showcase at Epcot, Sonic. And let's see where we are here.
Yeah.
There's the gorgeous Cinderella Castle is partially obscured by the landscaping, the trees here. Hello there. We're live on YouTube. Potato Land says, quite possible. I've been doing an internship at the Disney Resort, part of the Disney College program. Whoa, look at you go, Potato Land. Good for you. Do you have any other details you'd like to share at this point? That is awesome. That is so cool, Potato Land. Lee Wild says, good afternoon. I hope everyone is having a great time. Welcome in, welcome back, Lee Wild. We're here at the Magic Kingdom right now. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. We're heading into the hub. Let me show you real quick the direction of travel we're heading. We're, of course, the Walt and Mickey partner statue directly up ahead now. We'll get a better shot of Cinderella Castle, so stay tuned for that. Lee Wild says, good afternoon. I hope everyone's having a great time. We are Lee Wild. Thank you for being here. Reddy says, nice, Potato Land. Sonic says, go Goodyear. No, go Sega. Oh, I see where you're going with that, Sonic. And where's the LOL, Sonic? Reddy says, welcome in, Lee. And Sonic Sato, welcome in, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while, Sonic Sato. How late is it over there? Sonic Sato says, hi, everyone. Well, hello there, Sonic Sato. I'll pause here for just a moment. We'll try to catch up with the chat. Randy says, you missed so much, Potato Land. You missed 3,000 and now 4,000 subscribers, and Frankie has grown up. That's right, Randy. So what Randy's talking about is we've been growing here on Fun to Be Free thanks to everybody viewing us live daily, of course, at 2 p.m. And we graduated from 1080p to, of course, glorious ultra high definition 4K. Mary in the Move says, welcome in at Sonic Sato. Sonic says, hey, Sonic fan. And Potato Land says, custodial cast member. I'm done for 2 months. I go back to Wisconsin on Sunday. First chance I've had to go do rides. Wanted to check in. Miss y'all. Potato Land, thank you for the update. That is awesome. Thank you for sharing. Good for you, Potato Land. Sonic says, OMG, you surprised me. Randy says, welcome in, Sonic Sato. Sonic Sato says hi. Randy says, aw, it was great there at Potato Land. Glad you didn't forget about John. Stop by now and then. Thank you, Randy. Potato Land says, now that I have time, I'll be checking in more often. Finally living the dream. That's so cool, Potato Land. Theme Park Giant says, Space Mountain has been down a lot lately. Yeah, why? I don't know, Theme Park Giant. Any ideas? What have you been hearing? Potato Land says, I'm surprised Sonic is still here. I heard he got a job on the SS Eggman. Oh, Potato Land, we missed you so much. Oh, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Sorry, excuse me.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much.
And over in this direction, you can see the omnibus, the jitney. It's going counterclockwise around the hub, folks. Sonic says, at Potato Land, the thing is now you are 3 hours behind Florida time. Sonic says, which is fine. Potato Land says, funneling into the Haunted Mansion later, y'all. Have a magical day and see you again real soon. That's so cool, Potato Land. Randy with a big thumbs up. Nice work, pal. And Sonic says, bye, Potato Land, be safe. Potato Land says, I'm in the past, and John is in the future. I'm transcending time and space to chat with y'all. I love it. I missed you, Potato Land, even though you're probably not listening right now. Sonic says, don't let those 999 happy haunts get to you. Yeah, exactly, Sonic. And where are we in the chat? Sonic says again, and LOL at Potato Land. Yup. K9 Frankie, welcome and welcome back. K9 Frankie says, hello, everyone. We have lots of Frankie handles still. Sonic says, hey, at K9 Frankie. Randy says, welcome in, K9. K9 Frankie says, bark, bark at Sonic Hedgehog. Sonic says, hey, 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 stupid keyboard overtyping, LOL. You're fine, Sonic, no worries. And K9 Frankie says, hello at Randy. Randy says, woof, woof. Yeah, Randy, it's all part of the show, right? We're looking south now, down towards Town Square, here at the Magic Kingdom. K9 Frankie says, bark, wolf, bark. Sonic says, bow, wow. The chat is rolling a bit, but I think I'm beginning to catch up here. Hold on a second. The chat's doing this, folks. Hold on. Trying to find where we are in the show, or where we are in the chat, that is. I think I found it, though. Randy says, there are more Franks in here than Casey's Corner sold today. I think you're right, Randy. Sonic says, and I'll be Frank on that. Now, here we go. We transitioned from Beverly to Frank. Hey, we have the cast members here at Magic Kingdom. Shout out to the Walt Disney World cast members who make magic here at Magic Kingdom. Thank you again for making the magic. They're pulling the slats from the tracks, folks. Well, yes, I know. So John went Fun to Be Free. This guy used to work at Disneyland. I used to pull the slats for the parades. I used to drive the floats in the parades. So you guys call it a little bit different here on stage, if you will. Cheese, got it. Thanks again for making the magic. Randy, did you say Casey's Corner? Sonic says, and I'll be Frank on that. Yes, Sonic, got it. Frankie 2-Bit says, haha, Randy, you, me, and Disney podcast says, People Movers is one of the best rides ever. So underrated. I like it a lot. I like it a lot, you and me and Disney podcast. I agree. I like People Mover so much. Florida Mark says, hi, Kanan. Randy says, agreed. You, me, and Disney podcast. It's great relaxing after you've been waiting online for rides all day. I like it, Randy. Frankie 2-Bit says, it a Frankie-friendly environment. I told 2 Franks. They sold 2 Franks and so on and so on. If you insist, Frankie 2-Bit, thank you for being here. You, me, and Disney podcast. Only thing better is a nap on Carousel of Progress. And the Pete McDevitt Show. Oh, welcome in, welcome back. Pete McDevitt Show says, I made it to another great stream. It's so hot watching in a Speedo. Oh, I love it, Pete. You fit right in with this big happy chat family, Pete McDevitt Show. So shout out, or let me do this even better. Why don't we do this? We'll do Hello there, Pete. Nice to see you. Let me get set up here so you can see the cast members, you know, picking up the cheese on Main Street USA, if you will. So we'll follow them for a quick moment. But nice to see you, Pete. Thank you for joining us here. I'm looking down because, of course, track's below. But shout out to the Pete McDevitt Show. Of course, once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, we're not ending now, but once it does conclude, head over to the Pete McDevitt Show on YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Thank you for being here, Pete. And we're looking south now, down Main Street USA. Let me get out of the photo. I feel like I'm photobombing, even though there's no guest there. But again, Pete McDevitt Show, or Pete says, I made it to another great stream. It's so hot watching in a Speedo. I love it, Pete. Thank you for being here. And Randy says, we have so many friends in here. The next thing you know, we'll have a ketchup and a mustard handle. I think you're right, Randy. Somebody's bound to pop in with a ketchup and mustard handle. Frankie 2-Bit says, hey there at Pete McDevitt Show. Welcome in, welcome back. Glad you're here. Mary the Moon says, LOL at Pete McDevitt Show and welcome back. Pete McDevitt Show says, hi at Frankie 2-Bit. Randy says, welcome in, Pete. Thanks, sir. I just spit up my soda. That was hilarious. Randy. Oh, Pete McDevitt Show says, hello at Mary the Moon. Pete McDevitt Show says, hello at Randy. And paid Badger Backer. Badger Backer, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Badger Backer, welcome to the channel. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Badger Backer says, hello, Pete. Welcome to the channel, Badger Backer. I was heading over here to see or experience Casey's Corner Pianist, which they start performing at 5:30 Eastern. That's what I was waiting for. And then I heard Grayson tickling the ivory, so stay tuned for that. But Pete McDevitt Show says, hello, Badger Backer. Journeys Out Loud, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hey, yo. Randy says, welcome back, Badger. Long time no see. And Monorail Molly, oh, Monorail Molly, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Monorail Molly in the chat. Hello there, Monorail Molly. Nice to see ya. Monorail Molly says, did I hear someone say Speedo? Oh, I love it. I love it how this works. We'll come back to the chat in a few moments, folks. concerto. Yeah. No worries. No, you're fine. You're fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. You're fine. No worries. No worries. It's okay. Okay.
Guy, you lives there now.
Oh! You're in for a real treat, folks. Do you guys make magic? Where do you make magic? Oh, my favorite! I'm there all the time. You probably see this guy walking around. Thank you for making the magic. I will. Sorry? Oh, nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic. Oh. You already got it, okay. You want to say hi on camera? No, okay. Thanks again for making the magic. Grayson, so talented as always. Thank you, Grayson. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. All right, folks, let's get back on track. Let's get this show on the road. Let's head to Main Street, USA. I'll attempt to catch up with the chat. The last chat I can see is from 1724 or 524 Eastern from Monorail Molly. Nice to see Monorail Molly in the chat. Monorail Molly says, did I hear someone say Speedo? I believe she's referring to the Pete McDevitt show. Said he's showing up in his Speedo today on Fun to Be Free. Thank you for being here. The Pete McDevitt show and Monorail Molly. Again, shout out to the Pete McDevitt show. Like, comment, subscribe, support your live streamer. Randy says, welcome back, Monorail. Mary the Move says, LOL. Hey there at Monorail Molly. Badger Backer says, hey at Randy. Pete McDevitt show says, hello at Monorail Molly. Yes, doing it up. Sonic says, ugh, you know what? I'm a Sonic fan. I'm filled with a lot of Sonic plushes. I don't need to check yesterday's video. Okay, Sonic. Sonic also says, I'm just so curious on what was said at times. Be kind and rewind, Sonic. Theme Park Giant says, why are we talking about Speedos? Oh, Theme Park Giant. I don't know, but it's fun. Monorail Molly says, hello there at Randy, at Mary the Move, at Badger Backer. Badger Backer says, hi. At Monorail Molly. Monorail Molly says at Theme Park Giant because that's how we roll sometimes, LOL. It's so much fun, isn't it, Monorail Molly? Thank you for being here, Chad. Sonic says, and what's the Omni Mover, John? Like I said, I only know the Monorail and PeopleMover. So the Omni Mover is like the Haunted Mansion, Sonic. A continuous chain of non-stop moving vehicles, Sonic. Pete McDevitt Show says, fantastic picture. Thank you, Pete McDevitt Show. Of course, as you're aware, we're broadcasting live here at the Magic Kingdom in glorious ultra high definition 4K. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Do you have your phone with you?
I do.
Hold on just a moment. I'll pause. I'll stop. Where are you guys from? Oh, you're from New Orleans. Did you ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure today?
Tomorrow.
Okay, you're going to love it.
Camera.
Take your time. No worries. We go live every day, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Enjoy your stay. Take care. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Okay, we'll get back on track. But yeah, thank you, Pete McDevitt Show, broadcasting live in 4K today. And Fast S Radio says, Speedo, huh? At Pete McDevitt Show. Oh my goodness, it's so much fun. I don't know what's going on, folks, but it is a lot of fun here on Fun to Be Free. Chris says, how about Go-Go Gadget Bubble Machine? I made that up from Inspector Gadget. Yeah, I like that. I have that in my mind all the time when I create these new, camera rigs that I call Frankenstein 4K, Chris. I always think in my mind, Go-Go Gadget. Pete McDevitt shows, Yup, Anthony. Hello, friends at Theme Park Giant FSS Radio. Randy says, wow, what a great picture you got, Clark. She's a beaut. Thank you, Randy. Of course, Randy's talking about, Clark W. Griswold from National Lampoon's Vacation. And Florida Mark says, hi, Christopher. Frankie 1080p says, I would not say graduated. Nothing wrong with 1080. Okay, if you insist. But I would say a 4K is in the upper echelon, Frankie 1080p. Chris says, I say everything like Go-Go Gadget Radar, Gun, Go-Go Gadget Magnifying Glass, those kind of inventions. Monorail Molly says at Fast S Radio Anthony, he's so obsessed not only with wearing Speedos, but watching others wearing Speedos. Oh, Monorail Molly. Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Florida Mark says, nice view of the castle. Well, thank you, Florida Mark. But are we going to get a better view of, the Master Magician Mickey Mouse here in the Town Square Theater? It says that's a 15-minute wait for the big cheese himself, Mickey Mouse. Let's head in. Let's see what we could find on the interior of this particular building established in 1901. You can see down on the floor the seal below. Of course, 1901, representative of, Walt Disney's birthday, 1901. There it is right there, folks. At any rate, up ahead and overhead, backstage magic with Mickey Mouse. Hello there. Nice to see you. Thank you for making the magic.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you again.
Good luck, John.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too.
We're going to get back to the chat, folks, but we have, I would assume, less than a 15-minute wait to meet Mickey Mouse, so stay tuned for that. Let's get back to the chat in the meantime. Randy says the weather's cleared up. Oh, I see where Randy's going with this. So let's pop up the subscribe banner, Randy. Let's do this right. Let's do it in style. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Hello there. We're gonna slowly flip or turn on our access. We're gonna look back from where we came from, if you will. But let's get back to Randy's chat. Randy says, the weather's cleared up, the ponchos are off, and John is out here walking, airing out, and on the hunt for that legendary complimentary cup of water. Meanwhile, the chat is so hot right now. Rumor has it, Pete McDevitt's watching John and Frankie in a Speedo, and that's something no forecast could have prepared for us for. Smack that like, hit subscribe, and hydrate responsibly, because when the sun's out, the streams get spicier. Live daily, 2 p.m. Eastern in glorious 4K. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. You probably didn't expect some weirdo holding this crazy camera contraption. I call this Frankenstein 4K. Where are you from? Canada, welcome. We have lots of people in the chat from Canada right now. They'll probably pop in the chat and go, hey, hello fellow Canadian. Hello there, nice to see you. Where are you from? Oh, I know North Carolina. Very nice, welcome. Is this your first time here? Second time. Do you have any? First time for, okay. Are you enjoying yourself? Excellent, good to hear. You guys okay being on camera? Oh, okay. One moment then. Do you have any pro tips for everybody in the live chat by any chance?
Save your money.
Oh, save your money. So you're saying stay off site. Is that what you're suggesting?
Spend very little.
Oh, I see. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, but I have a QR code on my phone. You can scan it. If you're fast enough, you can see yourself live on YouTube right now. The wonders of technology. Enjoy your stay. Hello there. Let's get back on track, folks. Randy outdid himself. Way to go, Randy. Let's keep going with the chat, though. We have lots of chats. I'm probably behind in the chats, as always, folks. Randy says, did someone say Beverly? No, at no point did anybody say Beverly, Randy. And Fast West Radio says, it's so hot. Pete McDevitt's in a Speedo and our camera lens fogged up. Like and subscribe before things get weirder. John's live at Magic Kingdom chasing Cars Land updates. Thank you, Fast Radio. That's awesome. Well done as always. Beverly Challenge, of course. Beverly Challenge pops in the chat. Beverly Challenge says, did someone say Beverly? Yet again, John with Fun to Be Free is insisting that nobody is saying Beverly whatsoever. And then Beverly Challenge herself pops in the chat. Ready says, just on cue, Beverly. Hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you guys from?
Brazil.
Brazil, welcome. And Randy says, I just got my second wind. I noticed that, Randy. Well done, as always. Florida Mark says, hello, Beverly. Here we go with the Beverly again. And Sonic says, slats, cheese, or maybe cheesy slats. Oh, well. Yeah. And Florida Mark says, no Beverly at Magic Kingdom, but maybe a Dole Whip? Oh, we'll see. Stay tuned and find out. Fastest Radio says at Monorail Molly. And Beverly Challenge says, hello at Florida Mark. Randy says, how are the levels, Senor John and Frankie? I'm fine, Randy, no worries. But let me double check. That's good that you said something, Randy, because I need to change blue. So that's my battery that I just removed from the battery plate. You're my boy, Blue. I need to find Orange Bird. Hold on a second, folks. I need to dig around in my pockets, my right rear pocket, and find Orange Bird. Give me a second here. I think that's what I'm looking for. Let's put Orange Bird on the battery plate. And let's double check to see we have our devices charging. Give me one moment. So that's good. We are good to go, folks. So now I need to shuffle some cargo here. Secure all cargo. Dung dung. Mark Twain. Okay, Frankie levels, Randy, real quick. Frankie levels. 100% streamer phone, 64% camera phone, white flames, gimbal's looking good. So we are good to go, Randy. Thanks for the update there. And Senegal Style says we need a good Frank in the chat, spelled P-H-R-A-N-K. So yeah, I guess we have lots of Franks in the chat, if you will. Because I call my camera rig Frankenstein 4K, or Frankie 4K for short. And Pete McDevitt Show says nice at Fast Fest Radio. Yeah. Pete, Fast Fest Radio knocks him out of the park along with Randy, our employee of the month. And Francisco Frankie says, haha, at San Gonzalo. Randy says, have a Beverly and a Speedo, gentlemen. Oh, Randy, that's just like Inspires Like Us. Why don't you gentlemen have a Pepsi? Mary the Move says, don't give the Frankies any ideas at San Gonzalo. Yeah, I agree, Mary the Move. These Frankies are starting to multiply just like Mogwai by putting water on them, and they're turning into gremlins, these Frankies, in the chat. Theme Park Giant says, love watching The Pianist at Casey's Corner. They're always so good. Yeah, especially Grayson. Wow. Right, Theme Park Giant. Fastest Radio says, haha, Pete McDevitt Show. The chat just went brrr, brrr, rolling in the zip code, folks. I don't know where it went. I'm trying to find it. Hold on a second. So the last chat I rewinded to is from 1747. So after I receive 99 chats, folks, they fall off a cliff once I get to 100. So I apologize for that. The last one I can see is from David K. 5:47 Eastern. David K says, I'm glad at least they have him there. I don't know. I'm sorry, David. I'm clueless now. I'm sorry. Fastest Radio says, I could do that, but I don't want to. Sorry, folks. I don't know where we're going with this in the chat now. I'm kind of blind here. Theme Park Giant says, my piano just asked me why I'm not this good. But Theme Park Giant, I choose you. Steve Howard, I do believe Steve Howard is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Steve Howard. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Steve Howard. Welcome to the channel, Steve Howard. Steve Howard says, thanks, Randy. Jose cast member. Oh, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Thank you for making the magic.
Bye, guys. Enjoy.
At any rate, let's get back to the chat. Sonic says, not bad. Thank you. Florida Mark says, I'm still several lessons shy of being this good. Oh, that's like $1 million shy of being a millionaire, Florida Mark. Nevada Smith says, haha, Fast Pass and Giant. Nevada Smith says, haha, at Florida Mark. And Ben Blinklin says, under the bridge, red hot chili peppers. Ben Blinklin says, see if he will do it, haha, or any chili pepper song. He usually will, haha. Yeah, so Grayson likes to tickle the ivories in, you know, a little songs that are not Disney sometimes, I guess I could say. Yukon Run says Dracula musical. Oh, we're heading in, if you will. Oh, are we missing something here?
What's that right there? Anything? No?
So some guests may have lost an item, an object. They're looking for it. Cast member looking for it too with the flashlight. Hold on,
Next
folks.
party?
Hello there. Just one, please.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much for making the magic.
Over here. Go ahead.
So we're gonna meet the big cheese himself, Yukon Ron.
We did a lot of Sir Mickey's.
Oh, gosh.
We'll slowly turn on our axis here.
How many here?
One, please.
One, and how many here? Three. All right, you do have to be done with that before you go in here, okay? So try to finish that up.
David K says, I'm glad that people are having a magical day at Disney World. Thank you for being here, David K. And Disney Baker, welcome in, welcome back. Disney Baker says, Grayson is my cast member friend. Hi, John, LOL. Yeah, Grayson is so awesome, huh? Disney Baker. Shout out to Disney Baker. Of course, like, comment, subscribe. Support your local live streamer. Nevada Smith says, this is amazing. I love it. So Nevada Smith's probably referring to Grayson on the piano. Tickling the ivories, right, Nevada Smith? Sonic says, at Ben Blinklin, only Disney songs that Grayson will play. Judy G. Hold on, Judy G. Hello. Thank you for making the magic. Thank you for making the magic. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. And Judy, J-U-D-E-Y, Judy G, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, thank you for making the magic.
Thank you.
Oh, we have Mickey Mouse. We'll come back to the chat, but Judy G, welcome to the channel. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's try to get a better shot here. Mickey Mouse, magician Mickey Mouse. Judy G says, this guy rocks. Yeah, Grayson probably at the piano.
And look right here.
We're gonna use the bat phone. We're gonna attempt to have the cast member take a photo of us. So stay tuned for that.
Good job. Do you guys want mom and dad? Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Here, bud. You want to hold your alien? Oh my goodness. Yes. What's your orange? I'm very nice. I'm very nice. Yes. Bro, I think she's the friendly version. I am 100%. Thank you. Hold your hand again. Ready? Here you go. Ready? Cheese. Give me a big smile, buddy. Cheese. Good job. Even your alien was smiling too. Wow.
Good job.
Stand right there. Got it. Thanks. Want to give me one last time before you go?
Want to do just Kennedy?
You want to do one? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Should I go here ready?
Sorry, come here, baby. It's just going to be Kennedy.
Just Sissy.
Come here. And then you can get one after, okay? You want to do one by yourself? Cheese.
Gotta get ready to fly later.
Good job.
All right.
This one? Alright. Goodness. You have lots of icing. Oh, Mickey wants a picture with you. Look at that. Go on, Sawyer. Alright, Kennedy, show us your alien again, okay? Yeah. Okay, hold up your alien.
Look at the camera. Look at the camera. You gotta look at the camera over there.
Proud. There we go. Cheese. Perfect. Good job, buddy. Thank you, Mickey.
Those are amazing.
Aw, thank you so much. Where's Minnie?
Have a good one.
She's all the way on the other side of the park with other friends at circus. Is that big up?
Oh, we have Magician Mickey.
Okay, you glue kisses. 1 second.
No problem.
Here you go. Stand. Here we go.
Hello there, Mickey.
Hello.
May I ask if you could? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you for making the magic.
Of course, thank you.
Hello, Mickey. How are you? Nice to see you. We'll get a little closer. Oh.
I promise. Gotcha. Amazing, Mickey. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. And then don't forget to stand
Absolutely.
again for your
Have a great day. Thank you again for making the magic.
Thank you.
Let me flip the camera and we'll say goodbye with Mickey. Bye bye, Mickey. Thank you. Oh, look at Magician Mickey, the big cheese himself, twirling. Oh, thank you again. Bye bye. Have a great day. Thanks again for making the magic. Okay, we're going to head out the door here, folks. So give me a second. I have to open the door. Hold on. Awkward, I know. Little awkward right now. It's tight spaces. Hold on. And boom, the door slammed hard behind us. I'm gonna put the bat phone back in my pocket. That's right, folks. I'm traveling with the bat phone or Batman. I need to put it back in my pocket. We just met the one, the only Mickey Mouse. We'll get back to the chat here. Give me a second, folks. Hello there. Yes, sir. We're live on YouTube right now. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from? You could...
Brooksville.
Oh, okay.
We're local.
Annual pass holders, you come often?
Yeah, we do.
That's me right there.
That's pretty cool. All right, awesome.
We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort.
Every day?
Yeah.
That's what you do?
Yeah, this is me.
That's awesome, man. I can't beat that.
Yeah.
My kids watch YouTube stuff on
Okay.
And Disney stuff on YouTube.
Oh, I see.
So I'll have them check you out too.
Excellent.
Awesome. Cool stuff, man.
Nice to meet you. Take care. Have a great day, guys. All right, let's get back to the chat, folks. Let's see, I'm looking to see where we are in the chat. We left off, I believe, with Judy G. Judy G says, this guy rocks. Florida Mark says, hello at Disney Baker. David K says, bye, everyone. Thank you for being here, David K. Disney Baker says, hi, Florida Mark. And Sonic says, and I don't know why, but I just got an all-state ad that was in all Japanese. Maybe because you know Sonic Sato, Sonic, from Japan, right? Here we're going down the steps on the main street, or I should say town square. Hello there. We're live on YouTube. Let me get a drink of water, folks. Hold on a second. All right, thanks for your patience. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. We're in Town Square here at the Magic Kingdom. Sonic says Chinese, sorry, not Japanese. Oh, then I'm confused now, Sonic. Why you beginning a Chinese ad? The Disney Baker says Tiki Room. Oh yeah, probably playing from Grayson over at Coca-Cola Corner. The Disney Baker says my favorite. And Pete McDevitt Show says hello at Disney Baker. The Disney Baker says hi, Pete. And Yukon Ron says hey there at Disney Baker. And Disney Baker says hi, Pete. Yukon Ron says hey there. Okay, we got that. Ben Blanklin says, Sonic Hedgehog, I gotta find a video link. I don't know if it was him, but I remember somebody played a Chili Pepper song. It was so amazing. Now that I think of it, most likely in California. Ha ha ha. We're looking north towards Cinderella Castle. And behind me is the Walt Disney World Railroad's Main Street Station. We could slowly turn on our access. Maybe we should go for a spin, or where we could, you know, take a grand circle tour of the Magic Kingdom on, of course, the Walt Disney World Railroads. Right? Maybe? The Disney Baker says 150. Oh, thanks for the update. So the Disney Baker with a big thumbs up just said he did 150th like. So our goal today of likes is 200 likes, folks. We're gonna head up to the upper level. So where do these steps go? They go up. But Ben Blinken says would make a lot more sense. Ha ha ha. And Sonic says, probably a person that was not on Disney, probably at Ben Blinken. Marion Move says thank you at the Disney Baker. And the Disney Baker says always, Mary. Ben Blinken says, or Phil, my bad. I'm blinking on his name. You're fine, Ben, no worries. The Disney Baker says, hello, Yukon Ron. Ben Blinken says, Neil, that's his name. Oh, yeah. So you have Grayson, Neil, and Jeremy you're talking about, Ben? Sonic says, so the Omnimover are the attractions. Let's see. Haunted Mansion, Tiana's not. I don't think so. Remy's? So Omnimover is like Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin and Haunted Mansion. Omnimover, Sonic. And so Tiana's would just be a log or a flume ride, if you will. And of course, Remy's is a trackless ride system. So in other words, the Omnimover is the ride system, Sonic. There's different types of ride systems. That's all it is. Off in the distance is Monorail Orange. It's on the, of course, resort monorail line there, traveling over to Disney's Contemporary Resort. Sony 4K, welcome in, welcome back. Sony 4K says, hey John, with a hand waving, 4K, thumbs up. Thanks for being here, Sony 4K. Welcome back. Pete McDevitt says hello at Sony 4K. Sony 4K says, hey Pete, great to see you. And the Disney Baker says, make sure you are set at 2160p for your best view of this amazing stream. Hit that like button with a big thumbs up and consider subscribing. Oh, well, thank you, the Disney Baker. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right. Because the Disney Baker says, make sure you are set at 2160p for your best view of this amazing stream. Hit the like button and consider subscribing. Thank you, the Disney Baker. Off in the distance and below is, of course, the guest entrance here at the Magic Kingdom. You could see the bunting applied to the outside or exterior of the railings here for the upcoming 4th of July celebration. Over in this direction here, folks, I will even zoom in on it for you. Let me pop up a different logo here, and I'll zoom in on the Grand Floridian Resort and Spa off in the distance. So that's a deluxe resort located on Seven Seas Lagoon. And then over in this direction is Disney's Polynesian Village Resort. And straight up ahead there, that's the Island Tower, the DVC, or the Disney Vacation Club. There's even the wedding pavilion there, which the gimbal head does not want to cooperate with me at the moment. There's another monorail coming into the Magic Kingdom monorail station. This time it's Monorail Lime approaching, of course, Magic Kingdom Station. But again, the Disney Baker says, make sure you're set at 2160p for your best view of this amazing stream. Hit the like and consider subscribing. You're right, the Disney Baker. We are broadcasting live in glorious ultra high definition 4K today. The Disney Baker says, congratulations, John, on 4,000 subscribers. Well, thank you, the Disney Baker. Thank you for being here. Sonic says, I think that Canadian was from Ontario. How do you know? Is the accent, Sonic? Are you that good? You just pick it out? Randy says 150 down, 50 more to go. Okay, Randy. Well, let's do this then. Oh, hello there. John with Fun to Be Free, coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom. So our new goal of likes is 200 likes, according to Randy. So we just nailed 150, so I need everybody's help right now. We're going to start with the countdown. We'll start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody viewing us live to smash that like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Because, of course, Randy says 150 down, 50 more likes to go. Thank you, Randy. And the Disney Baker says, hi, Fast Pass. Sonic says, you're my boy, Sonic Blue. I love it, Sonic. Fast Pass Radio says, it's fun to be free unless you're sipping Beverly in a Speedo like Pete McDevitt. Like and subscribe while John survives Magic Kingdom and hunts Cars Land updates in 4K. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio. Let me do it again. Pretty good. Do you respect Wood Fast Pass Radio? You know, like Larry David on Curb Your Enthusiasm? Fast Pass Radio says it's fun to be free unless you're sippin' Beverly in a Speedo like Pete McDevitt. Like and subscribe while John survives Magic Kingdom and hunts Cars Land updates in, oh boy, we're in luck, folks, because off in the distance, Casey Jr.'s rolling down the track with the smoke inside. No, it's not Casey Jr., but in this case, it's the Walt Disney World Railroad. You can hear the big brass bell coming into the Main Street station.
While we're still in motion, please sit back and relax and enjoy the final few moments of our journey and wait for those two magic words before you try to step off the train. We're close, but we're not there yet. Hold tight, please, just a little bit longer. Almost. And that whistle is the all clear. It is safe to step off the train. If you have interest at the entrance to the park, Main Street Station, Main Street USA, or at Cinderella's Castle, this is your stop. And thanks for riding the Walt Disney World Railroad.
Five guests to a row, everyone. 5 guests to each row. Welcome aboard. 5 guests to each row. Welcome aboard. 5 guests to each row. Welcome aboard.
So I'm actually digging around in my right rear pocket. I'm attempting to find my batteries, folks. I need to shuffle them to my front pockets, like my front right pocket and my front left pocket, if you will. We're gonna attempt to embark on the Walt Disney World Railroad here in just a few moments. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello there, may I join you?
Of course.
Oh, thank you. We're live on YouTube right now. So let's see where we are on the chat. But again, Fast Pass Radio, let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it again. Fast Pass Radio says it's fun to be free unless you're sipping Beverly in a Speedo like Pete McDevitt. Like and subscribe while John survives Magic Kingdom and hunts Cars Land updates in 4K. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio. Well done as always. And Randy just said something, but the chat just jumped. It rolled. Where are we in the chat, folks? Hold on. Chat's rolling, as always. Chat's on fire today, folks. Randy says, yeah, the timer for the battery went off over here. Oh, Randy. Randy's not kidding. He's literally setting timers for the batteries, folks. Fastest Radio says, hello at Disney Baker. Thank you, Randy. Chris says, you're my boy, Chris Blue. There we go. Now Chris is taking after Sonic. And Randy says, a huge thank you from the Magic Kingdom to all the new subscribers and a royal round of applause for the returning legends in the chat. John and Frankie appreciate every single one of you for joining the adventure, braving the weather, surviving the queues, and laughing through the chaos. You're the reason the stream sparkled brighter than Cinderella Castle at golden hour, and let's be honest, you're all the way smoother than a sip of Beverly, which, let's face it, is basically a rite of passage at this point. So raise your complimentary cup of water, give that like button a royal thump, and join us daily 2 p.m. Eastern in glorious 4K, because with John and Frankie, it's always magic made daily. Awesome, Randy. Let's attempt to do it again. I'll pop up the subscribe banner yet again, and we'll do it. Randy says, a huge thank you from the Magic Kingdom to all the new subscribers and a royal round of applause for the returning legends in the chat. John and Frankie appreciate every single one of you for joining the adventure, braving the weather, surviving the queues, and laughing through the chaos. You're the reason the stream sparkled brighter than Cinderella Castle at golden hour, and let's be honest, you're always smoother than a sip of Beverly, which, let's face it, is basically a rite of passage at this point. So raise your complimentary cup of water, give that like button a royal thump, and join us daily, 2 p.m. Eastern in glorious 4K. Because with John and Frankie, it's always magic made daily. Randy, look at you. Outdid yourself yet again. Well done, Randy. Thank you. Are you proud of yourself, Randy? I'm proud of you. Disney Baker says, hi, Randy. And Disney Baker says, hello, Thad. Theme Park Giant says, hey, Chris. And Randy says, yay, we got to see Michael today. Yeah, we did, Randy. We got to see Mickey Mouse, the one and only. Sonic says, I was thinking that the piano at Disney was just for Disney songs, so my apologies. No, well, Sonic, how should I phrase this? In my opinion, the entertainment department has an approved list of songs, and sometimes a different song not on the approved list probably slips out. So that's how I think I should phrase it. Chris says, hey there at Theme Park Giant, how's it going? I'm hanging out with my best friend John with Fun to Be Free.
Everyone could please remain seated. Thank you.
And Theme Park Giant says, hey Christopher, it's going well, working on some things, and I have John's stream on. Oh, so Theme Park Giant working in the background. Of course, shout out to Theme Park Giant, and shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below of this live stream video. Once this live stream is over, once it's completed, check out, of course, friends of the channel that include Theme Park Giant, Not So Scary Mary TV, Magic Adventures, Scoot Adventures, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and don't forget, of course, FastWestRadio.com. Florida Mark says hi at Not So Scary Mary TV. Not So Scary Mary TV says hi, Mickey. And C&M Custom Signs, welcome in, welcome back.
Welcome aboard, folks. We're beginning a grand circle tour of the Magic Kingdom, with stops along the way in Frontierland and Fantasyland. Sit tight and keep your hands, arms, feet, and legs well inside the train. We're currently departing Main Street Station. And if you're missing those friendly faces already, not to worry. On this train, it's never goodbye. It's always see you real soon.
Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado y mantenga las manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del tren. Y cuide a los pequeños. Gracias.
Friends, I'm so delighted you've joined us today. There's nothing I enjoy more than showing folks around this Magic Kingdom, especially because it's certified proof that in these parts, dreams really do come true. See, there was a time not so long ago that I was just a young fella on Main Street with a balloon in my hand and a wish in my heart that someday I'd be the conductor of this train. And wouldn't you know it, with a bit of gumption and a dash of magic, here I am. So believe it when I say that around here, anything is possible. See what I mean? Hope you packed a compass, because that, folks, is the sound of adventure. Adventureland, I should say. Whether navigating wild jungle rivers, swashbuckling with jolly buccaneers, or even just scaling a towering treehouse, there's always plenty to explore here in Adventureland. Tootin' type, then partner, saddle up, cause this here's Frontierland. Home to cowpokes, campfires, and country bears, this outpost is chock full of tall tales and an even taller mountain. We call it Big Thunder. Catch a ride on its runaway trains and you'll see why. On a more musical note, just ahead, Princess Tiana is striking up the band for her big party. She made me promise to tell you folks, you're invited. We've reached Frontierland Station, everyone, so sit tight and hold those horses until we've come to a complete stop. If you're disembarking, please carry your strollers all the way off the platform before unfolding. Watch your step now. This is Frontierland Station.
And as you roll into Frontierland Station, please remain fully seated until you hear the words all clear. And then we'll tell you it's safe to step off the train. But while we're still in motion, we want to sit back and relax and wait for those magic words before we try to exit the train. So hold tight. Just a moment. Please wait. There we go. That whistle from the engine is the all clear. It is safe to step off the train. If you have interest in Adventureland or Frontierland or Liberty Square, this is your stop. Thanks for riding the Walt Disney World Florida.
Look at that. Look at how short the line is. Look at how the attendance is so low here at the Magic Kingdom right now. That's Tiana's Bayou Adventure, the queue. I'm not certain how short that wait is, but it could be posted at 30 or 35 minutes. That is a short wait time for Tiana right now. But let's get back to the chat, folks. C&M Custom Signs, welcome in, welcome back. Says ND with the house. Not So Scary Mary TV says Florida Mark at Theme Park Giant. Hey, and Zevi, Z-E-V-I. Zevi, I do believe is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Zevi. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. But Zevi says, you do a great live stream. Well, thank you, Zevi. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Theme Park Giant says, hi, Neri. Randy says, welcome back, C&M. Randy says, welcome in, Zevi. Pete McDevitt Show says, hello at Not So Scary Mary TV. Not So Scary Mary TV says that. Pete McDevitt Show, hey! And Florida Mark says, John and Frankie decided to pay Mickey a visit. Beverly Dole Whip Sundae would be the new hot menu item, or a Beverly Banana Split. Florida Mark, oh, that does not sound like it would sit in your little tummy very well. Florida Mark, not at all. Oh, a Beverly Banana Split? No, thank you, Florida Mark. Florida Mark says, whether it's a dream or a nightmare, please like, comment, and subscribe. Well, thank you, Florida Mark. But again, Florida Mark says, whether it's a dream or a nightmare, please like, comment, and subscribe. So he's talking about the Beverly Banana Split. No, thank you, Florida Mark. Not So Scary Mary TV says that. Zevi, welcome in. Thanks for joining us today. Thank you, Neri. Randy says, great idea since Cars is coming too, and construction will be limiting the stops for a ride on the railroad. You don't say, Randy. You don't say. I'm kind of sitting on the wrong side, if you will. I wanted to be on the interior of the berm, but this will do, I suppose. I didn't expect the railroad to be, you know, have this many guests on it, Randy, right now. And Randy says, where do the stairs go? Oh, we must be going up the stairs on Walt Disney World Railroad. They go up, Randy. Beverly Challenge says that Florida Mark agreed the options for Beverly expansion are endless. Oh, look at you go, Beverly Challenge. Endless, eh? You don't say. Sonic says that I just made a live update on YouTube over my channel. Oh yeah, Sonic? So we'll have to check it out. Thank you for the update there. Frankie 1080p says, hey there at Sony 4K. And Sonic says, if you guys want to check it out, thank you, Sonic, we will. Sonic says, and if I had to mute my volume from John's stream because I was still watching, everyone was wanting an update anyways. Thank you, Sonic. Randy says, now just asking for a friend. Is Frankie getting Speedo this summer? Ha, Randy, I never even thought about that. So it's all the latest in fashion and apparel these days. All the masculine men are wearing Speedos these days, Randy. So we might just have to get Frankenstein 4K a pair of Speedos, my camera rig, right, Randy? Yeah, look at the butt on that one. Yeah, he must work out. I'm looking where we are in the chat. Hold on a second, folks. It's been jumping, rolling. And Florida Mark says, LOL. Sonic says, no. Larry says, pretty times, not 2 times. Pretty. I know, Sonic. I over-dramatize it for, you know, I over-embellish it, Sonic, but thank you. But again, Sonic says, no, Larry says pretty times, not 2 times. Pretty good. That's right, Sonic.
Howdy, folks. If you're just joining us, a hearty welcome aboard. We're heading for our next stop, Fantasyland, before carrying on to Main Street, USA. Everybody stay seated and keep your hands and arms, feet and legs safely inside the train. And as always, keep an eye on your little ones.
Para su seguridad, permanezca sentado y mantenga las manos, brazos, pies y piernas dentro del tren. Y cuide a los pequeños. Gracias.
There it is, Big Thunder Mountain. Now, normally, folks around here have a one-track mine for gold, but mining seems to have been derailed. They've been working on that railroad all the livelong day, so I bet they'll be full steam ahead in no time. Hopefully with some new bells and whistles. The change in scenery means we've left the rattle and rumble of that old gold mine behind and entered my favorite leg of the journey. Lush wilderness, calm waters, and untamed beauty. Folks, we're in nature's wonderland. Isn't it something? Just think of the extraordinary things to see and do in these woods. Hiking trails, bird calls, fireflies, and starry nights. Setting out for adventure at sunrise and telling the tale around a campfire that night. Considering how wonderful things are out here, I'm fortunate that some of my closest friends call it home. That village is a truly special place. Folks, we're just about out of the woods and into the forest. The enchanted forest of Fantasyland, where magic... Listen. Hear that?
There it is! On that big metal snake!
Oh, Peter, that's not a snake. It's a train.
Train, huh? Well... I think it's finally time I trained my shadow to stay put. Come here. Here, Shadow. Shadow.
Oh, Tinkerbell, we really must find some stronger thread.
Told you it's enchanted, and the tips of castle spires to the sands under the sea. Magic and happily ever afters await around every corner in Fantasyland. Friends, travelers, children of all ages, we're coming down the track and headed straight for the stupendous, the sensational, the spectacularific Fantasyland Storybook Circus. Soar with Dumbo, or join Goofy in his stunt play for some airborne acrobatics. This station is also your gateway to the rest of Fantasyland and Tomorrowland. Now, please wait until the train has come to a complete stop. Gather your J from the platform before unfolding it. That way we can start loading up for the next leg of our trip. For those disembarking, please watch your step and thanks for traveling with us. I hope you join us again real soon. If you're staying aboard, our next stop is Main Street Station.
And as you roll into Fantasyland Station, please remain fully seated until you hear the words "all clear," which will tell you it's safe to step off the train. But while we're still in motion, we want to sit back and relax and enjoy the final few moments of our journey and wait for those two magic words before we try to step off the train. Hold tight, because we're close, but we're not there yet. And that whistle from the engine is the all clear. It is safe to step off the train. If you have interest in Tomorrowland or Fantasyland or Storybook Circus, then this is your stop.
We'll come back to the chat in a few moments, folks. I need to secure all cargo with some batteries. Hold on a second. I'm removing the batteries from my front, left, and right pockets, and I'm placing it in my right rear pocket. Give me one more moment. And Not So Scary Mary TV, we're back in the chat. Not So Scary Mary TV says, congratulations, woohoo, 4,000 subscribers. I'm so happy. Well, thank you, Not So Scary Mary TV. But quick shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below. Hello, thank you for making the magic.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out Not So Scary Mary TV. Like, comment, subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Likewise, don't forget about Magic Adventures. That's MAJIC. MAJIC, Magic Adventures, also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. Like, comment, subscribe to Magic Adventures and Theme Park Giant. Don't forget about Theme Park Giant. Don't forget about Scooter Adventures. Don't forget about Cruise and Theme Park Guide, Sierra, and also FastPassRadio.com. We're now in Storybook Circus. Off in the distance is Goofy's Barnstormer. You can see the Goofy's Barnstormer, the Vekoma roller skater. It's cycling, it's in motion, it's coming into the brake run right now there, folks. Even though I keep saying the Magic Kingdom is lower in attendance today, there's a lot of people in the area, you'll say. And I'll go, yeah, this is a very low attendance day here at the Magic Kingdom. When I got here today, folks, the transportation and ticket center was essentially desolate. Nobody there. My experience on the monorail coming over, nobody practically. There were actually some people, but it was, in overall scheme of things, not too many people. But the Barnstormer is a 20-minute wait time here in Storybook Circus. Well, let's get back to the chat. Oh, Randy's back in the chat. Randy says John and Frankie could have accomplished 4,000 plus subscribers without the most wonderful people in the Fun to Be Free world. Thank you all. That's right, Randy. Shout out to everybody joining us live, everybody that supports the channel. Again, Randy says John and Frankie couldn't have accomplished 4,000 plus subscribers without the most wonderful people in the Fun to Be Free world. Thank you all. Thank you, Randy. Sonic says, you're my boy, Magic Adventures Blue. Nah, that doesn't make sense, but who cares, Ella? So, Sonic. But yeah, like, comment, subscribe to Magic Adventures and Not So Scary Mary TV, Theme Park Giants, Scooter Adventures, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and of course, don't forget FastPassRadio.com. Not So Scary Mary TV says, I'm proud of Randy too. I agree, Not So Scary Mary TV. So shout out to, of course, the Mod Squad. That's MOD, the Mod Squad, or the moderators on Fun to Be Free. John with Fun to Be Free and Frankenstein 4K couldn't have done it without, of course, Reed in the Tower, Mary on the Move, Fast Radio, and Randy. Thank you again. Chris says, hey Sonic, how about your my boy Fun to Be Free Blue? Won't be the right quote. I don't know if that works, Chris, sorry. Thank you for the suggestion though. Not So Scary Mary TV is Sonic laughing and crying. Sonic says, I am full of water now. I think I drank too much, LOL. But yeah, as you say, Sonic, stay hydrated, right? And then Randy back in the chat says, thank you, I'm honored to be here on the journey with the awesome streamer community. Shout out to all the friends of the channel that have accepted me and my family to join you and your family. Randy, that's so touching. Let me say that again. Randy says, thank you. I'm honored to be here on the journey with the awesome streamer community. Shout out to all the friends of the channel that have accepted me and my family to join you and your family. Thank you, Randy. Very well said. Florida Mark says, awesome. I agree, Randy. Sonic says, Walt Disney World Railroad. Huh. Is that how it's said? Yeah. WWRR. Yeah, you got it, Sonic. And Randy says, wow, Tiana's 45. Tron's 55. Looks like the attendance has fizzled out. Yeah, it is. It is, it's dead. For a lack of a better term, there's just not too much attendance here at the Magic Kingdom today, Randy. Journeys Out Loud back in the chat says, hey y'all, oh, we got this Seven Doors Mine Train cycling there. My face, or John with Fun to Be Free's face, is buried into the live chat. But Journeys Out Loud says, hey y'all. And Randy says, welcome back, Journey. And Pete McDevitt says, LOL. Mysterious Court Marie back in the chat says, I'm back. Welcome back, Mysterious Court Marie. Frankie 2-Bit says, Speedos are all the rage. Feels like I'm not wearing anything at all. Nothing at all. Where have I heard that, Frankie 2-Bit? That's awesome. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. Hey, off in the distance is the Tomorrowland Speedway. Randy says, welcome back, Marie. Mysterious Court Marie says, thanks, Randy. Journeys Out Loud says, I would have said hi earlier, but I was making lunch. Well, you're fine. No worries, Journeys Out Loud. Thank you for being here. Mysterious Court Marie says, I just hit the like it, Randy. Thank you, Court Marie. Sonic says, Fantasyland with Sonic the Hedgehog. LOL. And, oh, Randy, back in the chat, probably with another soliloquy. So let's pop up the subscribe banner, Randy. Let's get going here. Randy says, John and Frankie are riding the Walt Disney World Railroad, taking the scenic route through the kingdom after a stream. So wild, even the Dapper Dans need a minute to regroup. We started with Beverly, ended up in Speedos, and now we're drinking Beverly and Speedos. Even Frankie's drinking Beverly and Speedos. This stream is coming out in sparkly Ultra 4K, and honestly, we're not sure the kingdom is ready, so grab your ears, your complimentary cup of chaos, and smack that like button like it's trying to escape. Live every day at 2 p.m. Eastern, where hydration is questionable, but the laughs are guaranteed. Thank you, Randy. There is a chat in between your chat. You know what we've never experienced live before? Is the Tomorrowland Speedway. Let's check to see the attraction wait time, the standby wait time. Maybe we could join the queue. Let's see here. The attendance is on the lower side, like I keep saying today. So the Tomorrowland Speedway overhead, the marquee, showing a 10-minute standby entrance wait time. So let's join the queue. I think that'd be a good idea. We'll give it a shot, folks. Hello there.
Para impulsar su auto, simplemente aprietan el pedal con el pie. Para detenerse, quiten el pie del pedal. Las reglas de la carrera dictan que se mantenga una distancia mínima de un largo de auto entre su vehículo y el de adelante. No paren en el círculo ni choquen en los otros autos. Pilotos, pongan sus autos en marcha.
So the audible level, or it's very loud, that's what I'm trying to say. Very loud here at Tomorrowland Speedway. So I'll probably come back to the chat once we disembark. Very, very loud.
Thanks, and have a great race.
the distance is the Astro Orbiter. We've just disembarked from the Tomorrowland Speedway. A little loud here, folks. A little loud on the Tomorrowland Speedway. We're gonna head back down to ground level. And I'm thinking we should go for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water at Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe. So stay tuned for that, folks. We'll get back to the chat here. But Mysterious Court Marie says hello at Sonic, and Susan D, welcome in. So folks, it appears that some of the chats fell off a cliff, so I apologize for that. I could only receive 99 chats. Once I hit 100, they seem to disappear, they get zapped, I can't retrieve them, so I'm sorry about that. But I do see Baby T, that's B-A-B-Y-T-E-E, Baby T. I do believe Baby T is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Baby T. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Thank you for making the magic. Well, welcome to the channel, Baby T. But Baby T says, hey, it's Trish from TST. Welcome to the channel, Baby T. Sonic says, hi, Court Marie. Randy says, welcome in, Baby T. Baby T says, hey, thank you, Randy. And Fast Fast Radio says, stupid sexy Flanders at Frankie 2-Bit. Little Simpsons action for you. Fast Fast Radio. Sonic says, I remember going on cars like that. Maybe it was in the Busch Gardens. Yeah, I think they had something very similar, a very attraction that's very reminiscent of the Tomorrowland Speedway. Hold on one moment, folks. Be right with you. Hello there, nice to see you. I'm just looking for 1 cup for water, please, if possible. And Beverly Challenge back in the chat says Prost, P-R-O-O-S-T, you know. Oh, hello. So yeah, thank you so much for making the magic. Prost, Beverly Challenge. Thank you. Baby T says, hey, it's Trish. Laughs and smiles all day. Or me here. Welcome to the channel, Baby T. Baby T says, hey. And Sonic says, you definitely read my mind, John. Do I really, Sonic? Do I know you? Do you know him? Does he call you at home? Hello there. Miracles from Molecules, Fast Fast Radio. We have success on the complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water, folks. It feels like it's going to rain here in Central Florida at the Magic Kingdom. Will it? I don't know. Stay tuned and find out. But we are near Cinderella Castle, where we could enjoy some gorgeous views. Hold on a second, let me get a better shot here. Randy says, "Bwah ha ha, fast fast." I thought that was a Homer quote. Yeah, exactly. It is, Randy. Look at, there is, of course, Cinderella Castle off in the distance there. Here, I'll pause here. We'll enjoy some water. Stay hydrated, folks. Give me a second. I'll be right with you. Oh, yes. Baby T. Baby T in the chat. I've just seen the next chat up. It's Trish. Yeah, from Town Square Theater. Oh, I just clued in. I was focused on getting some complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water, Trish. But yes, shout out to the cast members who make magic here at the Magic Kingdom. Baby T says, it's Trish. We met today in Town Square Theater. Thank you for being here, Trish. Marion Move says, oh no, the Speedway. Chaos anticipated. Let's see how this goes. It went fine. It's just loud, Marion Move. I can't compete with the decibel level, Marion Move. Frankie 2-Bit says, you got it at Fast Fast Radio. Randy says, I guess John will let Frankie drive. Yeah, I had to strap Frankie, or my camera rig that I called Frankenstein 4K, into his child restraint, Randy. Absolutely. Theme Park Giant says, I want to see if he fits in at Marion Move. Those cars are tiny. Yeah, I fit, Theme Park Giant. So I think I'm like literally the limit where they design, or, you know, the ergonomic engineers at WDI, Walt Disney Imagineering. I think I'm literally the tallest limit they design for on-ride vehicles. I really do. Because I always slip right in, with the exception of one vehicle, one attraction. That's Matterhorn bobsleds at Disneyland in California. That's the only exception that I cannot experience. Oh, a little Hello Dolly, anyone? Chris says, oh my gosh, the Speedway, wow, this is so cool. That reminds me of the time I rode Autopia back at Disneyland. Let's give it a shot. You got it, Chris. We nailed it. We did it. You saw it. You experienced it. I'm trying to get Cinderella Castle in frame, if you will. Florida Mark says, can Frankie's feet reach the pedals? No, they're too short, Florida Mark. He had to be restrained in the car seat. He's a little bit too short to reach the pedals. Good one, Florida Mark. Mysterious Court Marie says, welcome in at Baby T and Frankie 2-Bit. Again, shout out to the cast members who make magic. We met Trish earlier at Town Square Theater where she makes magic earlier today. Theme Park Giant says, well, he'll fit, but I want to see how comfortable it is. Theme Park Giant, real quick, as you're aware, the Tomorrowland Speedway vehicles, I wouldn't describe them as comfortable, especially the gas pedal. Very, strong. You have to push very hard to get it going, if you will. We're here in the hub tonight, right in front of the Walt and Mickey partner statue. There's some wind whipping up, folks. I'm not too concerned of it blowing across the mic. Getting a little stronger here. It feels like we have a storm a brewing, a storm a coming, folks. We have a guest group here in front of course, the partner statue. Let me get in this area here, maybe. I'll pause. Let's see if we can catch up on the chat. I'm still enjoying my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water, though. Sonic says, Orange Bird and my Boy Blue, mix them together and you get Orange Blue. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't flow that well, Sonic. Baby T says, I thought it was raining when I left. The skies were dark. It's probably coming soon, Baby T. Coming soon, I think. Frankie 2-Bit says they can each get their own vehicles. That'd be awesome. I look behind me and Frank 4K, my camera rig's driving on its own. Randy says, I was just thinking that TPG since you were discussing it the other day. Sonic says, OMG, basically it's go-karts. It really much is, Sonic. And Chris has an emoji icon of a car. Theme Park Giant says, Randy, he thought he were going to share one. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I wanted to, Theme Park Giant. Remember, we were experiencing a bromance. Fast Radio says, now we'll see why he's not allowed to drive Mary's car at Mary the Move. Yeah, though that's the Honda Pilot, Fast Radio. I'm trying to get the gimbal head on track, but it wants to do a mind of its own trick. Do you want to see my magic trick? Baby T says, first time on here, this is sweet. Thank you for being here, Baby T. Frankie 2-Bit says, Giant, you could have used 2 cars like shoes. That is true, Frankie 2-Bit. You got that right. Randy says, I'm just hearing in my big guy little coat. Big guy in a little coat, or is that like a van down by the river, Randy? Baby T again says, what color are you choosing? Oh, it just turned out to be yellow, I think, Baby T. Frankie 2-Bit says, hey there, Baby T. Theme Park Giant says, such a great cue. You get to smell the gas and hear the engines rattle in your ears. Oh, that's good, Theme Park Giant. That is good. Let's come back down to ground level, folks. Let's head into Liberty Square, because we have not had the opportunity to experience the Haunted Mansion yet today. Grayson was tickling the ivories at Casey's Corner earlier, and he played the otherworldly concerto, the Haunted Mansion, some music, and it put John with Fun to Be Free in such a great mood. I thought, we got to get over to the Haunted Mansion, folks. Baby T says, hey, Frankie. And Mary the Move says, well, he was a professional float driver, folks. What could go wrong? Mary on the Move. How dare you? Francisco Frankie says, hola at Baby T. And Randy says, you both can ride the car, TPG. One on the hood and one on the back. And Frankie and Fred drive. If you insist, Randy, that'd be a sight to behold. John with Fun to Be Free would say, that is unsafe, folks. And at any point, do not try this at home. Only ride in the interior of the vehicle with your seatbelt fastened. Pro tip, safety tip. Be safe, folks. Theme Park Giant says, haha, Frankie 2-Bit. It might be easier than sitting in one. Or what would Fonzie say, Theme Park Giant? Hey, sit on it. Baby T says, hey, Francisco. And Phil Rooftop, I do believe Phil Rooftop is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Phil Rooftop. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Phil Rooftop. Phil Rooftop says, is this Florida? Yes, it is. It is Walt Disney World in Central Florida. We're here at the Magic Kingdom, specifically Liberty Square right now. Phil Rooftop, welcome to the channel. Randy says, at Mary. And Baby T says, hey, Fat Francisco. Randy says, welcome in, Phil. Baby T says, hey, at Frankie. The chat is rolling and jumping, folks. Hold on. I'm still enjoying my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. I need to dispose of it in a garbage receptacle in a few moments. I do not have, the available digits to scroll through the chat. The chat is rolling and jumping. Hold on 1 second, folks.
The Joe Biden.
One moment, folks. Be right with you. I'm just disposing of my complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. Let's get this show on the road, though. Now we're talking. We're cooking with gas. Let's get back to the chat, folks. I have 2 available hands. All right. Where are we in the chat, folks? Where are we? Lots of chats going on. Boy, oh boy. And I think the last chat I could see is from 1852. Oh, hello there. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. I heard my name. Yep. My guess is you watch. Yes. Long-time subscriber, first time saying hi, I guess.
Yes.
Where are you guys from?
Hi.
Oh, really? Welcome. Have you been here before? Oh, so you guys are experts, professionals.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Just watch where you step.
Exactly, in the Pooh River. Yeah. Enjoy your stay. Take care. Bye-bye. Lots of fans, folks. Lots of fans. Yeah, but Baby T, so the maximum chats I can receive is 99. I try to stay on top of the chats, but as it turns out, I get so many chats that, of course, the last one or the first one, depending on the way you look at it, they fall off a cliff, they get zapped, they evaporate. I have no capability to rewind, if you will. But again, from 1852, the last chat I can see from Baby T says, hey, at K9 Frankie. And Sonic says, POV time. And Frankie Big Mouth says, living the dream, not sure whose. I guess so, Frankie Big Mouth. Baby T says, what's good, everyone? And Florida Mark says, here comes Speed Racer. Oh, yeah, Speed Racer, Florida Mark, you remember that. Sonic says, all right, good. People, don't go as fast on there. And Frankie 1080p says, hopefully Frankie 4K is strapped in. It would be a real shame if something happened to him. No, he was fine. He's safe, Frankie 1080p. Randy says, agreed, Frankie 1080p. And Frankie 2-Bit says, you could take them boys. And Frankie 2-Bit says, floor it. I did, Frankie 2-Bit. And we just went like, right? Florida Mark says, not much chance of a head-on collision. No, I think 0%. Hello there, we're live on YouTube. And Debbie, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Debbie in the chat. Debbie says, hi, everyone. Well, hello there, Debbie. And Baby T says, hold on one moment. Go ahead, please.
Oh, no, you're good.
We're live on YouTube. Where do you make magic?
Why are you making magic?
Do you make magic?
Yes, I'm actually at Haunted Mansion.
Oh, thank you for making the magic.
Yeah.
Do you want to say hi on camera? Because I see you guys all the time. So quick shout out to all the cast members here at the Haunted Mansion who make magic. Again, thank you again for making the magic. So real quick, this guy, John with Fun to Be Free, used to work the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland in California. So I think it's just so cool. And it's my favorite attraction of all time. Do you guys agree? Do you work it and you love it?
I love it.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And then I'm sorry, maybe I should get closer because the microphone's probably not picking it up. But you said you love it.
I love it, yes.
Oh, excellent.
Awesome working here.
Awesome. Do your other friends want to say hi?
I'll say hi. Hello. I love it here. It's a role I would have died for when I was little, and now I did.
Awesome.
I think they took all the stuff I was going to say.
Awesome. Does the off-duty cast member friends want to say hi?
I will not, just because I'm not on the phone.
I understand. It's okay.
No,
Thank you for making the magic.
Of course. Yes. We're always welcome.
But yeah, I'm John with Fun to Be Free because I see you guys often, right?
Oh my God.
So.
Yes. Just like the song.
You're right. You're right. I know you can't take your phone out, but just like the song.
Just like the song.
Fun to Be Free on YouTube, yeah?
Well, we'll look you up later. We're dying to have you,
Yo,
John.
thank you. We're dying to have you. Again, thank you for making the magic. Bye-bye. All right, folks, let's get on track here. We've joined the queue for here, the Haunted Mansion. It shows a 20-minute standby wait time, folks. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube. Where are you guys from?
We're from Cocoa Beach.
Oh, locals, annual pass holders. Do you come often?
Yes.
Do you have any pro tips for anybody in the chat that say would come for the first time to the Walt Disney World Resort?
I guess
Be prepared to spend a lot.
You're right, but with that expenditure, you get what you pay for. The emotional experience is, of course, priceless, lifelong memories, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Definitely.
Well done. So I've been doing this since February live, like daily, if you will, and I've never heard anybody say that before, something along those lines, so that was well done, thank you. That was good. But yes, it gets a little pricey here at the Walt Disney World Resort, but it sure is fun, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Worth it.
But I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. And real quick, this is my favorite attraction of all time, the Haunted Mansion.
Oh, we love it, yeah.
Do you guys like it as well? Yeah. But have you guys been on Tron and Tiana Zone? Okay, so you've probably been on multiple times, huh?
Yeah. Well,
So much fun.
only Tron once.
Only once? Oh, okay.
So we'll have to get back to it.
Okay.
Yeah, we liked it. We like an Animal Kingdom a lot too.
Okay. The safari, I imagine.
Yeah, and Pandora.
Oh, yeah. Flight of Passage? It's amazing, yeah.
Everest.
Oh, yeah. Fun as well. Hello there. We're live on YouTube right now. So again, folks, 20 minutes for the Haunted Mansion. And let's come back to the chat. Again, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to see Debbie in the chat. Debbie says, hi, everyone. Baby T says, when is the last time you've been at Disney Chat? When are you coming? Let me try to understand what Baby T's asking. When is the last time you've been at Disney Chat? When are you coming? So, Baby T, I think what you're asking is when's the last time I came to the Walt Disney World Resort? So that was yesterday, and I'll probably come back tomorrow. I'll broadcast live 2 p.m. tomorrow, Baby T, somewhere here at Walt Disney World Resort. Floater Mark says, well, hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Where are you guys from? Oh, welcome. Enjoy your stay. A lot of people will say, cute ears, girls, and where did you get them? Hello there. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Oh, we have the Liberty Bell off in the distance. You can hear the steam whistle. And then the brass bell will come, maybe in probably, 30 seconds maybe, something to that effect. But the Liberty Bell, the last day of operation for the Liberty Bell will be July 6th, folks. So John with Fun to Be Free will be broadcasting live from the Magic Kingdom on July 6th. That's just a few days away, folks. So stay tuned as we broadcast the last day of operation for the Rivers of America, along with the Liberty Bell here at the Magic Kingdom on July 6th. If you show up on July 7th, you'll be out of luck. The Liberty Bell on the Rivers of America. Oh, there we go with the steam whistle. And we're going to get the brass bell. Dong, dong. You can see the bunting applied to the railing for, of course, the upcoming 4th of July celebration. And then off in the distance now is the exterior elevation of the actual Haunted Mansion, if you will. Let's get back to the chat. Florida Mark says hi at Debbie. Frankie 2-Bit says hey there at Debbie. Randy says, uh-oh, the boss is here, Randy, be careful. Sonic says, uh-oh, your boss is here, Randy. Look at Sonic. Sonic says, literally, you read my mind, Randy. And Bob, I think you've been here before, right, Bob? Just B-O-B, Bob? But I'm not certain because we get a lot of people like Bob Blacker, Bob here and there, At any rate, Bob, I'll pop up the subscribe banner. I'll say welcome to the channel because it's a little challenging sometimes to keep track of the, the generic handle names like just Bob. But welcome to the channel, Bob. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Bob. Bob says, hi all, and mods, we're back. And Florida Mark says, hello, Bob. Randy says, hey, Bob. And Not So Scary Mary TV says, 30 more likes to get to 200. Oh, well, thank you, Neri, for that. So let's do a countdown. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash that like button. So in 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. Of course, unless you've already done so. But thank you to Not So Scary Mary TV. Again, shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. I left a link in the description box below. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out Not So Scary Mary TV. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. And again, we just need 30 more likes to get to our goal of 200 likes today, folks. We could do it. Right, Randy? We could do it, we could do it, we could do it. Cinderella. Baby T says, hey, I'm new, at mods. And Not So Scary Mary TV says, hi, Bob, welcome back. And Debbie says, hello, at Florida Mark. Not So Scary Mary TV says, at Baby T, welcome to this amazing channel. Thank you, Neri. Hello, we're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free. Fun to be free. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Fun to be free. We're slowly turning around the stanchion. We're in, the shade control. But Mary the Move says, we survived the Speedway, barely. Oh yeah, Mary the Move, are you suggesting John with Fun to Be Free is a poor driver? Mary the Move says, welcome to the channel at Baby T. Chris says, that was awesome, the Tomorrowland Speedway here at Disney World Plus Autopia Disneyland Super Jackpot. Chris says, wow, that was a magnificent day I'm having here at the Magic Kingdom. I'm so glad you're joining us, Chris. Bob says, us Sunny Eclipse performing? Or US Sunny? Or Bob, you're asking to see Sunny Eclipse? I'm not quite certain. Over at Cosmic Race. Mary the Move says, hey there, at Debbie. Not So Scary Mary TV says, love the Speedway stream. Thank you, Neri. Thank you for being here. Fastest Radio says, hello at Baby T. Sonic says, yep, some weather coming your way, John. Oh no, Sonic. Thanks for the update, though. Randy says, did great today, Senora. 173 for a slow day is awesome. Be safe. May the Schwartz be with you. Catching the rerun. See you on the same bat channel, the same bat time. Thank you, Randy. Shout out to the mod squad, of course. That's, of course, Fast Pass Radio, Reed in the Tower, Mary the Move, and Randy. And 211, welcome in and welcome back. It's nice to have 211 here. Oh boy, we got 211 in the house. So let's crank it to 11. But 211 says squirrel. Are you saying I get distracted very easily, 211? Is that what you're saying, 211? Well, hello there, 211. Thank you for joining us today. We're here on the Haunted Mansion. Oh yeah, well, thank you. Where are you guys from? Oh, Scotland, okay. Welcome. So off in the distance is Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. It's currently under construction. There's a track replacement project going on. Disney has not officially announced an opening date, but John with Fun to Be Free is speculating that it should be, I assume it will be open early 2026. That can mean January, folks. So we'll, stay tuned and find out. And Mary the Move says, welcome in at 211. Sonic says, no WDS Walt Disney and Sonic. I don't know about that, Sonic. Fastest Radio says, John and TPG need to go on the Speedway with their sombreros. Yeah, so Theme Park Giant's a little too tall. Maybe we'll have to squish him in like a can of sardines on Tomorrowland Speedway. And then we can wear our sombreros. Just like on Star Tours, The Adventures Continue, where we show up and the nice cast members, shout out to the cast members who make magic here at the Walt Disney World Resort. But they say, oh, only 2 of you? The tallest guys in the room, the skyscrapers of streaming? And then they go, oh, row 1, please. With giant camera rigs? Yeah, row 1, that'll do. And then, as we're wearing sombreros, literally, right, Sonic? Right, Fastest Radio? Not So Scary Mary TV says, at 211, welcome to the chat. Not So Scary Mary TV says at Fast West Radio, laughing and crying. Auntie B says, okay guys, we only need 27 more likes to hit the big 200. We could do this, Randy. That's right, Auntie B. Thank you for your optimism. All right, so Auntie B is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody that's viewing us live and has not done so yet by smashing the like button to, of course, lightly press, tap, bippity boppity boop the like button. So here we go in 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Auntie B says we only need 27 more to go to hit the big 200 likes today. Thank you, Auntie B. And then Yukon Ron back in the chat. Yukon Ron says, I missed the gummy bear overlay at the motorboat in Autopia at Disneyland. Oh, you recall that, do you, Yukon Ron? I recall that. Bouncing here and there and everywhere. We are the gummy bears, Yukon Ron? And 211 says Gummy Bear Glen. Oh, look at 211 go. 211 is in the know. Randy says, we can do it at NTB. We could do it. Yes, Randy. We could do it. We could do it. We could do it. Cinderella. Randy says, great view. I don't know where we are in the chat that Randy's saying great view, but maybe as the Cinderella Castle. That'd probably be my best guess, because I'm, behind in the chat, folks. Where are we in the chat? Where are we in the chat, folks? I'm looking. 211 says, Yukon Ron sounds like somebody I know in real life, but I don't know. Really, 211? You don't say. Auntie B says, yes, we can at Randy. And Sonic says, let's go to the Haunted Mansion and on the Omni Mover. Yeah, you nailed it, Sonic. The Haunted Mansion has an Omni Mover. That's the ride system. Jaylon back in the chat. Jaylon says, like, subscribe, ring the notification bell. But thank you, Jaylon. We'll pop up the subscribe banner because Jaylon says, like, subscribe, ring that notification bell. Thank you, Jaylon. As well. Floatermark says hi at Jaylon. Jaylon says hi, Floatermark. Oh, and Goofy Gates. Goofy Gates. Oh boy, here we go. Goofy Gates, nice to see you, Goofy Gates. Are you coming from, I don't know, Sandusky, Ohio? Live from, Cedar Point, Goofy Gates? Is that where you're at today, Goofy Gates? Nice to see you in the chat, Goofy Gates. I hope you guys enjoyed. And Goofy Gates says, hello from TT2. Floatermark says hi at Goofy Gates. Randy says welcome in 211. Goofy Gates says hi, Floatermark. Randy says welcome in, Goofy Gates. Mary the Move says welcome in at Goofy Gates. Goofy Gates says hello, Randy and Mary. Sonic says Haunted Mansion or HM, but it's not HNM, LOL. Yeah, you're right, Sonic. It's not H&M. It's just Haunted Mansion. But Disney loves their acronyms, Sonic. Goofy Gates says Yukon Ron Gummy Glen was awesome. Look at Goofy Gates go. Fastest Radio says, if it's your favorite attraction, why do you... Oh, I think the chat didn't come across fully. But I think this is what Fastest Radio meant to say. If it's your favorite attraction, John, why don't you marry it, John? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? You're a nerd. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Sonic Status says, hi, everyone, I'm back. And Jalen says, welcome back, Sonic Stato. Sonic says, John's favorite attraction is Haunted Mansion. John's favorite parade is Festival of Fantasy, but his favorite park is Epcot. What? I think you got it pretty close, Sonic. I think you got it. You pay attention. Oh, and Dole Whip Dave. Welcome in. Welcome back, Dole Whip Dave. Were your ears ringing? Because we were talking about the Dole Whips earlier. Florida Mark was talking about Beverly Dole Whips. Oh, man. I'd say no thank you to those Beverly Dole Whips. But Dole Whip Dave says, good afternoon. Well, hello there, Dole Whip Dave. Thank you for joining us. Sonic says, yes, WB Sato. 211 says, because they closed Horizons. 211, as you're aware, John with Fun to Be Free, gets a little touchy when Horizons comes up. Because, of course, they replaced it with Mission Space. As you're aware, 211, John with Fun to Be Free is ultra positive about Disney. But when it comes to Mission Space, no thank you. When it comes to the Beverly, or as many say, try the Beverly, it's delicious. John with Fun to Be Free will say, no thank you. And Sonic Sato, big face, smiling. Bob says, yep. And Dole Up Dave says, John with Fun to Be Free's favorite watcher is Ladybug Runner. Is it really Dole Up Dave? So Dole Up Dave's wife is Ladybug Runner. And so literally, Ladybug Runner is my #1 fan, Dole Up Dave. Thank you, Ladybug Runner. Bob says it's Bob Club. Been here with it's Bob with a smile. Okay, Bob with a smile. You got it, Bob with a smile. Because Bob literally is B-O-B in an emoji icon, smiling face. So Bob with a smile. Got it, Bob. I'll have to remember that. Bob with a smile. Florida Mark says Haunted Mansion is definitely very well done. I agree, Florida Mark. Journeys Out Loud says the line is pretty long for standby. If you insist, I would say it's actually well below average. It was only posted at a 20-minute wait time. As it turns out, Journeys Out Loud, it's usually like 45 or 50 minutes. So the attendance here at the Magic Kingdom is very, very low today. Very, it's not crowded at all, Journeys Out Loud. Magic Adventures says, good evening. Oh, Jen back in the chat. Shout out to Magic Adventures. Let me say, of course, hello there, Jen. Nice to see you. Of course, shout out to Magic Adventures. That's M-A-J-I-C. Again, M-A-J-I-C. I left the link in the description box below. But once this live stream is over, once it's concluded, go check out Magic Adventures. Magic Adventures, of course, they do live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort as well. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. And of course, that's Magical Mike and Jen. Nice work, pals. And Magic Adventures Jen says, good evening. Well, hello there, Jen. Thank you for joining us. And then I do believe we have a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there. It's F-I-N-D OG21. So again, I think that's Findog21. Findog21. I think that's the way it's pronounced. But Findog21. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Findog21. Findog21 says, I'm coming to find you. You are? Are you in the Haunted Mansion queue right now, Findog21? Welcome to the channel. Dole Whip Dave says, you are so fun and nice, John. Well, thank you for that nice compliment, Dole Whip Dave. Thank you for being here. Not So Scary Mary TV says that Magic Adventures hi. Bob with a smile says, you're 15 minutes behind. We're live on chat. Bob with a smile, as it turns out, I get a lot of chats. So I try to stay up with the chat as best I can, but thank you for the update, Bob. Thank you for being here. Magic Adventure says, LOL, Bob, true. Oh, even Jen jumps on board on that one. Pile on, Jen. Why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer. 211 says, no, I literally saw a squirrel run past on Main Street. Whoa, 211, you're in the park? 211, you're here at the Magic Kingdom right now, 211? Oh boy. 211 says LOL. Oh wait, 211? By any chance? No, you're just here randomly probably. I was gonna say Test Track 3.0. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. I was gonna say Test Track 3.0, maybe you had a chance to experience that, but it was probably Monday, 211, you had a chance for Test Track 3.0. Jaylon says, ha ha ha, oh Jen, you're amazing. Frankie 2-Bit says, is it 211 or Toe 11? No, it's 211, just like Spinal Tap. Crank it to 11, Frankie 2-Bit. Bob with the Smile says, John, when you went in Cosmic Cafe, we asked about Sunny. Sorry. Oh, I see, Bob with the Smile. We could always go back there and, put Sunny Eclipse on camera. I enjoy it. Jalen says, hi, Bob. Bob with the Smile says, we watched John and the Big Guy the other night and asked about your schedule. Great job. Well, thank you, Bob with the Smile. The Big Guy is probably Theme Park Giant, so shout out to Theme Park Giant. Like, comment, subscribe. Support your local live streamer. I actually left a link in the description box below. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out Theme Park Giant on YouTube. Thank you, Bob, for saying great job. Thank you, Bob with a smile. Woody Woodruff, I do believe Woody Woodruff is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Woody Woodruff. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Woody Woodruff says, howdy, everybody. Well, hello there, Woody Woodruff. Magic Adventure says, Bob, that was Theme Park Giant. Thank you, Jed. Bob said, Bob with a smile says, added Theme Park Giant to my favorite. Awesome, Bob with a smile. Jaylon says, look at Goofy Gates go. Oh, look at Jaylon go. And Casey Riker Ryder, I do believe Casey Riker Ryder is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Casey Riker Ryder. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Casey Riker Ryder. Casey Riker Rider says, howdy all. Thank you for being here, Casey Riker Rider. We're about to experience the Haunted Mansion, so stay tuned for that. And Chris says, well, I kind of like Electrical Parade. Paint the Night, fantastic. Haunted Mansion, Pirates, everything. I love them all. I do too, Chris. Thank you for being here. Jaylon says, today is July 22nd. You nailed it, Jaylon. Thank you. Dola there says, Ladybug Runner says hello because her phone is dead. Okay. Well, tell Ladybug Runner hello from Frank 4K and John with Fun to Be Free. Dole up, Dave. And Sonic says, yeah, something, but the chat's rolling. Hold on, I gotta find it, folks. Sonic says, yeah, I'm a nerd. Yeah, so what? It's to ya. I'm a Sonic fan. What are you gonna do about it? So what if John marries the Haunted Mansion? Yeah, he might be weird. I might be weird too. John can come in my boat. I don't know, Sonic. I don't know what that means, Sonic. Beverly Challenge says, Dole Whip and Beverly go together like peas and carrots. I see it differently, Beverly Challenge. I'll say thank you for being here, but I don't know about that. I would say, you know, chocolate and peanut butter go together, but I don't know about Dole Whip and Beverly. Beverly Challenge in Florida, Mark. Wow, of course, they like to josh John with Fun to Be Free, but it's an ongoing gag, folks. The Beverly over at Club Cool at Epcot, that is. Bob with a Smile says, great job on the streaming, looks good. Thank you, Bob with a Smile. Hey, Bob with a Smile, we're broadcasting in glorious ultra high definition, of course, 4K today. Thank you for being here, Bob with a Smile. And Magic Adventure says, I'm watching Beverly, always watching. Oh boy, that Beverly Challenge, she gets around, huh? Magic Adventures, Jen. Kana and Frankie Bagger says, hello at FinDog21. And Theme Park Giant says, have a great night, everyone. Have to run. Thank you for being here, Theme Park Giant. Like, comment, subscribe to Theme Park Giant, of course. And if you just joined us, everyone, where have you been? We're about to experience John with Fun to Be Free's most favorite attraction ever, the Haunted Mansion. And of course, are you asking yourself how you could support Fun to Be Free? Well, look no further. I have it probably pinned to the top of the chat. It's also a link on the link tree on the Fun to Be Free homepage. It's also in this video or live stream's description as well. So PayPal, the way you could support the channel. And Sonic says, what I mean was we're in the same boat. Sorry if that came across weird. Oh, I understand now, Sonic. Yeah, our boats are sinking, Sonic. They're taking on water. Sonic, thank you for the clarification and the update. Thank you for being here. And I do believe we have another new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there. It's, let me pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do it right. So here we go. It's ASDFGHJKL. So that particular username says, hi, Fun to Be Free. Welcome to the channel, ASDFGHJKL. And they say, what ride are you on? We're on the Haunted Mansion. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for subscribing, ASDFGHJKL. And Jaylon says, Bob, do you know John Fun to Be Free favorite park is Epcot? Thank you, Jaylon. Bob with Smile says, you're on my 4K big screen and phone. Thanks. Awesome, Bob with Smile. Thank you for being here. ASDFGHJK says, I was on your video. Oh, so they're probably in the queue with us. Welcome to the channel. I'll come back to the chat later, folks, once we disembark from the mansion. Is it okay if I join you guys again?
Foolish mortals, to the Haunted Mansion. I am your host, your ghost host. Our tour begins here in this gallery. Here where you see paintings of some of our guests as they appeared in their corruptible, mortal state. Kindly step all the way in, please, and make room for everyone. There's no turning back now.
At this time, please drag your bodies away from the walls into the dead center of the room, please.
Your betrays an aura of foreboding, almost as though you sense a disquieting metamorphosis. Is this haunted
haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? And consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows and no doors. Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out. Of course, there's always my way. Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you prematurely. The real chills come later. And let's all leave.
Permanezca sentado y mantenga las manos brazos en su piernas dentro del vehículo y cuide a los pequeñitos.
We just subscribed.
Well, thank you, thank you. The boundless realm of the supernatural. Thank you again for making the magic.
Do not pull down on the safety bar, please. I will hold it for you. Heed this warning. The spirits will materialize only if you remain quietly seated at all times. Oh yes, and no flash pictures, please. We spirits are frightfully sensitive to bright lights. Our library is well stocked with priceless first editions, only ghost stories, of course, and marble busts of the greatest ghost writers the literary world has ever known. They all retire here to the haunted mansion. Actually, we have 999 happy thoughts. But there's room for 1,000. Any volunteers? If you should decide to join us, final arrangements may be made at the end of the tour.
Kindly remain seated in your doom buggy. We will continue our tour in just a moment. are too. Please remain seated in your doom buggy. We will dismiss in just a moment.
Attention village board, please remain seated. This road will begin motion immediately.
Like friendly spirits. Kindly remain seated in your doom buggy. We will continue our tour in just a moment.
Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at. Rap on escape, it's time to respond. Send us a message from somewhere beyond. Goblins and ghoulies from last Halloween, awaken the spirits with your tambourine.
The happy haunts have received your sympathetic vibrations and are beginning to materialize. They're assembling for a swirling wave. They're still expecting me once more. to fill our quota, and we'll fund you until you return. Now I will raise the safety bar, and a ghost will follow you home.
All right, folks, we just disembarked from the Haunted Mansion. That's John with Fun to Be Free's personal favorite attraction of all. Oh, it's raining. That caught my attention. Raindrops keep falling on my head. They certainly do. We'll have to monitor the situation closely here. Now that it's raining, let's head out towards the hub, or, you know, in front of Cinderella Castle, if you will. So stay tuned for gorgeous views from Cinderella Castle from the hub. Well, let's get back on track. If you're new to the channel, remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to ring that notification bell as well. But let's see where we are in the chat, though. The last chat I could see is from Bob with a smile. Says, John, when you went in Cosmic... Oh, I think we got that one. I think I rewound all the way. I rewound, if you will, all the way. I got to find where we left off as we went into the Haunted Mansion there. Dole Whip Dave says, John ain't afraid of no ghosts. I love it, Dole Whip Dave. Just like Ghostbusters. I ain't afraid of no ghost. That's awesome. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. And ASDFGHJKL says at Epcot, remember, and read something about the school in Austin, Texas. Welcome to the channel. Beverly Challenge says at Magic Adventures, I am flattered. Beverly Challenge. You don't get too many offers, Beverly Challenge? I thought you'd get around town, Beverly Challenge. And Sonic says, ASDFGHJKL is the middle row of any keyboard, John. Thank you for that observation, Sonic. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. Where are you from? Nice to see you. Bye-bye. Enjoy. Frankie 2-Bit says, nice catch at Sonic. Sonic says, in the... thanks at Frankie 2-Bit. Sonic says, there's 5 people named Frankie here. Yeah, there's lots of Frankies in the chat. Sonic says, yeesh. And Frankie 2-Bit says, we are a big Frankie family. There are many more. Are there really more Frankies? Sonic says, you said the OmniMover is the Haunted Mansion. What else again? So here at the Magic Kingdom, it's, of course, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, the Little Mermaid, the Voyage of the Little Mermaid. I can never get the name right. The Little Mermaid attraction in Fantasyland, Sonic, is also an OmniMover themed to clamshells, if you will, here at the Magic Kingdom. Sonic says, I am too lazy to be kind and rewind, LOL. Are you really, Sonic? Oh, you did say that before. Reed in the Tower back in the chat. Reed in the Tower says, at Sonic Hedgehog, we have been overwhelmed by Frankies. That's for certain, Reed in the Tower. Here we go. We got a view of Cinderella Castle here at the Magic Kingdom. Let's come back down the ground level as we rapidly approach the hub here. Frankie Big Mouth says hello. Sonic says, yep, we are. Frankie 1080p says hello. Francisco Frankie says hola. Canine Frankie says bark. What is going on? And Terabyte says hello. Well, that's a lot of Frankies. One big happy Frankie family. Jalen says, hi there, Frankie 2-Bit. Good to see you. And Frankie 2-Bit says, hello and a bug hello to Jalen. And Frankie 2-Bit says, big. Probably, oh, big hello. Sonic says, by the way, I think I know why that Sonic plush toy was in the Japanese pavilion. Club Mochi Mochi, that's why. I'm sorry, Sonic, I don't quite understand. Sonic says, I am speaking of Epcot, of course. I still don't quite see where you're going with that, Sonic. I'm sorry. Reed in the tower says, only 20 more likes to 200. Please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. All right, I think Reed Kipson knows exactly what he's doing. He's an expert. He is a member of the Mod Squad, after all. John with Fun to Be Free takes his marching orders from the Mod Squad, that is. All right. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free, coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom, of course. You're going to see the shot of Cinderella Castle and this guy with a face for radio. But we are very close to hitting our goal of 200 likes today, folks. So we're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody that's viewing us live that has not done so yet to smash the like button. So here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Reed in the tower says only 20 more likes to 200. Please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. Nice work, pal. And we are here in the hub at the Magic Kingdom. You can see there's various guests. They're gathered here today for the Happily Ever After premiere at 9:20 p.m., I believe. I guess they're here no matter what. It's starting to rain. Nobody is budging, folks. I thought for certain a lot of the folks here, that doesn't sound right. Allow myself to introduce myself. A lot of the guests here in the hub, I would have thought for certain would have started going for some shelter, but a lot of them, a high majority, a high percentage of them, as you can see, are putting on rain ponchos as we speak. So they are committed, folks. One moment, so I don't photobomb. Went behind. So real quick, I wanted to just say, look at the attendance levels. The attendance levels here at the Magic Kingdom on the lower side, it's lighter, a low crowd level, if you will. It seems like usually by this time you'd start seeing this entire area here in front of the hub, just wall-to-wall people. But as it turns out, lower attendance, it is an annual pass holder blockout day here. So the Pixie Pass and the Pirate Pass is blocked out today, folks, for, of course, the Walt Disney World Resort. So I'm slowly turning around. We'll walk back this direction. Let's get some more gorgeous views of Cinderella Castle. But again, Reed in the tower says only 20 more likes to go. Please hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already done so. Thank you, Reed in the tower. It's starting to rain a little harder now. Sonic says Buzz Lightyear, Little Mermaid, and Haunted Mansion. All right, you got it, Sonic. Sonic says I might forget that, I gather. And Frankie 2-Bit says, can we see the backside of the castle? Probably another day. Another video for another day, Frankie 2-Bit. Sonic says you don't need 200 likes, and you need 200,000 likes. Thank you, Sonic. You're right. Sonic says, by the way, I saw a kid wearing a Sonic shirt before. Okay, Sonic, thanks for the update. It's starting to rain a little harder, folks, so I'm going to start turning around, and I'm going to head south down Main Street, USA, where I could say, or start singing, I could chant, maybe. I'm walking right down the middle of Main Street, USA. So again, we're headed south towards Town Square. A lot of the folks here are wearing rain ponchos, like I previously said, or they have their umbrellas overhead. These are die-hard fans, folks, die-hard fans. They are going to stick it out for Happily Ever After this evening. No matter what happens, it's starting to rain a little harder, folks. Enjoy the background music, the BGM, if you will.
I don't have mine.
You can see on the ground the cast members put tape, of course, for areas, for the viewing areas, if you will, for Happily Ever After. The fireworks show tonight here at the Magic Kingdom. Again, are you asking yourself, how can I support John with Fun to Be Free and my camera rig that I call Frankenstein 4K? Oh no, there's a weak reception. Hold on, folks. So we just experienced folks, another weak reception. So real quick update on the tech. So John with Fun to Be Free has Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile along with Disney Parks Wi-Fi. So I'm not quite certain I understand how we're getting weak receptions. Live stream's description box, the PayPal link as well. Oh no, the audio is an issue. Hold on folks, let's refresh the audio here. Let's jump back to the chat though. Dole Whip Dave says, John, do you have the Platinum Annual Pass? I have the Sorcerer Pass, Dole Whip Dave. Sonic says, oh fudge, audio decoupled. Randy says, audio senor. We got that. I think we're back on track now. So, bottom line, folks, I left some links in the description box below. Thank you, Sonic, for the update. Good, he says. The links in the video, in the live stream video, this video, the links will take you over to, of course, Magic Adventures, Theme Park Giant, Not So Scary Mary TV, Scoot Adventures, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and FastPassRadio.com. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Fast Pass Radio, you could actually listen to, of course, live Disney Parks background music from around the world on FastPassRadio.com. We'll slowly turn around. Sonic says, okay, and we're back. And Chris says, hey, everybody, what a magnificent time we had at the Magic Kingdom. All the rides, complimentary fun to be cup of water. Journeys Out Loud says the audio is back where it needs to be. Thank you, Journeys Out Loud. Chris says, enjoying the scenery, man. I had a beautiful day. Thank you, Chris. And of course, you see it's raining. The rain is increasing in intensity here in Central Florida. So I think we're in for a storm, folks. So let's do this. Let me pop onto the screen and let me try to get it on track. The gimbal head wasn't reacting exactly how I wanted it to do, folks. But again, thank you for joining me today. You can see the gorgeous Cinderella Castle in the background off in the distance there. Let's get on track. I'm trying to get the gimbal head to go right. At any rate, thanks for watching, everyone. Thank you to my new subscribers. Like I said before, there's links in the description box below. Like, comment, subscribe, support your local live streamer. Let me get the castle in there again. And of course, that's shout out to Magic Adventures, spelled M-A-J-I-C, Magic Adventures. Of course, you have Theme Park Giant, Scuda Adventures, Not So Scary Mary TV, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and FastPassRadio.com. And of course, we will see you tomorrow, folks. Stay tuned for the Kiss Goodnight right after this in just a moment. Thanks for watching, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
With smiling friends along the way, we cheer for